if some people are texting in about Secret Agent Man. Somebody had said it was used in Ace Ventura: When Nature Calls.
Yeah.
Not a Quentin Tarantino movie.
Right.
I think I'm wrong. I think I'm wrong about Quentin Tarantino. I think it might have also been used in Bowfinger.
Yes.
At the end, right?
It was, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
That's great.
There we go. All right, let's get to some entertainment stories. On the New Heights podcast, Travis Kelce supported his brother Jason after a heated exchange with a college student went viral. Travis called the student a clown who made offensive comments and told Jason, quote, "You reacted in a way that was defending your family, and you might have used some words that you regret using." Reflecting on his reaction, Jason expressed regret, saying, "The thing I regret the most is saying that word," referencing the fact that he had repeated a slur that the student had said to him. Travis praised Jason for learning from the situation and issuing an apology. He said, "You don't choose hate. That's not who you are."
I think they both handled it very well.
Yeah, very much so. And listen, he was fired up. And that guy just said a horrible thing
about
to
his
him.
brother, yeah.
And he turned it right back around at the guy, even though he normally does not say things like that. Despite his frustrations, Jason admitted that he should have just kept walking to avoid the escalation. He said he wasn't happy with anything that took place and that he wasn't proud of it at all.
And I think what probably needs to happen is if he's going to an event where there are a lot of people around, it might help to have paid security. Well, even one person to deflect or somebody who serves as an intermediary.
Yeah, buffer. Somebody to get in between. And
he doesn't need to be doing that.
Yeah. In a recent interview with the New York Times, Cynthia Erivo shared that working with Ariana Grande on Wicked changed her life for the better.
Wow.
And she hinted that she wouldn't feel the same with anyone else in the role of Glinda. But some fans think that she threw a little shade as well. When asked,
She called the C word?
No, she did not. And she didn't throw shade at Ariana Grande. She said when asked how she felt when she learned that Grande had been cast, she shared her reaction. That was, thank goodness, because it was not the two ladies that I was auditioning with. And Grande reacted to the comment sharing, "Oh, my God."
You C word.
Oh, you see. Some people online think that Erivo may have just been trying to hype up Grande. Others thought she could have found a better way to do that. Somebody had commented and said, "I'm sure there are better ways to praise your co-star without stepping on your colleagues of profession."
Do we know who she auditioned with?
Nah.
All right.
I don't know. I was up in New York City last weekend, and in Times Square, Ariana Grande is like 50 feet tall.
Yeah.
She was on two massive billboards, and not for Wicked either. It was just for some scent that she was.
She got her own.
I forgot
perfume.
what it is.
Yeah, actually, my daughter wears.
It's called C word.
It's not called C word, but it does smell nice.
Okay, but I walked out there and I looked up and I'm like, oh my God, man.
Yeah, that's even the most legendary star. They see a Times Square billboard.
Yeah,
you're going to be taken back.
It's huge, literally, in more ways than one. Kourtney Kardashian and Travis Barker are celebrating their son Rocky 13's first birthday with a dash of Disney.
I just made a doo-doo in my diaper.
On Wednesday, the Poosh founder shared a special social media recap of her baby boy's big day.
Will you?
Look at he's talking.
Look at him.
He said, "Daddy."
Say, "Daddy." Dada.
Will you?
Dada.
Will you?
Dada.
Will you?
It's so good.
I'm saying, will ya?
Yeah. The first photo was a nighttime shot of red and yellow Mickey Mouse balloons, while the second featured a blurry image of Barker holding Rocky.
I want you to change my diaper.
And Kardashian used a red heart emoji to cover the toddler's face. Next was a video of her entering Baby Barker Land.
Baby Barker Land! Coming back from Baby Barker Land. Everyone's spitting on you.
Complete with...
Calling you a baby, which I am.
Sometimes you spit up, you're a baby.
That's right.
Yeah.
Can't eat strained peas all the time. Where's my applesauce?
So they were in Baby Barker Land.
Baby Barker Land!
Complete with a balloon greeter plus
Coming for you.
pretzel and churro stands.
Pretzel and churros. Is that something you feed a baby?
These are these are just in the video.
Oh,
They were
okay.
feeding
All
them.
right,
This is what they scrolled through as they were in
Pretty amazing.
Baby Barker Land.
If you're the balloon greeter there, is that a good gig or one that you're embarrassed by?
You know what? A lot of them are students that are working there part-time, so maybe it's good. I don't know.
I'm going to get some exposure, right? So that's probably not the worst thing in the world.
Probably get free passes to Baby Barkerland.
Yeah, probably.
We're looking at the video, and literally they have this area set up. I guess it's something if you're uber rich, you can pay for. It's in the Disney font in front. It says Baby Barker Land and everything.
Wow.
So, yeah. There was also a picture of the drummer introducing his baby boy to the famed mouse, as well as a sunset shot of the Ferris wheel at Disney's California Adventure Park and a miniature cow lounging in the grass with a pink polka dot bow on its head.
It's all pretty nice. I don't know how much Rocky 13 is going to get, absorb that.
Yep.
He's not. It's not about,
At that point, it's not about, at a 1-year-old's party, it's not really about them.
It's about the parents getting together,
It's about
right?
everybody
We
hanging
did
out.
something very, very similar to this. We went to Betty's Family Fun Center in Aston, and it was like being in Disney World.
Was it?
Yeah.
So ahead of Rocky's Disney Bash, Kris Jenner also posted a birthday tribute online for her youngest grandson. Rocky is the first child of Kardashian and Barker. The reality star shares...
left off the guest list.
She shares... oh, look who it is.
I'm sorry I won't be attending your party because I didn't get an invitation. Fire photons torpedoes.
So the reality star shares Mason, Penelope, and Rain with her ex, Scott Disick, and Barker is father to son Landon, daughter Alabama, and stepdaughter Atiana, all of whom he shares with ex-wife Shanna Moakler. In September 2023, Courtney had prepared for the arrival of her first child with her husband with a Disney-themed baby shower as well.
It's linear.
This all ties into it.
I remember, we go back. You remember when she held up the poster during the concert to let him know?
Oh, yeah. She was pregnant. By the way, there's also a really nice close-up shot of lunch, and it was, Steve, you'll love this. It was grilled cheese and tomato soup.
Oh, yeah.
And the grilled cheeses have a Disney imprint, or have a Mickey imprinted on them.
Now completely come around on the Kardashians.
Toasted into them. So that would have been fun. So Jennifer Lopez responded to her ex-husband Ben Affleck's praise after he called her spectacular for her performance in the film Unstoppable, a project that she stars in and he co-produced.
Why did you say Martha?
At the film's UK premiere on Tuesday, Lopez returned the compliment saying, I would describe all of the cast and everybody behind the scenes as spectacular and wonderful.
When we had William Goldenberg in, I don't think there was even a trailer out yet, but I saw the trailer the past 2 days. It looks really good.
Okay.
And it's the one-legged wrestler or whatever, and the cast is stellar. I'm looking forward to seeing this movie.
So despite their recent separation, the two have shown mutual admiration for each other's work and dedication for the film. Affleck spoke to Entertainment Tonight on Monday and emphasized his commitment to Unstoppable's story and team, praising not only Lopez, but also director William Goldenberg.
Yes, we have in the studio who's now our best friend.
And co-stars Don Cheadle, Jarrell Jerome, and Bobby Cannavale. Jennifer's spectacular, he said, and added that the film represents the passion of really talented artists. So they're getting along fine. $100,000 a year for clothes would be insane, but $100,000 a week for clothes?
What?
Well, that was the rumor going around about Brooklyn Beckham.
What?
And wife.
What?
And wife Nicola Peltz. Watch What Happens Live with Andy Cohen this week.
$100,000? What?
With Andy Cohen this week, a fan had a question about a rumor that they had heard. Do the couple spend over $100,000 a week on clothes?
What?
Brooklyn replied no, shaking his head and laughing. When asked if he had ever heard that rumor, he said, what? No, he didn't.
What?
When asked if he had ever heard that rumor, he admitted that he had not. Doing the math, Mel's is so much better.
Those are the best.
Doing the math, spending that much money, so you have 52 weeks, $105,000 a week is about $5.5 million a year on clothes.
Now, we know that there are some stars who have gone completely excessive, but even that seems outlandish.
You'd have to be a billionaire to be able to pull that off.
What?
Regularly. So what? All right. Back in March, Amanda Bynes told her followers on social media that her mental health struggles have caused her to gain weight. She had said, I've gained over 20 pounds in the past few months from being depressed. I'm doing a lot better now and have learned to do opposite action when I don't feel like working out or eating clean. At the time, she told followers she weighed 162 pounds. With a goal of getting back to 110. This week, she posted on her Instagram stories a screenshot of her step counter app, revealing that she walked 14,895 steps and 6.6 miles for the day. It also showed that she burned 481 calories, exceeding the amount that she needed to burn that day. And she wrote, down 6 pounds, 154 pounds now, and she had captioned it that. So she's trying it. Nick has pulled up a video of her. She's got like these 2.5-inch long nails.
Yes.
Like the stiletto nails, as Kathy would say. And that's kind of scary looking.
So we had a listener come down to this Acme Glappy Hour we had, and she had those, Preston, those stiletto nails, and a lovely young lady.
Yeah.
But we were asking all sorts of questions like,
How do you
type with
Yeah.
those?
Yeah.
And apparently Marissa was saying they actually now make keyboards that have sort of these raised bumps for the tips of your, am I correct? For typing with those nails.
No kidding. I see people that do have nails that long texting.
Yes.
And they just use the lower below that first knuckle.
Right.
On their finger. And I'm like, man, that's got to be difficult.
Yeah, it's difficult enough to just do it the right way.
Listen, some people love that look. I personally think it looks a little funky. But yeah, if it makes you happy,
It's pretty cool. Yeah.
could knock yourself out. Former Dancing with the Stars pro Artem Chigvintsev was arrested over the summer for felony domestic violence charge involving his wife, Nikki Garcia. The fallout has been a lot of bad PR and serious hit to the wallet as well. In court documents, he insisted that, quote, it's not true that I have not been able to find other work as a dancer. I normally start jobs in November, and it goes for 20 weekends. After the mugshot and the arrest based on her false allegations, I was taken off the website faculty list, resulting in a loss in over $100,000 in income.
What?
In his latest court documents, which were filed last week, he is requesting that Garcia cover his lost earnings, house rent, and a...
Well, he's got an advocate with Mel. Mel is sticking up for him.
and house rent and a portion of his legal fees.
Think about that. If someone were to just randomly, that's your business, and throw out an accusation that's untrue that way, I mean, he could sue her for that, could he not?
Yeah.
I guess so.
For slander? What would that constitute? Slander?
Defamation?
Probably
Defamation?
Yeah. Slander is when it's in print, I believe.
It's when it's in the Slander Gazette.
Yeah, something like
You
that.
got libel, slander, defamation,
Chameleon.
Karma. Yeah.
Libel is written or depicted in a picture. Slander is voiced.
Oh, verbal. Okay.
Yeah.
I was incorrect. Okay.
What about the chameleon?
That's karma.
Yeah. That is
That's a culture club.
that's a
kind of
culture
thing.
club.
Call him Killjoy.
So, per Heritage Auctions, the iconic ruby slippers, actually worn by Judy Garland in the original The Wizard of Oz, are now up for bid.
What is the starting bid?
$812,500. That's the starting bid. It's
Okay.
going to go way. They always shoot really low in the starting bids, and then they end up taking off. Especially for something as iconic.
Remember
as
they'd
this.
gone missing for a while?
Yeah, they were stolen, and there was a whole big thing. We've covered the story a couple times. It's had a few different chapters along the way of what has happened, but
That's added to the wealth, or the worth, I should say.
so these are up for auction now. It will continue through December 7th. And here's the thing, man. I mean, if you spend a couple $1 million on this, they're going to appreciate it.
Yeah.
I mean,
Well, what you learn from Collector's Corner, which is all about collecting these various, whether it be figurines or stuff like this, Hollywood memorabilia. They always say it's worth what someone will pay for it.
Yeah.
So you can set an amount, but it's worth what you will pay for it.
yeah. So I guess if you buy something like this, it can be an investment for
Yes.
you. And then if I would imagine you loan it to a museum.
Yes, you can
and
do
let
that.
people appreciate it
Right.
and enjoy it. And you would be the owner, have access to that anytime you would want, I would think.
Yeah.
And then when you're done with it, you can sell it.
Did you see a recent picture of it? They were in kind of ratty condition. Yeah.
I mean, they're not. It's just sequins.
Yeah, they're
It's just
not
red
sparkling,
sequins on shoes, and so they're going to deteriorate over time for sure. So with interest in all things Oz related heating up as Wicked hits the big screen this month, they're expecting the price to really skyrocket. So we'll see. Warner Brothers has officially submitted the score for Dune Part 2 for Oscar consideration despite eligibility concerns. The Academy's rule allows only 20% of pre-existing music in sequel scores, and Hans Zimmer's composition incorporates elements from his previous Dune score, which could mean it's not eligible for an award.
What about Josh Groban, who sang the song?
He's sang the theme song to Dune.
You raise me up. Shut the up.
I didn't realize that was him.
Can we do that
him.
one more time just to remind me of the Dune soundtrack, Casey? If you would, please.
Raise me up. Shut the up.
Okay.
That comes at a weird time in Dune, too.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's when I guess, is it when he rides the earthworm thing?
Yeah, when he rides the sandworm?
Yeah. Not the earthworm.
Well,
I can't get this thing to move. I killed it.
You're too big.
I killed it.
I guess they're not on Earth. Well, no, they are. Are they?
No.
Yeah, where are they?
They're on Arrakis.
Arrakis.
Yeah,
That's
Dune.
Rackball.
And
Rackworm.
it's called a sandworm anyway,
Okay, yeah,
or
yeah.
Shai Hulud. Anyhow,
Rack 'em.
enough nerding out. Despite it possibly being an uphill battle, director Denis Villeneuve has expressed his support, saying that I was there when Hans wrote the music. Part 2 is a new score. I would love it at least to be considered. So the Academy shortlist for Oscars will be announced on December 17th. So we're not too far away from finding out those.
Next time we talk to one of our composer friends like Giacchino or Laura Cartman or whatever, I want to ask them about this type of story, Preston, because you think when like Giacchino did Rogue One, for example, or even Mission Impossible, like they're taking existing themes and updating them and adding their own flair and whatever, but can they then submit the score for Rogue One, which is kind of based on what John Williams did originally, obviously, for the original Star Wars?
It's funny you should mention this, Nick, and I'd like to take you out for coffee.
Okay.
No, because the way you would have, based on previous material, when
Right.
you have a screenplay award, you could do that with soundtracks,
Right.
even though maybe there is a theme from a previous body of work, but if you've changed it and added and made it your own, I think that would be a way to categorize it.
You played some of this for me, Preston. You were listening to the Dune 2 soundtrack for a little bit with Hans Zimmer, and it's very reminiscent of some of his other stuff. And I really like Hans Zimmer. I've liked a lot of his stuff over the years. But when you were playing that for me, I heard like themes from Gladiator and even Man of Steel. And so all of their work is kind of based on stuff they've already done anyway. So I don't know. I don't think he should be disqualified for Dune 2 just because it existed beforehand. Right? Josh Groban? Josh Groban gets it.
Josh Groban gets totally screwed on the Dune soundtrack.
All right, let's see here. Paramount Plus has dropped
They're
a
riding the earthworm.
teaser.
Rack 'em. Rackworm.
Rackworm.
You must ride the rackworm.
By the way, we'll explain in a little while, but Casey's having a difficult time this morning.
I feel so bad for him.
I will explain in a little while.
Laughing's not fun.
Laughing is not easy for Casey. Rackworm.
Don't make him laugh.
I can laugh in this position right here like
yeah.
this. Yeah.
One spot.
To win the people over, you must ride the rackworm. That's easy. It's just an earthworm. I mean, they didn't really ride it. You kind of just step on it.
Poor guy.
Rackworm.
Rackworm, everybody.
Racket treaties.
We got to go back. Hey, do you remember when I hurt my neck?
Oh, my God,
dude,
yes.
And you were making me laugh, and it hurt so bad.
Yes, master. I should play the commercials now.
Yeah, because Casey couldn't turn his head. He had to turn his whole.
It was like
torso.
Igor.
And it was like Igor. Yeah.
Keep it quiet. I'll play the commercials, Preston. This one is for Sun Rocket.
All right, another quick story here. Paramount Plus has dropped a teaser for its holiday film Dear Santa, and it stars Jack Black And in the clip, Jingle Bells plays as the camera moves over Santa's suit, only to reveal black with rosy cheeks and then horns. And he says, "What? You were expecting someone else?" And then he adds, "Ho, ho, freaking ho." It's directed by Dumb and Dumb creators, Bob and Peter Farrelly. The Farrelly brothers.
Nice.
All right.
The comedy follows a boy, and this is a great idea, who mistakenly writes his Christmas letter instead of to Santa, to Satan. And Bobby Farrelly said, "We wanted it to be comical," and he called Black the perfect guy for the playful role. Dear Santa premieres on Paramount Plus on November 25th with a full trailer dropping later today.
Direct to streaming.
If you want to check that out. Yeah, premieres on Paramount Plus.
Ah,
Yeah,
all right.
So we'll see how that goes. And speaking of streaming, and then we'll move on to the clips. Season 5 of Stranger Things. Actually, I have one more story after this. Season 5 of Stranger Things is starting to take shape in a teaser that was released yesterday. Netflix revealed the final season of the hit series will definitely land on the streamer next year. So 2025 is a go.
Seems like it's been forever,
I
man.
know. In the teaser, the titles of the final 8 episodes of the series were revealed, and they will be called The Crawl, The Vanishing of, The Turnbow Trap, Sorcerer, Shock Jock, Escape from Kamazotes, The Bridge, and then the last one is The Right Side Up. Also revealed a 1-year time jump as the teaser wraps with in the fall of 1987, One Last Adventure begins. So they're going to stay in the 80s. They're not jumping forward too far, but they are moving ahead. So maybe the way these characters have physically grown now
They're
might
actually-
at least make a little sense.
I see a little bit more of the de-aging that they used last season to create young 11.
Yeah.
And I'm down with it. I think I'm going to do something you do. You rewatch shows constantly.
Yep.
I think I'm going to jump back to year 1.
Okay.
Get prepared.
So
go
good,
through it all.
Steve.
It is so good.
It is so good. We've watched every season 3 times, me and Caroline have. And it's just, I love it. I just absolutely love it. So
It looks great.
it'll happen this year. And then the last thing, we're just days away from the beginning of the end for Yellowstone. While it's still a mystery what, if any, involvement Kevin Costner will have in the final episodes of the series, director Christina Voros says his character, John Dutton, will be central to the second half of season 5. His presence is integral, she said, of how Costner's character influences the final episode. She said, "I think to say any more than that would potentially compromise all the work that went into redacting the scripts."
Isn't this the season where he's revealed to be a robot and he returns to his home planet?
That would they
That
could pull
explains
that
his
off.
absence. Yeah.
She added that he is the patriarch and his presence is an essential
I must leave you all now.
component to the story. The final episode of Yellowstone season 5 premiere Sunday at 8 on Paramount Network.
I'm waiting for Horizon 2. The home service. Did you see Horizon? Did you see the
No, I got to see
What's
it.
it called? That like an American Saga?
American
Yeah,
Saga?
yeah.
I really, really liked it. I'm very eager to see the second installment. The question is whether it'll have a theatrical release or be right to Amazon.
No, Steve, I think they decided not.
No theater?
I'm pretty sure, Preston, you had it like a month or two ago in Entertainment News, and it's supposed to come out this year, Steve, Chapter 2. Yeah, it's already out.
Really?
Is it?
Yeah, Chapter 2 came out August 16th.
Oh!
Yeah, of this year.
On Amazon?
Yes.
Yeah, that's what it says on the
What?
on the poster.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
Man, I've been what? Because I've been keeping my eye out. I even racked them.
Rack 'em. Rackworm.
And the original design was that there's going to be parts 3 and 4. I don't know if they're going to continue that or
The
not.
word is Amazon, or I guess it's Amazon. If that's what you're seeing, is putting up a good portion of the money to complete the 4 movies.
If it makes enough, I
If it
guess.
makes,
and it has
yeah.
enough viewers.
The great thing about the streaming service is that you're beholden to a different set of metrics.
Wouldn't it be great if it was Horizon and American Saga Rackworm?
We don't get a lot of rackworms in these parts.
It is kind of deserty, right?
That's just not in the Indian. That's not
It's on the plains,
That's
but
earthworm, not rackworm. That's what we call them. Blue eyes.
all right, we're ready for the clips here. Before is a solemn drama dealing with the hardships of losing a loved one and the resurgence of old memories. Billy Crystal plays the troubled widower, and in this clip, he discusses the unexpected casting for the series.
And I said, all right, I'll play him. I had not intended to play him. It was something I thought I would produce maybe. But she was so brilliant. That was how I ended up in it when I just originally set off to produce it.
Shut up, dummy.
Has anybody spoken to anyone who has watched this yet?
No, I hear it is intense.
I'm
would
going
like-
to watch.
It's on the I need to get to that list.
It's more serious by far.
it's
yeah.
very
dramatically.
serious.
Yeah.
It looks intense
Yeah.
actually.
And I'm just going to wait only because, Apple does it, episodes every week. So I want to wait until there's.
You still have to finish Rackworm.
I still have to finish Rackworm. No, but I want to wait until like 4 or 5 episodes are
Okay.
released. That way, if I do like it, I can
right, I hear
kind of
you.
binge it.
It's streaming now. I don't know how many episodes are out, but I hope they usually at least throw 3 out, right?
Usually.
The 4th episode comes out tomorrow.
Okay.
So season 1, episode 4 is Friday, November 8th.
3 is and I hate to say it because it's a song. 3 is the magic number.
Yes, it is.
For series, for streaming series, I think. A lot of times 1 and 2 don't really do it for me.
Yeah.
But by the 3rd one, I usually get hooked.
You know
That's
what?
when you know.
If it's good or not.
Yeah.
And you have to, and now I have to give myself that buffer. I have to allow myself, if I don't like the first episode, I go ahead and watch the second
You have to
one,
soldier on through.
and then one more and see if it gets you. Shrinking was that way, and now it's become like my favorite show.
Yeah.
But it took 3 to really reel me in.
Shrinking's got a new episode out.
Yes, came out
Today?
last night.
Last night, okay.
Yeah.
Next clip. The Day of the Jackal is a 1970s cult classic political thriller being reimagined into a mini-series. With high expectations ahead of the film, Eddie Redmayne talks about channeling the slippery nature of the character.
The acting quality, I suppose, that the Jackal has, that he's putting on these masks and these languages, and so I thought it retained that DNA, but it felt of a different world. So in some ways, that relieved me of having to feel too burdened by the brilliance of the original.
What the hell are you talking about?
The Day of the Jackal, the limited series, releases on Peacock today.
So that'd be the 3rd swing at it. There was Day of the Jackal. Then Bruce Willis was in a movie called Jackal.
Right.
And then
It's
this
all
is the
the
third
same
go. It's
story?
all the same story, yeah.
This will be interesting to see Eddie Redmayne in that type of a character because he's normally a little more.
A little bit
Demure.
Right. And the Magnificent Beasts and all that.
Yeah,
And Stephen Hawking.
A more timid character.
More
if
like
you
a
will.
rackham kind of.
Yeah, Rackworm kind of thing.
I play Jebediah in Rackworm.
So anyhow, that's out today. All right, and that's Entertainment Report for this morning.
I think we changed a lot of lives.
I think so.
Yeah.
I feel good about that. We'll take a quick break. I would like to remind you that we have a little party coming up next week, and I would like to invite some ladies to join us for the Preston C Big Little Sorority Party at Parks Casino.
We met somebody last night who won.
Absolutely, yeah.
Nice.
Came out to our Glappy Hour. She was so excited.
All right, well, hopefully you want to go too. And I tell you what, we'll take 3 callers who are interested, 215-263-WMMR. It's ladies only. You can bring a lady friend with you as well. We're going to introduce you into or induct you into our ceremony, into the sorority. I keep saying casino, but Zeta Eta Pi sorority pins. We'll have a complimentary buffet and a complimentary first drink and other prizes to win while you are there. And we're doing a big little. So if you're already a sister, you can join. You can call in now, and you just bring someone who is not, and you'll be the big sister. They be the little sister. Age doesn't matter.
And we'll bend the rules a little bit if you're going to bring somebody.
Yeah. All right, 215-263-WMMR, and let's get you on board. We're going to take a quick break. We will come back in just a moment on this Thursday. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve.
More merit-based, it's more...
Well,
that makes sense.
in my case, not so much merit. It's just the fact that I'm gorgeous.
Yeah, it's just the sheer...
I mean, I guess that's merit in its own way.
Yeah,
but I'm just gorgeous. So I've just been very fortunate. Just in terms of my cheekbones, I've been very fortunate.
Yeah.
Jackie Bam Bam, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, good. All right.
Yeah, there's a little delay, but I'm here. Take a look at this guy. Can you see him?
By the way,
Friday the 13th. Hi, Michael. Whoa.
It's Halloween, and it's Michael Myers.
And then we have a chain-wielding maniac from the Bates Motel, and actually two of them. One of them has a scarecrow mask on. Another one has just a psychotic-looking face. So, Jackie, they look like they're ready to go, man.
Can you smell the gasoline from here? I'm ready to play with some dangerous toys. I'm ready.
He's so into this.
Jackie?
We're going into the house right now.
Okay.
Damn
Now,
it.
we heard that our birthday boy might
be awake, so we have to go with a different tactic.
Okay.
Oh, no. Okay. Okay, you guys ready, Jackie?
Here we go.
All right.
On 3.
Go ahead.
Everybody ready. 1, 2, 3.
There's nobody in there. There's nobody in the bedroom. There's no one in the bedroom.
Are they in the wrong room?
Where did he go? How did he work on it?
Wait.
He was supposed to be here. We had scouts.
Don't drop the F-bomb, please.
There's nobody in the bedroom.
Amazing.
There's absolutely no one in the bedroom.
Go to the bathroom. I think he's taking a piss.
His bed is made.
Let's go in the bathroom. He might be.
Yeah, he'll never see you coming.
Yeah. Oh, my.
I don't think his bed is made. He didn't sleep in that bed last
I
night.
don't even think he's there.
No, he's not.
Look at how confused everyone looks.
Where's our boy at?
I feel bad for the guy.
Preston wants to say hello to you.
Oh, here, hang on. I'll bring up the phone line. Hi.
I am utterly disappointed.
Is this Jimmy?
I don't know how this happened. I'm like shaking here because I'm so angry.
This has never happened before. I can't. Well, we've done enough of these. Eventually, it was
gonna
bound to happen.
I think it's great.
Well, you know
It's
what?
just
I
difficult.
say he doesn't get his chainsaw.
I'm wondering about that too.
Yeah.
You know,
I think they're starting up the chainsaws again, guys.
there's no need to start up the chainsaws again right now. Is there?
No.
Yeah.
I think we can just move on to the next one.
Wow.
The next cemetery, away we go.
That's fake.
He's fake?
Yeah.
You sure? Michael, be careful, Michael. Happy Halloween. I'm here.
Are you ready?
All right, let's go. Okay. There's a deer head. There's some saws. Oh, this guy's really into horror movies. Now, let's get everybody upstairs.
Up the stairs again.
It's a tight staircase.
Yeah, it is.
There's Jackie's
Did you
ass
see
crack.
Jackie's ass crack?
Yeah.
Tight like the crack of my ass.
Okay, we're gonna go on 3.
Okay.
We ready?
Yeah. We're ready.
Ready?
I'm always.
We're gonna go on 3. Hold on. 1, 2, 3.
Start him.
Happy Halloween!
She completely covered herself up.
Chainsaw wake up.
I see that.
Somebody got you.
God damn it, Joe.
God damn it, Joe.
Is that Curry?
Hi.
Hi, Curry.
Good morning.
Is this Carrie?
Yes.
Carrie, say hello to Preston and Steve.
Hi.
Hey, Curry. Good morning. How are you?
Hi, good morning.
She can't hear with the chainsaw.
Hey, Curry. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay, yeah, this is courtesy
Is that
of
my fire
Steve.
alarm?
He wanted, I think. Yeah. Oh my God, that's right. They have gasoline operated devices. It's probably setting off your. It's okay. There's no real fire. Just gas fumes. You'll be okay.
Hey, Kathy's asking if she has clothes on. Do you have clothes on? Are you? There you go.
Hi, honey.
Curry, do you have clothes on?
No, I don't.
Well, that ought to teach you.
Hi. Seriously, like a whole shit ton of people in my
A whole lot of people.
Try not to drop any curse words. We're live on the radio right now.
Well, I'm not allowed dick face.
Her boyfriend just took the battery out of the fire alarm. here.
Okay.
Very good.
Remember to replace it.
Yes.
That was nice. The room's a mess.
That would have ruined it.
If I cleaned up the mess.
Yeah. So apparently you're a big.
She's half naked. The other roommate just came downstairs. Hi, y'all.
Not
Happy
half. She's fully naked.
Say hi to Preston and Steve.
Are you
Okay. I gotta bring the audio down because they're cursing way too much.
She's the unhappy roommate.
She looks like the unhappy roommate. So listen, Curry, this was courtesy of Steve. He says that you guys, both you and Colleen, are big horror fans. So we thought this would be a fun way to get you up on Halloween morning. Do you agree?
Yeah. Now that the shock's worn off, yeah, this is pretty funny.
All right, cool. And to fellow horror fans, have a great day today and put some clothes on.
And then I have one last story. That's it.
Man, this is we left high and dry now.
Ray Donovan alum Paula Malcolmson and Da Vinci's Demons Blake Ritson are joining Sci-Fi's Superman prequel called Krypton.
Really?
Yes.
This is interesting.
Well, that's why I brought it up. I knew you would find it interesting.
You finished strong.
Which is set to premiere in 2018. The show will be set 2 generations before the destruction of Superman's home planet and will follow his grandfather as he fights to save his House of El from chaos.
What if Superman's grandfather, though, was just an accountant on Krypton?
Okay.
Not as exciting.
No.
Here's some deductions you probably had not considered.
Episode 1.
You have to do estate planning. Right. You have to. You can never know. Look, the planet could blow up. I'm not saying it's going to happen, but the planet could blow up someday. Right, crazy. I know, crazy talk. Blah, 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 blah. And here you are, and then the planet blows up, and we don't, things go awry. It happens.
I wonder what his name is. Kal-El.
Sal.
Maybe he's Mel-El.
Sal-El.
Sal-El. Krypton, CPA.
Thanks for having me over today, folks. This will take about an hour. Have some documents for you to sign.
No, but I never wanted to get a trampoline once I had kids. I'm like, I don't think so.
Well, you hear too many stories.
Too much liability, too.
Yeah. Oh, the neighbors? Oh, yes.
Everywhere I lived, there was always at least one in the neighborhood.
Yeah.
And you could just go use theirs.
But these places sound, because it's not just the floor, it's the walls.
Well, you jump from trampoline to trampoline, and they've got padding in between them. And then, yes, they have some, Steve, that are at an angle.
Yeah.
Now, they have very specific rules about what you can and can't do.
Okay.
As far as, and there are little videos that are running that you can't, do flips off of the ones that are off of the.
Oh, you can't?
I'm pretty sure. Kathy, did they have like a video running? I'm thinking of Sky High, they have it.
Yes. No, they had something when we were waiting in line for the obstacle course. They had a video running.
Because I was so bummed that I couldn't, because I went to the Sky Zone.
Yeah.
And I couldn't use that one. I was like, all right, we'll start it here at the foam pit, and then I'm going to go over to that one where they have trampoline walls. And I never got to do the trampoline walls.
Here I go.
I need to go back there because when I what's that place called? Get High?
Get Air.
Ricochet.
Get high.
That's a different part.
Get High are open Monday through Wednesday, noon to midnight.
Get high.
Because I went there to pick my son up from a birthday party, and I ended up jumping a little bit just, because it was the end of the night. Everybody was kind of getting their shoes on. So, I had to.
You went for a jump.
I had to impress the kids.
Gonna go for a quick jump.
Look at this fat guy jump.
Somebody's texting in next mixer, trampoline park.
I think so.
That would be cool.
Party or something
we can
like
all
that.
leave with sprained ankles and hurt backs.
I said, and another potential to hurt ourselves. I want to have a roller skating party sometime.
Yes.
That's been has to happen.
It has to. Can I wear a helmet though?
Yeah.
All right. You're not gonna make fun of me?
Well, of course I am.
I need like wrist guards.
Casey, I've been when we do the river rink ice skating. Casey always wears a helmet to that, and I just find it funny because it's nothing but kids and one adult skating around with a helmet on.
I want a roller skate.
An inspiring story from Touchstone.
Oh no,
he wasn't like the other children.
Oh dude,
he was a full-grown man with his own children. The story of Helmet.
with his own children.
We're gonna call you Helmet. I'm got a helmet on because I like to roller skate. daddy-daughter night. Wait a second, you have children? Dear God.
Dear God.
I just, you
feel safer.
I feel safer. I don't.
I ride a helmet when I ride a bike. I wear a helmet.
You ride a helmet. I ride a helmet when I wear a bike.
It doesn't go very fast,
That's weird.
but it's totally safe.
Look at this idiot. The other way around. Put the helmet on and ride the bike.
What you riding there?
It's an inspiring story, huh?
Inspiring story of a child who sought to be different. I'm going to ride my helmet and wear a bike. You're going to look like a jerk. Yeah, you're going to look like an idiot.
I don't care.
Hello, this is the Olympic Committee. We're interested in this new sport you've come up with.
Yes, it's time to find out who the biggest dick in the Delaware Valley is. We actually, you know what? I hats off to Casey Boy because it was his idea and to search for the biggest dick in the Delaware Valley. And it's just you're given this name at birth, Richard, and either your parents. Either they thought it would be funny or they don't realize. Thank you very much, Nick. So Kathy called me last night. She didn't mean to call me. She was meaning to text me. and when and then so she quickly, the phone hung back up. So I called her, returned the call to her, and she answers the phone, and she sounded like this. She goes, "Hello."
Oh, God.
Oh, no.
And because she had texted and said that she had lost her voice.
Yeah.
But it wasn't like this type of thing where some people lose their voice and they're like this. It was like that. I'd sent you guys a picture of Roz from Monsters, Inc.
Right.
Because that's
That
what
voice.
she sounded like. It was so weird. I wish I would have.
Nice to see you.
I wish I would have recorded her speaking because I'm just like, so you're not coming in tomorrow. So she's feeling that. Poor Kath, man.
She gets her ass kicked. And it all has this sort of, we were talking about something yesterday that pertains to this elusive medical thing that, and by the way, millions of people have stuff going on like that they can't quite nail down. It's got to be the worst.
Yeah. And then we get a text from our boy here, Casey, who had an injury of sorts. And what are you doing? MMA fighting?
Yeah. And man, I almost had it. I almost had the match won.
Yeah?
No.
Who are you fighting?
God, myself. Listen, I wish I had a great story here for you. I don't.
Can I preface this?
Yes.
You're in the best shape of your life right now.
I am. But unfortunately, listen, man, maybe this wouldn't have happened 4 years ago and 100 pounds ago. Maybe I would have had a little bit more cushion where I wouldn't crack my rib in half just by leaning over something,
So you explain what happened.
All right.
Because it's the kind of thing that is one of those things where you're conducting your life and you figure, well, I'm just going to be a normal human doing normal human things, and then your actual body steps in and reminds you.
And this kind of falls into that, like, of course this happened.
Of course that's going to be it.
Of course this happened because
of course I break with you, Nick. It was breaking your leg with the Madonna song, right?
Yeah, right. Yeah.
No,
yeah.
I would say for him it would be cracking his ankle. At the beginning of a hike in Colorado.
Seconds out of the car.
Like you went on this trip, this elaborate thing, and you're going to go hike the 14ers, and you broke your ankle just walking to the trail.
I know.
Okay?
I just when you texted us last night and then you shared some of the story this morning, I felt bad, man, because you weren't fighting anyone.
No. So listen, there was this little boy had a dream of owning a swim spa.
The swim spa.
We've talked about it forever. You've done everything right. You've lived a penitent life.
Yes,
you've done everything to get this swim spa. And you finally got it.
Very, very patient, right? So the thing got delivered on Monday. I wasn't even able to put water in it until yesterday because I had to wait for my electrician friend, positive Phil, by the way. So he came and hooked it up yesterday. I'm like, now I can put water in it, right? So, I raced to get home yesterday. I throw the hose in there, and then I text my friend Mark from Endless, and I'm like, hey, because this is how excited I am. I'm like, when can I turn it on, right? Like, how high does water have to be in order for me to turn it on, right? And we had the Glappy Hour last night, And he's like, oh, so he calls me and he's like, listen, this is what you should do instead of filling the water, because I just had it like dumped into the swimming well. He's like, no, this is what you want to do. You take the filter out and you put the hose into the filter and you fill the water that way. That way it gets all the water.
Force that water into the plumbing.
Yeah. And gets all the air out of the plumbing and all that. And
Which
I'm like,
is what you want.
I said, that's great. But I'm like,
Excellent.
I can't do this right now because I have to go to Glappy Hour. I said, I'll have to do it when I get home, right? So I couldn't wait to get
Glappy
home.
Hour.
I could not wait to get home to do this, but the sun's gone at this point, all right? So, dude, I didn't even tell you about this part.
What?
I have this little lantern, right? And I'm like, I needed the lantern to see what I was doing. And
You look like the caretaker?
yeah, so I had to get on a stepladder because this thing is enormous, right? Like you can't. It's not like you can just sit. There was water in it, so I couldn't do it from inside the spa. So there was a little bit of water, so I couldn't do it from inside. So I had to do it from outside. And as I'm trying to take the filter, I haven't even gotten the hose in at this point. As I'm trying to take the filter out because I'm reaching over the well,
Right.
I lean and I felt my rib crack. Okay, like you hear people like when they like rupture an Achilles or tear an ACL, they hear a pop, right? So I didn't hear a pop, but I felt a pop, and I'm like, oh man,
You felt like
I felt a crack,
Okay.
right?
All right.
But I felt a crack, but there wasn't pain immediately or
Right.
anything along those lines. Now, I had something similar happen to me years ago when I was just reaching over the arm of the couch one time. And
how dare you?
How dare I reach for something over? But so I felt that crack, and I'm like, oh, that's not good, right? And then I kind of like lean into it. I'm like, nope, that's definitely not good, right? And I'm like, this. There's no pain right now, but it's coming.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like it was like when I fell at the Camp Out for Hunger, I fell on that stupid inflatable. I felt fine that day, but I'm like, tomorrow. And I was laid up for 2 months after that.
So how high up in your rib cage?
Okay,
Whereabouts?
so, oh my God.
She's trying to
Standing up hurts.
Yeah.
So any sort of movements.
Okay.
Not great, right? So this is where I leaned on it. Like, so you,
about-
Press, you're better explaining this, right? So it's kind of towards the bottom.
Mid-torso up on his left side. Yeah.
Towards the bottom of my rib cage.
Yeah.
So that's where I kind of leaned on it. So luckily, it hurts in the front and the back and the middle.
Yay!
All right. So that's the best part.
When you felt the pop, that sensation, did it like kind of resonate throughout your body? Like, is it a feeling that you felt where that feeling is going to live with you forever? You'll know that feeling.
Yeah, that's a good question because sometimes there are those things where you're like, okay, I know what I'm going to be dealing with for a couple of days.
Even if it's not pain, like there's this sensation that happens within your body, and you're like, oh, that's different, and I'm going to remember it.
Oh, that shouldn't have been that way.
Yeah, because it was very reminiscent of what happened to me like 4 years ago. I was like, okay, this is gonna bother me for weeks now, right? Like, absolute, like, and so I go in and my son's sitting there, and I'm like, dude, I just did this thing. And he's like, are you okay? I'm like, I'm okay now. Let's talk tomorrow. And it was just, and my wife's not here, so I was texting her. I'm like, this is going to be one of those things that's just going to sit there for weeks. And
did you start to feel pain coming in, or did you have to go to sleep before you?
When I woke up this morning, I was like, yep, this is exact. I knew it. Like, I knew last night how I was going to feel today. And every single bump in the road on the drive here, I was like, oh my God, you know? And so, how'd
you sleep?
I slept. Well, you know what? I actually fell asleep sitting up in the recliner. So I guess maybe that
might have helped
with being able to sleep.
I forgot who the comedian was, but he was here. He was talking about turning 50, and he said sometimes something will happen. You'll pull a muscle, and you go, "Oh, that's going to hurt for a year."
Yeah,
a year.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but if you can't really do much with rib injuries, like you can wrap yourself, and they don't
put one rib in a cast,
right?
You know,
and you know, by the way,
one rib.
You were asking me this morning off air, about calling Dr. Mike. I'm like, this is not a Dr. Mike thing. I was talking to my buddy on the phone last night, and I was telling him about everything. And like, I know it's not serious because I can breathe fine, and and my range of motion is okay. It's just those little like bumps and stuff like that, and then making me laugh. Don't do that anymore.
People are texting in, obviously, and some are like, okay, great, you got the swim spot. You're not going to be able to use it for a month. Other people are like, how's that 200-mile swim going to go for?
I am actually more concerned about the jets. I'm like, oh man, I wanted to sit in the like, because at the back of it, they're like little hot tub season jets. I'm like, any sort of like pounding on it is not going to feel good.
But driving every bump, when you
Every
laugh,
single
when you get up,
bump.
and so that's it. I luckily have never had a rib issue. My wife had a similar thing happen. Going to feed one of the cats on a step, caught the edge of the step on a rib cage, and I recommended it to you earlier. The one thing that really did provide some relief are those medicated patches.
I think I might get one. Actually, my mom has those because of her back.
So there's a couple ways we can go here if we want contributions on the phone lines. We can either talk about hurting yourself doing something that shouldn't have hurt you.
Yes.
Or
how?
I also kind of like the thing that you have so been looking forward to,
right?
And right at the moment you're about to enjoy it, it's just destroyed. You hurt yourself, or something happens, and it's just not gonna. And I mean, for years you've been talking about this.
Listen, I'm going to
And
enjoy
it
the
hurt
hell
you.
out of this thing. I don't care.
Eventually
I don't
you
care.
will, but I mean, right now it's there. You can taste it.
It's
It
right
is,
there. It's ready to go, but you're not.
I still haven't even turned it on, dude. I was so excited. Like
You were still glowing in the glappy hour.
I put the pool. I mean, I put the hose in. I like drove immediately to Leslie's. I'm like, I'm gonna go get. I'm getting all the chemicals and everything. And then, like, I put the chlorine in prematurely because I was like, I can't wait. I can't wait to do all of this stuff.
Yeah.
I can't get this excited because even that hurts.
I know.
Yeah, you're bouncing up and down in your seat.
We were talking about the worm earlier, the rackamworm. In case you're sitting here holding his side going, don't do that, don't rag him, poor guy.
All right, so I'm leaning like this, and I can feel it here in the front, and then the pain radiates all the way around. I'm not going to Dr. Mike.
I wonder if it's the connective tissue between the ribs that
Could
maybe,
that be it?
That's well. Listen, I told you I felt a pop. I don't. The pop. I don't.
Do you want me to get my penknife,
please?
Okay.
And then give me a tracheotomy, please. No. I felt a pop, but I don't think it was the bone. I think maybe it was a cartilage in between the bone. Maybe coming off of it, some sort of a bruising or something like that. I don't know,
dude.
But I know it's not broken. Because I can breathe fine, you know. It does. Oh, yes, it does. I was going to say it doesn't hurt to touch, and then I just touched it, and it hurts.
Yes, it does.
You're finding out things as we speak.
All right, we got a variety of calls coming up. Let's go to them. I have I have Jenna on the line. Hi, Jenna. Good morning to you.
Gadzooks, guys, how are you doing?
We're good. Gadzooks to you, Jenna. All right, what did you want to tell us here?
So I was at work, and I went to the mailbox, which is like maybe 500 yards from my office door. And as I'm walking away, it's up on like a little curvature thing.
Yeah.
And I stepped down, and my right ankle went down, went sideways, popped, and then when I stepped down on my left, the same thing happened.
Both your ankles?
No.
Both of my ankles at the same time.
Did you just collapse to the pavement?
Yep, and I was wearing a dress, so I was like flashing the entire work complex that I'm in.
Oh my
laying there,
God.
and I'm like, my phone's like 5 feet away because I fell, and it just
Jenna,
fell away.
how bad were the injuries? What did you sustain there?
So I currently have 2 torn ligaments in both of my ankles.
Oh.
Both of the ligaments on the top.
Oh, God.
What kind of healing time does that involve?
So it's a grade 2. So I got injured on August 2nd, and I'm still dealing with it. I just saw my doctor the other day. I'm going to be in braces for the next 6 months.
Yeah. Wow. Grade 2 sucks. I've had some grade 1 injuries that hurt bad for a while, and grade 2 is another level.
If I can just jump in quickly, what kind of on a scale from 1 to 10, what was the pain level?
Oh, I was screaming.
Okay.
I thought I broke them completely. Because that pop that Casey was talking about, it goes through your entire body almost. Just like that instant shock of pain.
Oh, and you had both of them. Both of them.
Yeah, I couldn't walk. And the funny thing is, I called my boss. I'm like, I just fell, and I can't walk. And he's like, well, call an ambulance. And I was like, oh, okay.
Thanks, boss.
Yeah, thanks, boss.
Thanks, boss.
Jenna, did you learn your lesson? Will you ever step off a curb ever again?
I'm very cautious now. It kind of sucked though because it happened right before the end of summer, all the festivities.
Yeah.
I was planning on going to the MMRBQ, which was on my birthday, and I couldn't go because I can't stand for more than 3 hours at a time, and walking is difficult.
Oh my God! When it happened, Jenna, did you pass out or throw up or anything like that?
I was very, very nauseous. I didn't get to the point where I actually threw up, but I had such a headache from it just because of just crying.
Yeah. Oh man,
That is a wild reaction. Maybe it's tied to fight or flight, but that pain causing a vomiting reaction, right? Like that happens quite often.
Thank you, Jenna.
Wow,
Good
man.
luck with your
Yeah.
recovery. We
That
appreciate
sucks.
it.
Well, like you said, you learn your lesson. Never use the postal service.
Yeah, just don't do it anymore.
Yeah.
I'm going to go to Dan. He had an injury yesterday. Hi, Dan. Good morning.
Hey, good morning.
Hey, what's up, man?
Rack 'em.
Rack 'em.
So I was just putting a piece of wood in a truck, splitting firewood. Leaned over and I just heard pop. How about that, Casey?
It's the same thing.
Yesterday?
I just heard pop, and and I can't breathe now.
Oh, so you can't? You're going to go to the doctor?
No. For what? What are they going to do to me?
Well, just to diagnose it and you'll know exactly what you're dealing with.
I know exactly what happened.
You think it's broken?
Yeah. It's my lower one though, so it'll be fine. Right?
It'll be fine.
Those are floating ribs?
Yes.
Or-
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
All right, Dan.
I'll just keep that on me.
Try to refrain from breathing.
Are you gonna be able to work? Are you gonna be able to work with this?
Well, I get paid to stay home.
Good for you.
There you go.
Nice.
And
I want that job.
Lucky you.
Yeah,
All right.
Just like Casey.
Thanks, Dan.
Casey's not even here right now.
Let me go to Sean. Hi, Sean. Good morning, bud.
Why don't we forget the movie?
Yeah.
For a moment.
A moment, please. All right. What'd you do, Sean?
Hurt myself sneezing.
Yeah.
Sneezing. Yeah, it can be a violent reaction. A sneeze can be pretty heavy duty. What did you cause? What did you damage?
I was sitting in my car yesterday, by the way.
Yesterday?
Yesterday. Timing's fortuitous. And I started getting the sneezing fit. I'm a violent sneezer. And I sneezed once, and I'm like, okay. And then I kept going. And with each sneeze, I could literally feel a stabbing pain in my side.
Okay.
Like prime kidney area. Like I feel like I sprained my kidney.
You sprained your kidney?
Is there lingering pain right now?
It hurts to turn the steering wheel while I'm driving.
Jeez.
Yeah.
And then I followed up my sneezing fit with a coughing fit. So I'm pretty sure that people were like with the windows down. By the way,
wow.
People were probably looking at me like I was like an outbreak patient or something.
So let me ask: that's I would classically refer to that as a stitch. When you have, that pain that is sort of because what are the
stitch
odds
in your side?
Yeah, that he actually bruised his kidney sneezing.
I don't know. Sean, are you going to go to the doctor?
Probably not.
No,
That sounds about right.
God. All right, thank you, Sean. We appreciate it. I'm sorry to interrupt,
Yeah,
Casey,
you're good.
but I go to the doctor for everything.
Yeah.
I don't. There was a time when I would skip going to the doctor, but now, we have Dr. Mike, which is brilliant.
a blessing.
I just have been too much. I've had too many appointments over the last few months.
When you're like
done.
Norman Cheers.
Yeah. Hey, yeah. What are you up to?
He's going to yell at you, though.
What?
He's going to yell at you.
No, there's nothing he can't cast
still
it
gonna
up
get
like
yelled at.
maybe. But listen, when I come to work, there's one intersection. I turn right onto Haverford Avenue from Eagle Road, and I don't know why this is, but like if you go over because there's a red light, if you go, I don't know, less than 5 miles per hour. It bounces the car bounces so much. There's just these grooves in the road. And I knew this, as I was approaching, I'm like, I cannot, and so I tried to
speed it up.
I tried to, and it just didn't.
No,
I'm like, God, you idiot! I'm like, I'm like driving up on like one leg,
I don't want to jinx anything, but have you sneezed yet?
No.
Okay.
Oh no.
Sorry.
Get the pepper.
Just like the last guy, I've been kind of. It's allergy season.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh man.
Well, listen,
You know what?
these things do take a while.
He's going to take a Zyrtec right now.
Yeah.
I just want to blow my nose to see
Okay.
what that's like.
Hang on. Right.
Oh God, no.
Really, just blowing your nose?
Yeah. Oh man, Nick.
Sorry.
What
It's my
about-
fault.
It's all your fault.
Have you pooped since this injury. Okay,
I did.
so
What
that's
about
okay.
farting?
That's okay.
Well, getting up and down from the toilet wasn't fun.
Yeah.
That's the thing. Getting up and sitting down. Oh, man. Whatever.
Have you had sex?
No.
Okay. He's thinking about
He's thinking about
Well,
that.
I'm thinking about, my
with
wife's not
someone
around.
else.
Yeah. All right, let's go to Denise next. Hi, Denise. Good morning.
Good morning. My
Hi.
husband told me that I had to call.
Do tell. All right, so Casey hurt himself leaning over a swim spa yesterday. Maybe broke a rib. We don't know. What about you?
So I was in the garage and I needed to throw something away. We have those garbage totes that you push to the curb and
Yeah.
garbage can takes them. Okay. So I had things in my hand and I thought I was going to be quick. So I flipped the lid up and tried to throw something in there real quick and pull my arm out.
Yes.
And it came down on my wrist, which, okay, it hurt, not a big deal. Within an hour, it was purple and swollen, and I broke my wrist.
Oh, wow.
So
Just
the
from the
lid coming
lid.
down on your, because I think we all do that. You lift the lid and try to throw something in
Toss it
quickly,
in.
right? Yeah. That broke your wrist?
Yes.
Wow.
And then to make it worse, I was in a brace for a while, got out of it. I took my daughter to the nail salon. I was sitting in the pedicure chair, not getting a pedicure, just waiting for her, and went to get up when she was done and fell and re-injured the same wrist falling out of a pedicure chair.
So you're pushing yourself up out of the chair and you re-injured the wrist.
Yes.
See, that's the problem with these friggin' things. It's like now it is a pernicious issue that, as Preston said, as a comedian said, you're going to be dealing with that for a long time.
Mm-hmm.
Right. And my orthopedist actually wrote down the reasons that I was hurt because he was hysterical. He's like, I can't
Garbage
funny.
can and nail spa.
All right, Denise. Thank you very much for your call. We appreciate it.
Yep.
There's some. Have you ever, for a moment, been compelled to amp a story from an injury that you got because you were so embarrassed about telling people the way you got it?
because I think the truth is better,
Yeah, yeah.
right? Like, when you hurt yourself in a really, really dumb
Yeah.
way. Like, for instance, we have a friend named Bill who was a narcotics officer in Philadelphia, and they had to use a battering ram to enter this home. There were violent criminals inside the house, and the cool story would have been that he dislocated his shoulder, by chasing down a perp. But no, they used a battering ram, opened the door, and then he stumbled over a piece of wood. And then when he went to capture himself on the door jamb, dislocated his shoulder. That to me is
battering
a better
ram.
story.
Yeah, that doesn't make it happen. Just simply walking.
Yep. My sister is a klutz.
Yeah.
That is the only word to describe.
Right.
Because she hurts herself all the time. And she, literally, day before yesterday, I'm talking to her, and she's like, oh, my God, you won't believe what happened. I was at work, and I walk in, there was a box on the floor, and I fell, and I landed on the ground. I couldn't get up. And I was there for 15 minutes. And I just go, Angie, I can believe that. I actually can believe that.
Yeah, your history indicates that this is something you're. I know people like that. One of my wife's good friends is always getting injured, going upstairs, whatever.
Yeah.
If there's a way to, I think some people, I don't know what it is. I mean,
Equilibrium,
or is it just bad luck,
lack of awareness
or
of what's
whatever?
around you?
Yeah,
what? Oh no.
No, I told you about the lantern that I had up there. So I could see
yeah,
it.
you didn't finish
I knocked
that.
it into the stupid spa. I knocked it in. It was just floating in the water. Totally illuminated. I'm like, God, done. Then I had to climb in, get my socks all wet.
With a messed up rib.
the rib, right?
Yeah.
And
holding
it was,
your. And going for the lantern that's now floating in the water.
But not only that, but I did that, and then I knocked the little filter. I knocked everything in to the spa, trying not to knock everything into the spa. That was like the most ridiculous part. So then I actually had to climb in, and I'm like, I should have just done this from the get-go.
The fact that all of this is surrounding the swim spa to me is like the funniest and the most tragic part of all of it. Like, and because I know how much you've been wanting it.
Maybe God doesn't want me to have it. Like,
well, but those questions then come up. So, and anyone who is a naysayer about the swim spa will be the first to say,
you're gonna break your ribs.
So I got two doctors on the line.
Well, we got to go to my doctor.
Well, hold
right?
on. No. Hold on. One is Dr. Mike. And Dr. Mike, I am going to go to you. And I hope this doesn't offend you by breaching protocol. But I do want to go to Tim because he's a doctor as well.
Okay.
And we'll come back to Dr. Mike too. But I have Tim on the line. Hey, Tim, are you there?
Yeah, what's up, guys?
Hey, man, what kind of doctor are you, sir?
I'm a family medicine doctor.
Family medicine doctor. Okay, what did you want to share with Casey about hearing about his situation?
So, like Casey and most of the other callers, it's most likely a soft tissue injury and not an actual rib fracture.
Right.
Your rib cage has so much connective tissue around it. It's why, like, when you stick your finger in between the bones, your finger doesn't go through and touch any of your internal organs.
Okay.
So the pop that I felt, what do you think that was?
Most likely some kind of connective tissue tear or injury.
All right. So
and then if it was bone, you would have been in exquisite pain right when it happened.
Right.
But the reason that it's so tender in that area is because you're constantly breathing, so you're constantly expanding and contracting that connective tissue.
Right.
And then that connective tissue is all really tightly bound together. So if there's inflammation in that area, it's super painful.
Tim, would you recommend not breathing for about 5 or 6 days?
Like even people with rib fractures, what we're really concerned about is something called atelectasis, which is if you don't use your lungs, you lose your lungs, meaning they start to close off.
Uh-huh.
And so people can like collapse lungs or their lungs just become closed off and more likely to develop pneumonias if they have rib fractures and the pain isn't controlled and they're not breathing well.
So a byproduct of an injury like this is you could end up with a collapsed lung because you're not using your lungs to their full capacity.
So collapse lung more if there's more trauma or
Okay.
like a rib fracture, but pneumonia is definitely a potential for like a rib fracture developing a pneumonia or something like that.
What do you do to a lantern that you've dropped in the water?
You return it.
I don't know. You need an electrician for that.
All right, Tim, thank you. I wanted to talk to another doctor as well, but our main guy, the one and only. Fox 29 and Penn Medicine. We have Dr. Mike joining us. Hey, Dr. Mike.
I'm never offended. In fact, if you have a doctor and they're afraid of a second opinion, run.
Yes, that's sage advice.
Dr. Tim was spot on, Tim. I love you, Dr. Tim. Family practice in the trenches, just like me. All right, so look, the only thing that, as he mentioned, atelectasis, you can get pneumonia, so you're what we call splinting, and that's where if you don't take a deep breath because of the pain, then you can get into trouble and you can get a pneumonia. Wow. Now, are you short of breath, Casey?
No. I just tried. You said take a deep breath, and I did. Now, I felt a little bit of pain towards the end of the breath.
Just, okay. Pain or uncomfortability?
Uncomfortable. Yeah, well, I mean both, I guess.
Right. And the thing didn't fall on you. You just leaned over.
Yeah, twice.
Twice.
Yeah.
All right. Well, my
because the
advice
first time I was like, oh, that was. Let me see if I can do that again.
Yeah, my advice would be don't do that.
Don't do that.
I'm not going to do that
classic
anymore.
old Borscht Belt joke. Don't do that.
In all seriousness, Dr. Tim mentioned there's what we call intercostal muscles, and the chest is full of nerves, as he said. And so that's why when you injure it, you have tremendous amounts of pain. It can be very, very painful.
Yes.
But you just want to make sure that you use the lungs. If you need some medication, you might want to take a little. I'm a big fan of combining Aleve with Tylenol. There's some data that shows that can almost give you narcotic level relief. And you want to make sure that you work on that pain. Some people use lidocaine patches.
Yes.
Things like that. But if you develop shortness of breath, then that's a different story, and then you need to come see me.
So, Dr. Mike, when Claire had a little rib injury, the lidocaine patch provided a lot of relief. But you're saying Aleve with Tylenol can also be a good.
Combine the two. When you combine naproxen with Tylenol, as long as, if you're out there listening, you have to make sure you're able to do it. If you're on blood thinners, then that's not the right answer.
Right.
But if you do that and you put a lidocaine patch over the rib area, that works like magic, and that's what they do at the ER here at Penn.
So see?
That's what I would do. But I think that you just keep an eye on it, take deep breaths, and try to control the pain.
So what do you do?
Need to do.
What do you do with a broken rib?
Well, it depends. If it is displaced and there are jagged edges, you worry about a condition known as pneumothorax, and that's where you collapse the lung.
Right.
And that's a medical emergency, all right? So that's why I asked if you were short of breath.
Yeah, no,
But,
and I knew that there was no like trauma. I knew like right away. I'm like, okay, this is just going to be the thing that hurts for the next month at least.
Well, I think that it might heal up a little sooner than that. I mean, you're in pretty good shape, all right, for the shape you're in.
There you go.
The thing is that if it's just either a little mild fracture, we're not going to do anything about it. The key is, as Dr. Tim very astutely mentioned, you want to make sure that you keep those lungs going and you take deep breaths so you don't get a pneumonia or what he mentioned, atelectasis, where you have a non-expansion of the lung.
Sage advice.
Do you guys remember that Eric Lindros story where he broke his rib in a game and they were traveling and he was in, I think it was in Nashville or whatever, and he went and he, like, to soothe himself, he got in a tub. And Keith Jones found him, and it turns out that he had a collapsed lung. I mean, he could have died. And
if he got on the plane.
Yeah, and so Keith Jones, made sure that he got to the hospital and it all worked out or whatever. But
he said, what you need is a swim spa.
Right. He's like, if you're going to go anywhere. No. But, I mean, basically, Keith Jones saved his life. And it was just he didn't do the right thing at the right time because he was like, oh, I'll be fine. I'm going to sit in the tub and I'll heal myself this way.
Yeah.
Well, that's why they're very astutely put, Nick. And the bottom line is that many times with hockey, I've had hockey players as patients who have had collapsed lungs. They have a pneumothorax, and that can be life-threatening. So you want to get it checked out.
All right.
We love you, Dr.
Love you, Dr. Mike. Thank
Love you.
All right. We'll see you later, buddy. All right. There he goes. We have a number of callers, but Case is telling me we got to wrap up.
Oh, man, if you want to go to a couple of quick ones
Katie's been on hold for like 20 minutes, so I want to go to her. She's been out there the longest. Let me go. Hi, Katie. Good morning.
Gadzooks, everyone.
Gadzooks. Katie, what's up?
So my husband used to be in a band, so this was probably like 6 or 7 years ago, lead guitar.
Mm-hmm.
And luckily this was towards the end of the show, but, he's feeling his guitar solo. He's rocking out. He jumps from like an upper riser to a lower riser, which was maybe the equivalent of like a foot, lands with his knees together and somehow steps sideways, I don't know, tore his ACL.
Oh, my God.
During a guitar solo.
Did he finish the
Yeah! Yeah! They're just thinking it's a rock scream.
Did it hit him immediately, Katie?
Yeah, and he had torn the other one when he was in high school, so he knew immediately what the pain was because he's had it before. But he was a champ, and he laid on the ground, and he finished his guitar solo.
All right.
Wow.
That's
Rock and roll!
Yep. All right. Thank you, Katie.
See, like I've seen it in the NFL where a guy's celebrating and he's torn his ACL just like doing a celebration dance.
Yeah.
Oh, that's funny.
Well, thank you to everybody who's been on hold. And Kyle, I would like to have gone to his call, but we got to take a break. He herniated a disc sleeping.
Yeah, how dare he?
He's going to get an MRI right now.
You got to watch that sleeping.
Be careful.
Yeah.
There's a certain way that you need to do it. All right, Case, hang in there. He's playing hurt today. Kathy's out today. She's sick.
What the hell's happening to us?
Yeah, we got a few things going on. We're going to take a break. We'll get back, and we'll serve up the bizarre file for you. So stay put.
Preston and Steve.
I want to find out the reasons because I do agree. And listen, technically it's a fine name. However, I know parents go through the arduous process of, okay, what are kids going to do with this?
Right.
What are they going to do with this? And Richard obviously will become Dick.
So, you ready, Dr. Mike?
Yes, sir.
Okay, let's bring in the dicks. We're going to start with we're going to go with the longest first. Dear God.
Yes. Now we're talking.
He is huge. All right, so we've kept these guys separated. Do you still get Snickers at your name?
My freshman year in college, we were getting drunk, coming down the steps, and some guy was coming up with his girlfriend. So he yells with his girlfriend. He goes, "Yo, big dick." I never heard it before. I grabbed him, threw him up against the railing. I said, "Yo, I thought I told you not to tell nobody."
That's good.
Yeah. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So Dick is here for the length, the height version. So we're going to measure your height. How tall does that thing go, Dr. Mike? Is it over 7 feet? All right, let's bring in the next dick. We have a very big dick coming in here.
Yes.
This is Dick Super. Dick Super.
Yes.
How you doing, man?
Super dick in the house.
Nice. See, I told you guys I had a friend named in high school. His name was Dave Super. His dad's name was Dick.
Oh, you're right. That is actually a great name.
Come on, Super. I mean, it's been the best.
It could be great for you.
Where are you from, by the way?
South Jersey.
So let's measure you, and let's see how you stack up against the other dick. You're going to get some extra because of that hair of yours.
Yeah.
He's a hairy dick,
Well,
man.
the level will come down right on the...
These dicks are so long, I have to get on a stool.
I noticed.
It's unbelievable.
I'll tell you what, this might be the best looking dick we have in the studio all day.
It's a good-looking dick?
Yeah.
Marissa, bring in the next dick, please. This is Dick Steinbeiser.
Dick Steinbeiser.
And it's another biggie, man. Where are you from, sir?
Harleysville.
You haven't seen this guy around town?
I haven't seen that dick anywhere. Not anywhere in Harleysville. And there's a lot of dicks in Harleysville.
There are.
Let's get the official number. We're gonna measure you, but we will not reveal. We're not going to reveal what that is until we get all 5 of you measured. So right now we're going for the length.
This dick has a shaved head, basically. So
bald dick. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, well, listen, thank you very much, Richard. We appreciate you can have a seat over here, and we'll get the final results in a moment. Richard or Dick Steinbeiser.
It's a smart dick.
And after Kathy's getting in on it.
See, the one who hates this stuff is now participating.
Please, this is Dick Scholl.
Wow, another.
Yeah, another big one.
Yes.
So we've been asking some questions amongst you dicks. Does anybody ever call you Dick, or have they throughout your life?
My older brother kept trying to get my oldest nephew to call me Uncle Dick for the first years of my life. That didn't happen, but what did happen, fortunately for him, is that my nephew couldn't pronounce rich, and it came out with a B sound.
He called you bitch?
Yep.
Wow.
That was Uncle
Uncle
Bitch.
Bitch. All right, Dick, let's get you on the measuring device here.
All right.
And we'll get the official number.
All right, this one went a little faster than the last few measurements. Mike got this one down fast.
Yeah, quick dick.
Bring in the final Dick, please.
Another biggie.
Wow. Tell us about your life with the name Richard and being interchangeable with Dick.
It is pretty lackluster. I would probably say I only really got it in high school. You know, kids on like my sports teams would be like, "Oh, we call you Big Dick now." And
Big Dick's actually, if you're on a team,
right?
It's pretty cool.
It's intimidating, and it's got a little,
it's got a little panache to it.
Absolutely.
I like it. All right, well, let's get you up on the measuring device and let's take a look. By the way, I love all our dicks.
They're excellent.
They're all great guys.
You guys a big Foo Fighters fans? Got a Foo Fighters shirt on? I'm enjoying the Dick Dale.
Thank you, Dick Dale, and we played Moby Dick, and Dr. Mike just
nearly
fell
bought it.
off the chair. Are you okay, Dr. Mike?
Noted TV personality Dr. Mike died in a bizarre dick measuring accident.
Tell you, Preston, in 25 years of practice, these are some of the biggest dicks I've ever seen.
Of course. You're a man of science.
It's a miracle of nature.
Yes.
All right, so please, if you could, first give us the number and the name of who our biggest dick in the Delaware Valley is, Nick.
At a whopping 82.5 inches, that's 6 feet, 10.5 inches tall. The biggest dick in the Delaware Valley by length. Our first dick in the studio, Dick Barrett, everybody! Congratulations, Dick!
Come on over here, Dick Barrett.
Get over there. Come on.
6'10" and a half.
Big old dick.
Nick, did you say 6'10" and a half?
I sure did, Preston.
Damn, man.
Almost 7 feet tall.
The moment when you walked in, I'm like, that's a huge dick.
But yet, when the other guys are coming in, I'm like, I'm wondering. You know, I'll be curious to hear the other numbers. But yeah, you are a big dick.
Yep.
Thank you.
All right, so we got length out of the way. Time to get to girth. Let's bring in the biggies. We're going to do our first contestant for the biggest dick in the Delaware Valley. Please welcome Dick Zaleski.
Dick Zaleski. Dick, how are you?
You know, your history with the name, and a lot of guys got it in high school.
I had like one guy that thought he was funny in high school that would be like, Rick the Dick. And, but I actually got it from my friends later on that I'm kind of a jerk sometimes.
Okay, so you're sort of a
they'd
cut
be
up
like Rick the Dick, and So,
Dick Zaleski, let's get you on the scale here. We're not going to reveal the number at all until we have weighed everyone, and then we will find out who the biggest dick in the Delaware Valley is by girth. By the way, yes, everyone will be even if your name is Rick, you're going by Dick today.
That's fine.
All right, thanks, man. Have a seat. We'll find out how you do. Thanks for being here this morning. Bring in our next Dick. This is Dick L. Coogan.
Yes.
Who we welcome. Coming over here to Nick. Has Dick been a joke from time to time for you, or do people actually call you that?
No, I basically come from a long line of Dicks.
Oh, you do?
Yes, yeah.
Okay.
Are you Dick? Are you Little Dick or Dick Jr.?
I'm Dick the Third, actually.
Dick the Third.
Yeah, so my grandfather, my father, my son.
All right, well, let's have you jump on the scale here. Dr. Mike is going to do the official measuring.
While we have a second, I'd like to apologize to the two Dick Siemens who wanted to come in because they really wanted to be a part of this contest. Yeah. But we had enough dicks, and these guys just didn't qualify to be the biggest dicks in the Delaware Valley. But thank you guys for submitting.
We had to cut.
It was father and son named Dick Seaman.
Thank you for coming in this morning. We'll find out if you end up being our winner. As he grabs a seat, that's Dick L. Coogan, by the way. The next Dick, let's welcome Dick Mayberry to the studio. Mr. Mayberry is coming over here. Is there any history of Dicks in your family?
Yeah, I'm the third.
Okay.
My grandfather went by Dick.
Do you get any?
Dicks on the dance floor.
As far as Mayberry, your last name, you get any Andy Griffith throwbacks from that?
No, Dick Maybe Harry. I had.
Dick Maybe Harry.
I like it. Get on the scale, man. Let's see what you come in at. Dick Mayberry. All right.
I want 6 dicks, man.
I was saying sticks.
Sure you were.
Sticks. Let's bring in the next Dick. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Dick Schmidt. And we welcome in. Any other Dicks in your family?
My father. My father was another big. He was another big Dick.
Another big Dick.
Yeah, about the same size as me.
All right, so we are doing the official measuring. Dr. Mike's going to get his number. He's waiting for the scale to settle. And when he settles on a number, he's got it. You can step back off of there, Dick. And let me see. Who else we have?
Take a look at my face, Dick.
Well, let's bring in Dick Belcastro, our last Dick that we have. Come right over here to Nick, if you would, please. Anybody in your family call you Dick?
Not generally, no. My granddad went by Dick.
Okay.
Dad was Richard. I'm Richard. My brother's Peter.
Peter. There's clearly something going on.
Let's get you on the scale. Let's weigh you. Turn around. Dr. Micah's going to get a number.
Here we are. Step up.
All right. So how we doing,
Nick?
We've crunched the numbers over here in the entertainment division, and
you can announce our winner. Nick, give us the number and then our winner, if you would, please, for the biggest girth amongst our dicks.
Biggest dick in the Delaware Valley girth division goes to Dick number 2, Richard Zaleski.
Oh, you're kidding me!
The biggest dick. 397.6 pounds.
397.
Nearly 400 pounds a dick.
So, actually, he was Dick number 1 I have here on our list, which means both of our first Dicks are our winners. Richard Zaleski, right?
Yes, I'm sorry. He was number 2 on my list, number 1 in the contest.
And
You're right,
number
Preston.
1 in your hearts,
Absolutely.
ladies and gentlemen. Dick Zaleski!
Yeah!
Police said 2 drivers on 95 were involved in a road rage incident that ended in gunfire Monday evening. It happened just before 5 o'clock while the 2 cars were exiting the highway on Route 413 in Bristol Township. The victim's car had 2 bullet holes from a .45 caliber semi-automatic handgun. Police said a man pulled up to the victim's car, told him to lower the window, and when he did, the man pointed a gun into the car.
Let's go.
I bet the shooter was from Delco, though. I mean, we'll see when they get up. We'll find out. One shot pierced the right rear quarter panel of the 2011 silver Hyundai Accent. A second bullet was lodged in the top of the passenger side door, where police said the metal and rubber trim stopped the round from hitting the person in the passenger seat.
So it wasn't shooting at the car, shooting at the person in the car.
Police said the driver was aggressive in the moments prior to the shooting. He kept flashing his high beams, and he followed the victim off of the highway, pacing the car, and then stopped at the traffic light with the victim.
Roll down your window. I want to shoot you.
Yeah. Hey, I have a completely unrelated question, Steve, because just now when you said roll down your window, I want to shoot you, you gestured like this.
Right, yeah.
You took his index finger and did a circling motion.
Still do,
you young people know what that means?
Probably not.
Let me go to Marissa. Hi.
Right, it's so funny.
Does that mean roll your window down to them?
I don't know, but last year, do you guys remember when we talked to Kate Beckinsale? This is like a total stretch. We talked to Kate Beckinsale, and it was the day that Joel Embiid had tweeted at her like the day before.
Yeah.
Or Instagrammed at her. I pull up on like 19th and Arch, and Joel Embiid is next to me that afternoon. And I look at him and I like go wide-eyed and I go, oh my God, roll down your window. And I'm doing the rolling motion. And he looks at me and he had no idea what I was talking about. He's
Well,
like,
actually, that looks a little bit like manual stimulation.
Marissa, but you had your fist like this doing that.
I'm going to take care of you sexually.
Yes.
Usually people go like this.
Right, roll
with
down
with
your
index finger.
No.
It's like this.
It's like,
No, not like this.
Wait, I'm sorry. It's like,
That means roll your window.
Roll down your window.
Nothing to do with your mouth.
Wait, Preston. Preston. Roll down your window.
oh,
Turn around and show
you'd
you.
have to be watching our studio cams right now to get it. Yeah.
Roll down your window.
You guys are so inappropriate right now.
Casey's grabbing his ankles. He has his legs up in the air.
Roll down your window.
You need a whole fist to roll
Or
down
this.
the window, guys.
Roll down your
Hey, guys. Hang on a second. Let me get
I didn't understand. I wanted you to roll down your window.
Oh, there's a Daily Rush video right there.
Where's the dildo? You can smack that on your face. Roll down the window.
Sorry, Marissa.
So he didn't get that?
I think I eventually put down the window a little bit, and I told him, and he kind of gave me that smile and sped away.
Cars, this, if you go like this, a button pushing thing.
Yeah, no one's going to know what that is. Roll down your window.
Yeah. Interesting. Okay, sorry about that.
Okay, all right, moving along.
Arm vaginas.
What does that mean?
Okay.
God, they finally did this.
There has been a slow but steady rise of removal surgery for arm vaginas.
So are they making arm vaginas for replacement vaginas?
No.
How exactly does this work?
Thank you, sir. Before we get on to the beef, I'll reminder Casey's out and about tonight, Thursday night kickoff with Bud Light, and he will be at Jersey Sports Bar in Glenside 7 to 9. And Casey's such a personable person.
Yes, you're going to have a great time.
I think you should come up from behind and give him a big bear hug.
Big bear
When
hug,
he's
man.
not
I'm going to
looking.
love that.
Pick him up.
Don't do that.
But make sure you get me right around the bottom of my rib cage. That would be the perfect area to pick.
He's in a lot of pain. Don't do that. But he will be giving away prizes tonight, and you might win Eagles tickets courtesy of Bud Light for the December 8th game against Carolina. And plus there's T-shirts and koozies and all this stuff, and $4 Bud Light bottles tonight. So that is 7 to 9. Join Casey at Jersey's in Glenside. Let us get to the Bizarre File.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you by Monster Mania Con 61 this weekend at the Greater Philadelphia Expo Center in Oaks. Gina Davis, Alec Baldwin, Eli Roth, Paul Reiser, Steve Morrison.
Yes.
Autographs, collectibles, and more. Tickets are on sale now at monstermania.net. A man in Mississippi was killed. This is terrible. After hot asphalt was poured on top of him.
Oh, my God.
Yeah. Jackson police said that officers responded to a call about an accident earlier this week at AJ Materials. Officers said they arrived and found the unidentified man buried under hot asphalt. The police chief, Joseph Wade, said that it appeared that there was a malfunction with the dump truck.
Yeah, I think so.
Wade said that it appeared the victim tried to fix the problem when the asphalt started to pour. Wade said his department is conducting a death investigation, but it appears to be an accident, and they are reviewing any surveillance videos as well.
What a way to go.
That's terrible. Yeah. A video posted on social media shows a neon green Cybertruck driving vigilante chasing down and ramming a package thief. The truck was being rented by Stephen Phelps, who posted on Facebook how he's about to find out how good Turo's insurance is. Phelps says his tenant saw a porch pirate running to his car with the renter's package. In the Cybertruck, the driver sprung into action, chasing the thief down and sandwiched the bandit's vehicle between him and a tree.
It's okay. I've got this.
Phelps says that the rental was costing him $800 from Friday to Monday for the rental, and it's not clear if insurance will cover the damage incurred in this manner. I'm going to say probably not.
Yeah.
Since he intentionally rammed into the guy.
Unless you take the law into your hands.
Then it's covered. There's a little caveat in the insurance.
Vigilante discount.
Russian spies sent a package of electric sex toys to Western Europe before concealed incendiary devices ignited in British and German DHL depots and what is being described as an alleged test run for a potential U.S.-bound flight attack. The incendiary devices had been shipped via a DHL logistics center to Birmingham, England. And
so these are like napalm dildos?
Leipzig, Germany, resulting in a fire. That's exactly it, Steve. But it has now been revealed that the explosives were reportedly hidden in a shipment containing erotic gadgets and massage pillows as they were used as a cover to smuggle highly dangerous incendiary devices onto cargo routes destined for Western Europe.
I think a dildo would make a hell of a grenade, right?
Sources have suggested the package in Leipzig was also bound for the UK, but it remains unclear why the UK was chosen for the destination of the two devices originally shipped from Lithuania.
This dildo made a boom boom.
4 people in Poland have been arrested in connection to the blaze and charged with participating in a sabotage or terrorist operations on behalf of foreign intelligence agencies. Investigators believe there could have been far more serious consequences had the camouflage devices ignited while in flight.
They said they found a Sybian packed with C4.
Officials strongly suspect that Russia was behind the attacks as part of an effort to cause mayhem in the West in retaliation for Western military support to Ukraine. The mystery of golf carts disappearing from courses around Ontario has been largely solved after York Regional Police charged multiple people involved what appears to be a crime ring involving trafficking stolen goods. In June, more than a dozen golf courses across the province, many concentrated in cottage country north of Toronto, were increasingly frustrated with the lack of answers as golf carts were disappearing on a monthly basis, suspected of being sold on the black market. And now they're hoping that arrests will put an end to the rash of theft.
So, quick question. If you're playing golf on any one of the courses in the area and you have a golf cart, is there really anything that would stop you from driving the golf cart off the course?
Well, some courses actually, there's like a GPS on it, and if you go out of bounds, it'll just stop.
It'll stop. Okay,
Yeah,
that's
Steve,
I was wondering if it was like geo-fenced or something.
Even if you, not only off the property, but there are certain parts on the golf course that they will restrict you from. And
It just shuts off.
You'll pull in and it'll slow to a crawl.
Yeah.
And it'll say you're in a a non-driving zone or whatever it may be, and then you have to back up, and then it blows up. And then your round is ruined.
It's ruined. Yeah, I was wondering because you're on a vehicle that could easily be, but they had to have something.
Some of them, most of them don't have that. And you could just drive right up. But I mean, what are you going to do with it? You're going 5 miles an hour, so. And on Wednesday, police announced charges against 4 people, including trafficking and property obtained by crime, theft, and break and enters. The investigation that began in August started with a call from a golf course that had 12 carts stolen. Yeah. What? And that led them to identify more thefts by the same people across York, Durham, Waterloo, and regions of Simcoe County. What? In
12 golf carts on one single course?
In mid-October, police raided several homes and storage lockers. And in these searches, they found what they describe as large quantities of stolen property, including 18 golf carts.
Lay off me, I'm starving.
Never mind.
Yeah.
Worth almost $200,000. Rare Pokemon.
It's his ribs.
And Magic, the Gathering trading cards worth $100,000 and more than 2 kilograms of cannabis as well.
What do you do with the black market for golf carts? I mean, how do you move those? I mean, literally, who's buying them?
Well, I mean, like down to the shore, people drive golf carts all over the place.
So.
And
some retirement villages,
gated communities, and things like that.
All
so
right.
there's outside of what? Outside of golf, there is a use for golf
I
carts.
would love one. I don't have any purpose for it whatsoever. I just think it would be cool to own a golf cart.
All right, and then finally we'll end with this one. Yeah, this is weird. In Chicago, a bizarre dispute has erupted over an alley that might be putting residents' safety at risk. Those residences, a whole block's worth, say that they are no longer able to access their own garages.
Huh?
So there's a resident, Matthew.
I'm not ready.
Okay. Just keep that. Yeah. All right. So resident Matthew Butcher said every lawyer, every person that's seen this was like, how can this even happen? What? The police were people were very obviously had access to use this alley for, again, decades at this point. 3 months after buying his home, Butcher said a concrete barrier was moved into place overnight.
So they sealed it off.
Blocking the alley to his parking spot.
Mel's furious.
And his neighbors' garages. Butcher...
He's so upset.
Butcher said
he could get in there before.
But Butcher said this guy decided to take these steps to prevent everybody from having access to this alley that they've had for well over 30 years. Unbeknownst to the neighbors, though, decades-old city records show that the alley is actually private and was never designated as a public alley. The man city records document as the owner of the alley declined several requests for an interview, but could be seen repeatedly driving a forklift.
Do you know what you call that? An alley oops.
Oh,
yeah.
The owner said that he has paid property taxes on the alley and maintained it since 2017. He said that he closed the alley because it was being abused by his neighbors. Don't you think you might talk to your neighbors first?
Let them know. Maybe you can work out something. Maybe you make an arrangement for a couple bucks a month or whatever.
But apparently it's been like 30 years.
30 years.
And I assume that the people had just thought that it was
They had no
public.
idea.
And so they're trying to work this whole thing out. But right now he's not letting them back there to get to their garages or their cars. It's an outrage, Mel.
You're a pain in my ass.
It is the king of on-phone meltdowns, right?
Most
There's not even anyone that's close.
I've never heard better.
The one that I'll put in that level would be Hunter S. Thompson calling the stereo store.
Yeah.
That's pretty good, but it's still many places out of Mel's.
Mel goes over the top, screaming at the top of his lungs.
yeah.
So, yeah, that one's, that's my favorite, I think. All right. And also, like, here's an indication of how over the top he goes. I mean, he's
That's
just
a phone
screaming.
conversation, yeah.
All right, we need to take a break. We'll come back in just a moment or two, so stay put.
Preston and Steve on 90.
Armpit folds within where people have these issues, and they call it the arm vagina.
I never.
Yep.
I didn't know that's what it was called.
Yeah.
So explain a little bit of the laws here.
It's like
Mm.
It's like armpit fat that hangs over when you wear like a tube top.
Oh, that looks like a
camel toe. Looks like a camel toe, right?
Just extra like fat and skin. It's not.
There are some though that happen to fall into a very vagina-esque looking flap, and those are the ones you got to correct early.
You got to get rid of that.
You got to get rid of those early. Other ones just look like, hey, they're a little roll of fat and little, popping fresh, but you never would do that to an arm vagina.
The vagina flap. So, yeah, the surgeries performed vary.
It sounds like a bad 50s dance. Everybody's doing the vagina flap now. Come on, baby, do the vagina flap now. Swing your big arms like you have two vaginas.
Come on, baby, do the vagina flap now.
A little bit of lotion and he'll come right there.
We're done singing?
No, if you want to sing. I can't get that eye.
Yeah.
The surgeries performed vary depending on the cause and extent of an arm vagina.
When they have those drastic weight losses and people, I don't honestly know surgically how they can remove that without it killing the person. You see, like, there was one guy who had, it looked like he was melting how loose his skin was. If they talk about a tummy tuck as being invasive, how the hell do you do that?
They also use mini liposuction and the removal of excess skin. They are popular non-surgical methods.
Can you do the gentleman stitch on those?
Along with injections that are claimed to break down fat.
So my chick's arms are so tight. Just saying.
So that's a new one apparently out there. The arm vagina.
So my chick's arms are so tight. Just saying.
So that's a new one apparently out there. The arm vagina. This could go along actually with the connoisseur, believe it or not, because this is
the custodian. The connoissorian. He eats old food. Is this fresh?
No, this is the little known history.
The little known history
of fruit roll-ups.
Of fruit
Oh my
roll-ups.
gosh.
Oh, wow.
You guys
Now-
are all on board now, aren't you?
Correct me if I'm wrong, but the first fruit roll-up was created by Ivan the Terrible.
No. But it's older than you think.
Is it older than Jesus?
No. The thin sheets of fruit treats known as fruit roll-ups have been a staple of supermarkets since 1983 when General Mills introduced the snack to satisfy the sweet tooth of kids everywhere. But
1983, so the Civil War had just ended.
Right. No, but the fruit roll-up has an origin that goes much further back, all the way to the turn of the 20th century, believe it or not. The small community of Syrian immigrants in New York in the early 1900s didn't have the packaging or the marketing power of General Mills, but they had the novel idea of offering an apricot-sourced fruit leather that they called Emmerdine.
Did you know that Frederick Douglass invented Razzles?
No. Wow.
Razzles.
All right.
That's the candy that becomes a gum.
Yes.
Yeah.
Do you like Razzles?
I do. As a kid, I used to like it. I would like, is this Razzle going to be a candy or a gum?
Yeah.
The world was at my feet.
And when it turns into a gum,
Too late.
The flavor lasts like
The
10
flavor's
seconds.
pretty much gone.
Right,
yeah. When a trade publication detailed the family's process in the early 1970s, it opened the floodgates for other companies to begin making the distinctive treat. Sunkist was an early player, but when General Mills put their considerable advertising power behind their fruit roll-ups, they became synonymous with the snack.
What's your favorite fruit roll-up flavor?
I always just went for the strawberry, which was kind of the first one that came out.
To me,
and
it sort of
that's what I always
tasted like
liked.
a Twizzler a little bit.
I tried like the healthier version of the fruit roll up, and Jace was like, "I don't like these. Can we get those?" And it was,
You
the
don't like mommy's
traditional.
kale roll-ups?
It was like a little
They're
more.
actually not that bad.
Are they?
Healthier version.
Are they? I've never had them.
But when you have the original, which is delicious, he knows the difference now.
Yeah.
Joray is still in business, offering kosher roll-ups that rely more heavily on fruit than the more processed commercial version.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but Joray is Superman's father, right?
No, that's Jor-El. But I thought you were going to say Geordi, and he's on Star Trek Next Generation. But the companies have one more important thing in common. They both have the sense not to refer their product as fruit leather anymore.
Yeah, fruit leather would not be as tasty.
But I was not aware of the history.
I always thought it was like a sort of chemical thing that they put together in the 80s, and here it's sort of fruit. Parents will be down with this.
Yep.
You've opened up my eyes, historian.
Thank you. Please welcome Mr. Brian Posehn.
Yeah.
To the show.
You were on Big Bang Theory last night, and your character on the show is hilarious. You're a geologist, and a
rock nerd.
A rock nerd, and and I was talking to you off air about that show. And originally when it came on, I was like, I don't know, and then it became clear that there is a strong geek base in the writers' room
for
there,
sure,
because they were getting it all right, and that's what brought me into it.
Yeah, no, there's giant nerds in that writing room. for
Right.
sure. Yeah, there's guys from Futurama and places like that, and they're really smart and very geeky.
Very geeky, and they
The
actually
cast isn't.
Really? So nobody on the show?
No,
with
because
all
I've
of
been
that-
there a lot, and like the first couple of times we'd be hanging out, and like there was a comic book store actually on the set.
Yeah.
And I'm, looking at everything in there, and I was asking a couple of the guys, I was like, "Do you like this stuff?" They're like, "No, we go to Comic-Con once a year, and that's it." I'm like, "Oh my God!"
They pull it off though. Who's ever writing the again, you say the writers are geeks, so that makes a difference. But on that comic book set, and much to my wife's chagrin, I will point to things. I have that piece. I have that piece.
Wow.
She's like, "Oh my God, shut up, nerd."
It's really bad. Yes,
There's a certain way you're supposed to read comics, and I don't know what that is. Are you supposed to look at the picture first? You're supposed to read the dialogue first? Can you do either
I
or?
cannot help you.
But
I've
heard
even
that.
figure it out.
I've heard that before.
I've never heard that.
Yeah,
it's confusing if you first pick it up, but if you start reading a few titles about where the panels are and where the word bubbles are.
Oh, right, the way the storytelling.
I always find that my eye goes naturally to where it's supposed to go, especially if you're dealing with good writers and good illustrators.
After you read a few,
the normal flow
figure it
will
out.
take you there.
There's some Deadpools I could recommend.
That you wrote.
How many
They're
did you
pretty
write?
decent. 45.
Wow.
Yeah.
Your stuff is exceptionally good. I have to tell you, I love what you do with the character, and I know we talked about the first movie, and you were happy with the outcome.
I mean, I keep thinking at some point they're going to use one of our characters, and if they do, a
Who would
third
you want
one,
them to use?
Well, the woman we had, Mary Schicklow, which was, I think would be a cool wife. It's so nerdy. But
No,
she's the queen of the vampires. And, I just think it would be a good juxtaposition for the character.
It would be very cool, but you know what? And here's the most telling thing is the case can no longer be made that this is just peripheral stuff. This right now, and I mentioned Thor Ragnarok before he came on. This is what is fueling Hollywood.
Oh, yeah.
This is it.
Yeah, there's not a lot of other big movies. All the big movies are geeky movies.
Right.
Yeah, for sure.
And also, the best ones and the most successful ones are the ones that are deeper and have more meaning and that are characters that are well written. And,
Right.
And I was talking with Nick Murphy, who's he's a fellow nerd too. But these universes that exist beyond the movie, the characters that exist beyond the movie, they make the entire movie more compelling.
Right. And then, for me, as I was watching Thor, and they got it so right, part of my head was exploding because I was like, this is something I've always wanted.
Right.
And no one's ever gotten it right, but these guys are getting it right. Like, whoever's involved at Marvel and,
Well, Kevin Feige?
Yeah, but all the guys. Yeah, Feige. Yeah.
So to deal with this, and because we have been through, we're old enough to remember the failed Thor attempt on the Hulk TV series.
Right.
The guy who was basically like a beach bum, with a horrible plastic-looking hammer, and it was just all the failed attempts. Spider-Man basically rappelling down a building.
Right.
This was stuff they could never pull up. Now, not only are they pulling it off right now, they're nailing it to the original imagery that we loved to begin with.
Well, yeah, it had that Jack Kirby feel, and I'm like, we're making this so geeky.
Well, speaking of geeky,
I love when I do a nerd voice when I'm being nerdy, like I need to.
Your nerd poker. This has gotten such a buzz. Please explain to people what goes on here.
Well, it's just Dungeons and Dragons, but I've always looked at D&D as it's just a geeky form of poker because for me and my friends, it's more about the hang than it is the actual game. And that's what a lot of D&D nerds don't like my podcast because we play D&D, but we also mess around. And
it's light and loose.
Yeah, it's just a bunch of dudes hanging out in a room.
And is it an ongoing story? I'm sorry, because I don't know. So,
yeah.
So when you guys show up every week, it continues from the week prior.
Yeah, and our dungeon master has to remind us because I have a short attention span, and I've smoked some stuff over the years.
Just a bit. Who surprised you? Who's come out of the woodworks as a D&D fan?
We had on our show, we had Joe Manganiello on our show, and
that guy's wild.
My wife was calling all her friends, he's in my living room.
He's Sofia Vergara,
come on
Magic
over.
Mike, and True Blood.
Yeah. He's super handsome.
Yeah.
Like me, we're all geeks, and we were all looking at him going, he's dreamy. And then he pulled out his box of figures, and he's more into Dungeons and Dragons than anybody I know, than anybody I've ever played with. And Patton Oswalt used to paint his own figures.
Oh my God!
But Manganiello has this whole, and they're alphabetized and it's super OCD.
Did you start making fun of him?
I felt pretty cool. I'm like, look at this geek. I'm kind of the badass in the room.
That's great.
What a nerd.
I don't understand it, and I've tried to play, and I've gotten really pissed off.
I think I'm too stupid. My attention span is too
I'm borderline.
Short.
I'm I feel like I'm in that room. I'm the dumbest guy in that room. And with my son's 8 years old, and he's not into D&D yet, but he's getting into all the other stuff, Star Wars and comic books, and he's already schooling me. We're talking about Star Wars, and this is something I've liked for 40 years. And he knows more about it already than I do.
He enters into it though with the full catalog ready to go.
Right.
We had to get it through attrition and incrementally.
Right. And his hard drive hasn't been affected by anything yet.
All right, thanks, Nick. There's this interesting story I saw a couple of days ago that has been apparently a mystery for 17 years, and it's called, the name of the whole thing is The Most Mysterious Song on the Internet.
That's a mystery.
A worldwide army of online sleuths obsessively have tried to figure out the title of this particular mystery song, and now they have the answer after a chance discovery by one researcher who triumphantly reported his breakthrough on an online forum, Reddit. It's called Subways of Your Mind. Here's the interesting thing about this. I think a few years ago, I went on a podcast, and I've forgotten who it was. I don't know podcasts.
Right.
You guys know that. I don't really listen to podcasts, but it was a well-known one so much. Somebody had reached out to me and said, yeah, you should go on the show. They have a lot of people that subscribe to this. And they played a track for me, and they wanted me to try to help them identify it.
Was it this?
It was, Steve, it was like 5-6 years ago.
Yeah.
So I don't remember. And so I didn't know. They played the song for me. I didn't know what it was. And then I said, I know a guy who might be able to help you out, because when it comes to bands and songs, our former boss, Jim McGuinn, has pretty much the richest knowledge. He works at XPN now. He's been there for years. But he has the richest knowledge of music and bands and songs and stuff like that I knew. So I'm like, you need to talk to this guy.
Right.
And so they sent the song over to him. He listened to it, and he was like, I have no idea what this is. So I'm thinking it's the same song.
Well, you know what's interesting, because you think of as the internet, when we talk about this, when we first started doing the show, and we didn't have that. And then at the beginning, you do a Google search, and maybe you'd find what you were looking for. Mm-hmm. But now you think with the wealth of information that's up there, that this would have been ascertained years ago, but just recently they discovered what it was.
So here's the deal. It was a song called Subways of Your Mind. I'm going to play a little bit of it for you. It was recorded by a little-known 1980s German band called FEX or FEX. I'm not sure how you say it, but the former band members are apparently absolutely overwhelmed by the news of this. In fact, the guy who played keyboards and guitar and sang backup vocals, his name is Michael Hedrick. He is 68 years old, and he was speaking to Der Spiegel magazine. Yeah. And the band had been oblivious to this online phenomenon of people trying to figure out what this song was.
So were you aware of the song outside that podcast? You had no knowledge.
I'd seen this story, but not until recently.
Right,
you know. So,
and the song was being used quite liberally, correct?
What do you mean?
I mean, like people would use it as a bit of a soundtrack or a snippet here or there.
I don't know.
Okay.
Here's how the whole thing started. It was in 2007. A German brother and sister uploaded a track online that they had digitized after originally recording it as teenagers on a cassette from the radio. So this is an old cassette they had. They had taped it right off of the radio, and apparently the songs from the tape were mostly popular bands like XTC and The Cure. But this one song was on there, and they did not know who it was, and they did not know what the title was.
It's crazy.
So it just was, they were like, what is this? We recorded this off the radio.
Yeah.
It has to be
They're
a song
assuming.
that somebody knows. So they started to reach out for people to identify it, and nobody, not one person for 17 years had any idea what this was. So I'm going to play a little bit of the song for you. It's nothing all that special.
No, it isn't.
But it just drove them crazy.
It ain't no thong song.
Trying to figure it out. So this is it.
Like the wind, you came here on.
Wait, Casey, that's only 7 seconds. Go up to the very
we
top
have
track.
longer.
Yeah, here we go. So.
Like the wind, you came here running. Take the consequence of living. There's no space.
I told you, it's nothing.
It's basic. Yeah.
Tomorrow, what we need's communication.
Somebody texted in and they're saying, well, why didn't they just use Shazam? It doesn't work for everything.
No, it doesn't.
And this song was so obscure that there's no way it would have been already in the database.
To me, the amazing part is and to the person who texted in about Shazam, that'd be my first go-to.
Mm-hmm.
But when you have something with all of the information that is now available online that can still evade the algorithm because it's that unknown, it's pretty wild.
Yeah.
This was well known enough to be getting airplay.
Right. But it was, but you know what? I'm sure that's the first thing they probably tried doing.
Yeah.
You know? But that didn't work. And
It didn't work.
by the way, in case anyone, if there's a song that has that you would like to identify, give us a call. Let's see if we can.
Do you think we can do it?
I
don't know.
have one that I'm thinking of right now,
right.
and it's a song. I think it might have only been popular in this area, Nick. It was when we were in high school.
Okay.
I have a vivid memory of listening to. It had to have been a top 40 radio station I was listening to as I was driving out of the parking lot of Cardinal O'Hara High School.
Okay.
And I'm going to sing it for you if that's okay.
Yeah.
It goes, now follow me, won't you follow me to a place where we can't be free. Yeah. You guys know that one?
I think it's Broken Rib.
It's not Broken Rib. It was never became like a national hit, but it was popular here because I mean the fact that I know the melody and the words and all that means that I've heard the song
heard it enough.
a number of times, but I couldn't tell you the artist.
Yeah.
Maybe the name of the song is called "Follow Me." I don't know.
Steve, it might have been in the end credits of Rackworm.
Rackworm, yeah,
we
it's
know.
great.
But, no, well, if anybody listening can identify that, maybe they can call in and let you know.
I bet you, I guarantee you, Craig Ligons knows. I guarantee because he's like Jim McGuinn like that.
Well, let's just say 215-263-WMMR. My one morning, this is classic. My best friend Steve calls me, and this was 35 years ago or whatever, and I was asleep, and it had to have been the weekend because I woke up and I was hungover, and he calls me in the morning and goes, man, I need to know what song this is. And he just goes, ba-da-dum, dum, doom, da, da-da-dum, da, da. And then he goes, and I was like,
oh my God.
I go, wait a minute. I go, shut up. And I set the phone down and I sat there to myself and I went,
Did you
and I'm
know
like, it took me a minute. I'm like, it's No Time to Lose by the Tarney Spencer Group.
No kidding.
And yes, I identified it.
All right.
It was one of my shining moments.
I think you'd be good at this, like in general.
I don't know.
Well,
you were a music director.
Your brain works musically like that. Here's my problem: if another song is playing, I can't think of any other song. If I'm hearing music,
it can be difficult. Yeah.
I can't. Not difficult. It's impossible.
Yeah.
If music is playing, I can't think of another song. Period. So, and I think that I'm like Casey. Something will get stuck in my brain, but I'll never be able to sort it out. And I'm not good at identifying it. I can't figure it out.
Do we have that Tony Spencer song in the?
I doubt it. It's a pretty obscure.
I remember the song.
Tune.
Yeah.
No Time to Lose by the Tarney Spencer Group. By the way, here's a text. Somebody. This is how bad my memory is. Somebody texted and said, Preston was on the Reply All podcast. It was called The Case of the Missing Hit. I listened to that podcast, and I don't think that this is the same song.
Oh,
so
okay.
it must have been something else.
Yeah.
So thank you for clearing that up for me. But
Hey, Marissa found the song, by the way. My song.
Shut up.
Yeah.
For real?
Yeah.
Okay.
Is the name of the group Allie Us? Oh, she's not listening.
A lot of people are texting.
She says thumbs up. All right, well, let's play it for you.
Yeah.
Here we go.
Remember, this is early 90s.
Oh, is your song? Yeah. Oh, I thought so. Yeah. Does it bring back memories?
Yeah.
When you had a full rib cage?
They got to get to the chorus.
I don't think you have a chorus.
Very good.
Oh, yeah. It was the early 90s again.
Yeah. It's just thin production.
How old are you at the time? 17. Pulling out of the parking lot. The song's speaking to me.
Somebody said that Q102 used to play this a lot.
That had to have been it, yeah.
Hang on, let me go to, I have Jim on the phone. Hi, Jim, good morning.
Hey, yeah, I don't know if you guys already got the name of the song and the artist, but it's Follow Me by Allie Us.
Allie Us,
Okay, yeah, we just got it. We just played a bit of it, yeah.
Marissa brought in a note. They're from New Jersey.
Are they?
Yeah.
Allie Utz?
Allie Us.
Oh.
Yeah. Instead of
It was
Allie
like a local artist. It was a big club banger back in the day.
Okay. All right. Jim, thank you. Appreciate it, man.
It is a pretty light song. Yeah.
It's a light song. It's definitely locally grown and I don't want to talk smack on it because I guess the creators.
Yeah, listen, I'm sorry. It doesn't do much for me.
No,
It doesn't
but,
mean that people don't love it. So,
Yes.
Yeah.
But I liked it back then.
Okay.
I listen to it now.
It was a trio. There were 3 guys in the band: vocalist Supa, aka Eddie L. Lewis, DJ Kyle Small Smith, and then vocalist William Jennings Bryan, or William Bryan Jennings.
Wow.
Obviously, a play on the tycoon. But there was a Full Intention remix to "Follow Me," and that peaked at number 8 on the Dance Club Songs chart in 2002.
Well, you know what we have to do? We have to do a reunion concert.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Hang on. Craig is on the line. Hey, Craig. Morning, bud.
I love you guys. I'm in a meeting, and I get called out. And somebody, Casey was looking for you. I was like, who's Casey? I don't work with anyone named Casey. They were listening to the show at work, and they said, she asked for you. And so you have the song, I'm assuming by
We
now.
found the song, yeah. And you're familiar with the song and the band?
Yeah, they're from Jersey. They were Jersey guys. They were actually they were on Power 99, and then went on Q102. They did it live, I think, on one of those stations.
All right.
It was a mild to middling hit, but of course you remember it, Casey. So no one else did. I'm going to rejoin my meeting now. If that's okay.
That's fine.
Yeah.
Resume meeting.
Yeah.
Thank you. Appreciate that. All right.
Love you guys.
Love you, man. All right, we'll see you. Marissa, can you see if you can find that? I doubt you can. Charney Spencer group, No Time to Lose.
No time.
I don't know this, or do I?
No time to lose.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah.
I like that
Go
song.
with the flow, never let go. No time to lose.
Did they have a video that went with that?
I don't know about that.
Yeah.
I thought it was from the 70s, maybe. Oh, Marissa found it.
1979.
Wow. Yeah, 1979.
It's coming
I'll
over.
play it for you. You guys probably won't know it, but Steven and I will know it.
That's not over just
Okay,
yet.
we'll give it just a second.
The play. I'll play Rack.
Would they know? Would they know? Did they have any other hits or songs?
I don't. Not that I know of.
I mean, these guys have a Wikipedia entry as well, just like Allie Us. So they existed in the late 70s, and the song that No Time to Lose made it to the Billboard 100. So then 79 and 1981.
So yeah,
let's do a battle of the bands.
The station that that I listened to growing up, KSHE in St. Louis, it was. There are regional hits that people don't realize, probably like this Allie Us. And if you're not from the area, you may not hear, like I listened to songs from like a band called Head East, and they had regional stuff. When I came here, when I moved to the Philadelphia area, I was hit by an onslaught of Bruce Springsteen songs I had never heard on the radio before. And that's because he has a stronger, obviously he's a gigantic worldwide artist, but there are some songs that surface in regions that pop up and become popular and don't translate in other cities.
From Long Island, we had Zebra.
Yeah.
Twisted Sister was from that general area.
Right.
And I'm trying to remember the other band, but Zebra eventually made it onto MTV, so you did have Who's Behind the Door.
Yeah.
And I forget the other one.
Tell Me What You Want.
Tell Me What You Want, yeah.
But just
And
like
Bears.
the Bruce stuff, right? So like we're in Bruce's, where he came up here, but like the same thing with like but in your area, like Sammy Hagar.
Yes,
he's a national act, and we love him just fine here in Philadelphia. But for some reason,
you have more deep cuts.
Yeah,
these guys would be more familiar with a lot more of his song library.
Yeah, they're fanatical. Do you think because the radio station wrapped their arms around him and played a lot?
Do you think the phenomenon of the regional hit is all but gone these days because so much?
Yeah.
Right?
I really do.
Because it used to be fairly. I remember going to different radio stations with my different jobs over the years, and I pretty much stayed in kind of the same area, but you'd also become aware of other parts of the country that had hits that they'd be listening to that we never got.
There you go. Here's a little bit of No Time to Lose. I thought it was cool. It kind of has like a Fleetwood Mac type of musical. Oh, there's a video to it. Yeah, we're looking at it.
Charney Spencer.
Yeah.
Does it say what they're up to these days, Nick?
They were only active from 1975 to 1979. Here's the part. Okay, this is the part.
All right, do it.
This is the part that Steve called me up and was singing. He goes, dun, dun. just said. And I nailed it from that little.
Was this? Oh, I'm sorry. So this was a phone call, not a voicemail, right?
It was a phone call.
Okay.
He needed to know.
Yes. Dude, it was like 8 o'clock in the morning.
I
on
need
a
to
Saturday, and it was great, Marissa.
Well, okay, so while you guys are saying this, I'm thinking of bands that you guys played that, like, I didn't know.
Like a DRE and stuff like that,
or
and Y100.
Like, was Local H one of them?
Yeah. Bound for the Floor.
Okay, I was trying to think of what the song was.
That's a
How did
great
that
song.
go?
Hang on a second.
No time to lose.
No, it's stuck there, Nick.
Yeah, it's a good song.
If you want to hear it. You know what? Let me see if you can do it before I even play it.
Because I've almost got it. Hang on, give me just a second. And I hate that this is on the radio because we're going to have silence as I sit here and try and think about it. Oh, man. Local H was a 2-person band. The guitarist, his bass mimicked, his guitar mimicked the bass like Royal Blood.
Yeah.
Oh, damn it, man. I know this.
Do it.
Come on now.
You can do it.
Bound for the Floor. Born to be down. That's the opening line.
Okay.
Born to be down.
Let's try it.
Hit it, Casey.
Oh.
Oh, yes. I like this song.
Born to be down. Hang on. We got to get to the Born to be down part. 2, 3, here, go. Born to be down. Yeah. Marissa?
This is a good song.
I use the word copacetic all the time.
Yeah.
And I think this song
Just get it, keep it copacetic, and you don't regret it. Yeah. Start scatting when you don't know the words.
Yeah, this was a good song.
Are these guys local? Is that what we were saying?
No.
They just got local radio play.
I used to do it was an imaging positioning statement for DRE when I was working for DRE up in New York, and which we got DRE in Philadelphia and Y100 and all that alternative music scene. But the imaging statement was very true. Then I did all the comedy stuff, the stuff that you hear pop up on WMMR that's like, kind of goofy between the. It was more artists with less greatest hits than any other album at any station. Because we had a ton of like really great songs, but they were like one-hit wonders.
Yeah, and a lot of them were new artists too. They hadn't established themselves.
So Local H was born out of Illinois, Casey, so they're not from Philly. But the good news is that both guys from the Turner Spencer band are still alive.
Oh.
So Trevor Spencer, he was born in Australia, and then the other guy's name is Alan Tarney. And he's a Brit, and he is.
Says he now sells gum door to door.
Well, it's his birthday next week.
Oh,
November 19th.
Let's do a reunion at MM Barbecue this week.
Yeah,
that'd be great.
Ladies and gentlemen, Tarney Spencer.
Imagine that they don't do the one song.
No, we're not going to do that. We've played it quite often. We're going to introduce a new one called You Do Just Get It.
Hang on, I want to go to Lauren. Hi, Lauren, good morning. Gadzooks. What's up, Lauren?
So NPR just did a story about became obsessed with hold music, and he loved it. He was trying to figure out what the hold music was. He heard it every time he called a hospital system. His daughter-in-law worked for NPR, and together they researched it and they discovered what the hold music is.
Okay.
It's called Opus Number 1.
We talked about this.
And it was written by a teenager or a guy in his early 20s on some synthesizer. He had a friend who worked for some kind of answering machine service developing the software. Mm-hmm. And so his friend was like, wouldn't it be cool if your music was the default hold music for everything? And it still is.
Now I want to hear it now.
Yeah, I know, right?
Yeah.
Marissa's looking for it. She's found
I've
it.
been waiting on this one.
All right, thank you, Lauren. We'll pull that up. Oh yeah, when we do our conference call every night. Oh, this is it.
Here all day I've been sitting in this waiting room,
all alone,
and I've been waiting on my friends. Yes, I'm waiting on this conference call, all alone, and I'm on hold. Yes, I'm on hold. I hope it's not all day.
Yeah. Hey. I mean, we hear. Well, I wonder where my friends are. We hear this every day.
goddamn day.
That we call in
so
for our
everyone
conference
tries
call.
to wait until someone else has joined so you don't have to listen to it.
I feel like it's a win if I'm the one who gets to hear that song.
Really?
Yeah,
You?
yeah. I'm like, I'm the first one here, guys.
Not me, yeah.
I'd prefer not to hear it. I've heard it so many damn times.
And so many times, like, I don't want to miss our conference call. Like, so if it's like, let's say 5:54, I'm like, oh man, I might forget to call in 6 minutes, so I will call then, and I will listen to a 6-minute version of that song.
What if it was Tony Spencer? Is that
That'd be cool.
Yeah.
Wait, do you guys remember the episode? Somebody just texted in of Married with Children.
Yes.
Where Al Bundy goes,
No, it was go with him.
Go with him.
And he comes up to this guy at a record store who's like 8 people in line, and he just nails him. Gets them one after another, and then he walks up and he goes, go with him. The guy's like, I have no idea what you're talking
And
about.
then there's literally like a 45 in a jukebox somewhere, and it gets broken. And he never gets to hear it. The lovable
It's so
loser that
funny
is Al Bundy.
how this becomes such an elusive thing, though. When you're on a quest to find, I remember in the early on, Preston, with Napster. And what was the other one that was LimeWire? Yeah, because Nick, where you would do the search, you're trying to find your friggin' song. It's like, what is the name of it?
It is remarkable that in 2024, if there's something out there, in all likelihood, you can find
Right?
it.
That's what makes this song.
I mean,
this one that started this whole conversation.
Yeah, but even,
so amazing for 17 years.
Even Casey just humming along. First of all, Casey, I'm impressed that it stayed in your brain for as long as it did. But then we found out Ali Us.
Okay, so you touched on something. Something in your past you've seen or heard that is, for whatever reason, for even no good reason, has stuck in your mind, and you would like to identify it. And I tried to do it with AI recently. I saw a scene in a movie one time. It wasn't a great movie. It was a crappy movie. And I don't know why.
Okay.
I still remember it. It's from probably the 1960s, even though I saw it in the 1970s. And let me describe it to you.
Okay.
And if anybody knows what movie this is, tell me, just so I can have some peace.
Have you told this to me yet?
No.
Okay, so I'm going to pay close attention. I think we need to bring down the lights and turn up the disco lights.
Okay.
Well, that might distract you.
Oh, you're right. Okay.
No. Okay. Anyway, we're going to play this on hold music in a moment. So it's at a college. It's in a college town. There is a performer at a bar on stage playing piano. The bar is going to shut down for good, and he decides that he's going to get up on stage and just finally speak his mind.
Right.
And little does he know that when he gets up there and speaks his mind, all of a sudden it's entertaining to people.
Okay.
And then people start coming. He would dress in a graduation cap and gown, and the movie's dumb. It was stupid, but it's stuck in my mind. And as a ritual, when he would start his routine, he would lift up a glass and go, "Surf's up," and the whole crowd would go, "Surf's up."
Clarification.
That's all I got.
When you say people start coming, you meant they're attending.
Yeah, they aren't having.
All
Yeah,
right.
not doing
Okay.
that.
Okay.
So more people would start coming in, and there was a thing about underage kids being able to get in, and there was a teacher that was going to bust them, and they put little they would put a little print on their hand that was only visible under black light that said "No booze for use." So I don't know why I remember
From
these
the
things.
60s or 70s?
I think it was late 60s.
All right.
And I saw it in the 70s. The subject matter looked like it was from the 70s or 60s, like, where the boys are or something like that.
Did the whole plot of the movie center around this performing guy and this thing building?
Yes.
All right, somebody needs to get Craig Legans out of his meeting again.
And I went on AI. I thought, finally, I'm like, okay, I'll go to ChatGPT because you can type in pretty much anything.
Yeah.
And they'll give it to you. And it started spitting out movie titles. And I'm like, oh my God, I'm going to finally figure this out.
Right.
Since I was a kid, I've been wondering what the hell this was. Like I said, I don't even care. I don't want to see the movie. I just want to know the title of the movie.
It haunts you.
And it pulled up all these lists of movies, and none of them when I went on and I found like trailers of them online on YouTube were what I was looking for.
Two Girls and a Cop.
Yeah, so.
I have one.
Okay.
It's a soap opera from the 80s. I was not a big soap opera kid, but this is a scarring memory and a lasting memory, and I have no idea what the source is. And like you, Preston, I just want to know what the scene is. And if anybody knows what I'm talking about, I would really appreciate to know the source.
Okay.
A person is trapped in this room, and think, Steve, like soap opera style plot, right?
Okay.
The room is surrounded by ivy. And in order to get out of the room, the person starts pulling away at the ivy, except that behind the ivy, it's nothing but brick walls. And so she tears down.
They're trapped.
They're trapped.
Yeah.
She tears down the ivy on one side of the room, and it's a brick wall. And she tears down the ivy on the other side of the room, and so maybe this has led to my fear, my claustrophobia, or so. But the panic starts to set in because this person realizes that there's no way out.
There's no way out. Does your memory indicate that there may have been something otherworldly about this soap opera?
No. It just was like
because Passions. I remember
it wasn't Passions. It was like pre-Passions. So I was a kid. It was probably like 83, 84. Home from school, maybe a sick day or something like that. So is this pre-pubescent, like me, younger than 11?
It would have been too late for Dark Shadows.
Yeah, it probably in like the height of General Hospital, All in the Family, that type of thing.
And they're trapped in a room with Ivy betrays the fact that it's all brick walls, no door, no way in or out.
Right, and so the villain secures the victim by trapping them in this room, and they think that they have a way out, but they don't.
Okay.
Go with him.
Never heard of it.
Dude, that's hilarious.
Maybe someone will know. By the way, somebody texted and said the movie I was describing is Ben-Hur.
Ben-Hur? Was there a chariot race in there?
Maybe I overlooked that part in the piano and the bar, and I did not know.
Judah, you're very amusing.
Hang on a second. Let me go to a couple of calls here. People are curious about song titles and whatnot. I'm going to go to Paul. Hey, Paul, good morning.
And good morning to you, sir.
What's up, buddy?
Well, the song was called White Bird, and I'm an old fart. This was the mid-'60s. The group was called It's a Beautiful Day. And the reason you might not have heard it is because somewhere in the mid-'60s, they did this guerrilla run and stole the masters, and I haven't heard anything from them since.
So you're trying to locate this song? Or why are you calling? Or did we mention what you're talking about?
No.
Okay.
No.
Is there someone in the room with you?
Is there a robot nearby?
No.
I'm confused though. I don't know what he's talking about.
Yeah. So Paul, what do you? I don't understand why you're sharing this with us.
Because it's a very obscure song.
Okay.
But it had airplay about 60 years ago.
So are you trying to find it?
He's talking about a regional song in Cleveland. Okay,
yes.
I got you.
I've never heard of this song.
All right, give me the name of the song is White Bird, and who's the artist, or?
It's the name of the group, and this is all in quotes. It's a beautiful day.
Okay, I got it right here, bro.
In the White Bird.
This is it.
Oh, is this it?
This is it.
No.
No, but do you hear this? Hang on. Is this it? Yep.
White bird just sits in a tree.
Is that it?
That sounded like the beginning, but it's been a long, long time.
Here you go. Listen.
I know this song.
Paul, that's it.
That is it.
Yes. I know that song, and I was nowhere near Cleveland.
Hey, Paul, real quick, you can get this on iTunes. You can buy it right now on iTunes.
What's that?
No, I swear to God.
You've been living a lie, Paul.
I have. And I apologize for living a lie.
No, but go to iTunes and download it and get nostalgia.
Yeah.
No apologies, bud.
And I apologize for living so long.
I apologize.
Yes, no,
All right.
we love it.
Thank you, Paul. By the way, to answer Nick's question, we got a text that says, are you going to see if they'll call in? Hang on a second. Well, we have a couple of different things. So one is saying it's Guiding Light. The trapped girl was Reva, who was married to Josh. Do you think they're making that up?
I don't. It's too specific.
Yeah, I have no idea.
I think maybe.
I just put Reva into Google and it said Ivy covered room.
Shut up.
All right.
Do Guiding Light Reva. See if Reva is even actually a character.
See if Guiding Light was even. See if there's even a thing called a soap opera.
For that. All right, hang on, because somebody else, Heather, wants to comment on this. Hi, Heather. Good morning.
You just got nutted, bitch.
Bitch.
Oh, my God.
What's up, Heather?
I could be wrong, but it's a shame Kathy's not in the studio today because she would probably know this. It could be Days of Our Lives, but even General Hospital because of all of the evil characters.
So what? We're not hearing that. What did the texter suggest it was?
Days of Our Lives.
Days of Our Lives.
But you're just saying, you don't remember that specifically, but you're just saying that it sounds like something that would have been on Santa Barbara? Or Guiding Light was the one. I'm sorry.
Days of Our Lives or even General Hospital. That's like when Nick said being home from school and we're around the same age. I was like, wait a minute.
All right, we need. Thank you, Heather, but a little more specific than that. We appreciate the call.
Sorry.
All right, it's all right. We'll see you.
So, Nick, this is saying on this day in 1998, Guiding Light Reva struggled to get out of the lighthouse basement. Her clone locked her in.
It wouldn't have been 98. It was much earlier in the 80s. And here's the problem. I even if you give me context, I won't know. I need to see it. You know, like I need to actually see the scene and then watch it.
And the scene, there's no Ivy. It's
okay.
She's just in a basement with a whole bunch of
son of a bitch.
Somebody texted in and said Josh and Reva is legit.
Josh and Reva.
Yep. So that was on Guiding Light.
That was my soap opera because they had I'd come home from school and there were two women on the show that I liked. The same way you would watch your soap operas for the actresses.
Right.
But I mean, Josh and Reva, that's not a scene with Ivy, and behind the Ivy is a brick wall that the person can't escape, right?
All right.
As far as I'm.
All right, hang on. Don't move, Nick. Okay. Hang on. Don't move the text. Here's one. Steve, see if you know what this is. It's a movie.
Yeah.
So I've been trying to find this movie. It's a murder mystery movie. Starts off with a young boy getting off a bus, walking home through a dirt road. He takes a pee and discovers a human skull. A farmer plays his field, plows his field, and also discovers a human skull. Watched it as a teen and never found the movie. If I remember correctly, there was a woman murdered with an ice sculpture as well. Does that sound familiar?
Oh, no. It's a good one, though. But see, you would think that you could do a little bit of searching just online under those search parameters and find that movie.
Maybe, but I mean, I tried with the other one very specifically. All the details I could think of, and it just...
Because my search game is good. That's why it amazes me, again, that a song that people were looking for 17 years was unfindable.
Was The Maze, somebody's saying. There are a couple of people texting in.
The Maze?
The Maze. Oh, no, that's one person texting in.
Was that a soap opera?
1983. I don't know.
I never remember a soap opera called The Maze. I know that it is the Indian word for corn, if that helps.
Okay.
Hang on a second. I'm reading these text messages. Ryan's Hope? No.
Ryan's Hope.
Well, they're just guessing.
Oh.
They're not saying they remember that scene. So, all right. Anyway.
This stuff sticks with you, though, doesn't it? It annoys you. It destroys you.
It's like,
it breaks your ribs.
Like the movie thing, this is the first time I've ever uttered it out loud.
You were embarrassed.
I've been a little embarrassed about how little I know about it and how the fact that it was just a dumb, throwaway, disposable movie you would see on, you know, when movies were airing on TV regularly on Sundays or whatever. And it just, I'd like to know what it was. I'd like to know who that actor was. I'd like to know if it turned into anything.
Because there aren't that many movies.
I know. Man, there have been so many bad movies.
Yes.
And we used to watch them all because back in the day,
yes,
you didn't have much choice. It was whatever was on was what you watched.
And by the way, the movie company, Showtime and HBO and all of those others, and then you'd have the Cinemax, they would pad their schedules with any crappy movie they could throw on between the ones that they really wanted to highlight.
Mine was definitely pre-cable.
Yeah.
It was for sure on broadcast TV. Marissa?
All right, I have two core memories from the 90s that I have mentioned to many people and nobody remembers what they are.
Okay.
One is a television show. It was probably Nickelodeon because I was a little couch potato. I watched a lot of TV, and I remember it being an animated show. A girl, her dad was in another time warp, and so she had this koala, and the koala turned into the orb that got her to her dad in the other world.
Okay.
So that's all I remember about it. It was kind of anime-esque.
Okay.
But 90s, and that's all.
Yeah, I don't know the anime stuff very well.
Okay. The second one.
All right.
Is it Noozles?
Oh, I have no idea, Steve. I had to Google it and
It
look it up.
says
Does it have little
Noozles,
koalas?
also known as The Wondrous Koala Blinky, is a 26-episode anime.
That might be it.
Might be it.
Originally released in Japan in 1984.
Maybe.
Reran on Nickelodeon, possibly.
Okay.
What you're saying sort of...
Spell it for me.
it is... wait 1 second. There's also another show called Koala Man. Newsies. Noozles. Noozles. Also known as the Wondrous Koala Blinky.
Okay. I'm going to look that up. All right, here's the other one. I swear to God that some point in the 90s, there was a brownie that was just sold in supermarkets, and a bear was was the icon for it, and he took a bite out of the brownie.
The bear was the
The spokesperson.
Right,
Yeah.
the spokes
It was an
bear.
animated bear.
And the bear had taken a bite out of in the packaging.
Yes. So literally, you would just buy a brownie that had a bear bite out of it, and that was the whole shtick.
It was sold that way.
It was sold that way. It was
Pre-bitten.
a brownie with a
Pre-bitten by a
bite,
bear.
and that was the whole shtick. And I have mentioned it to so many people, and nobody else remembers this thing.
Wow.
All right.
Good question. We'll see if somebody does know. All right, Sean. I might have the answer to Sean, and you will too, Steve. Hey, Sean. Good morning.
Good morning, guys.
Hey, what's up, buddy?
So this has been plaguing my mind forever. And when I say forever, I mean forever, because I must have been a toddler when I saw this on the TV once, just walking by, glanced at the TV, saw it, and then continued on with my day.
Mm-hmm.
I'll do my best to describe it. It was a bunch of people on a dock on a river, and they're like, "What's that?"
We can help you.
Hang on. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Okay, so it's a bunch of people standing on a dock, like on a river, and they look upstream and they see a black sort of big blob floating down the river. And so it floats under the dock, and it starts sucking one of the dudes through the dock, and everyone's screaming. And there's a shot that I remember very distinctly of the dude's hand. It's the last part of his body getting sucked through the dock, and his hand gets sucked through, and his wedding ring pops off his finger.
Was there a
It lands
sign at the end of it that says no swimming that they had discarded or was grown over or something like that?
I don't know. I
Do you want to do it together?
It's either Creep Show or Creep Show 2.
Creep
Was that
Show
it?
2.
Yeah.
It's Creep Show 2.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if that or one of the Tales from the Crypt movies that they did, but
So-
I think it was Creep Show 2. Yeah.
Right. So what happens is that they're on this thing, and then the woman makes it to the shore, and she believes she's safe, but yet it kind of laps up over the water on top of her as she's halfway out of the water. It's on a lake.
It might be that, Sean. So go to YouTube and pull up, swimming, Creep Show 2 and see if that's what you were thinking of.
All right, thanks so much, guys.
All right.
Oh, we're here
We've
to
helped him. We've helped him.
Thank you, man.
Imagine you're sitting there. You wake up every morning and you're thinking, blob in the lake, and I can't remember, and no one knows. It pulled this guy's hand, and no one can help me, and I don't know what am I going to do?
All right. Nick, do you have an answer for Marissa?
People are texting in this thing called Grizzly Chomps by Hostess. Does that ring a bell,
Grizzly
Marissa?
Chomps?
Grizzly Chomps by Hostess.
Gonna
I
look
mean,
it
it
up.
would make sense. I will say, Steve, you nailed it with the koala.
Oh, did I?
Noozles.
Oh, there we
Yeah.
go. Noozles.
So it was Noozles. It was on Nick Jr., and it was like this 12-year-old girl named Sandy who, okay, so I had the details off a little bit. She received a package of stuffed koalas from her long-lost grandfather.
Ah.
And the koalas took her into this other dimension.
Okay, that sounds like an anime plot.
Yeah, and there's a Hostess commercial, Marissa, on YouTube. Yeah, and the bear took a bite out of these things, these cookies. Also available in low-fat versions.
they still
called
exist?
Grizzly Chomps. I doubt it, but they
Yeah.
were made by Hostess in the 90s, and there were commercials. So that's
that
probably...
it?
Wait, there's a hat, guys. There's a hat with a chomp out of the brim.
Get the hat.
Oh, you need to
I'll
get
tell you, when you discover something, for years and years and years, my favorite brownie was made by a company called Linden's. And they were the brownie in my elementary school, junior high school, and high school. And they were a little bit dry, but I loved them. And then just a couple of years ago, I found a company selling them, and I went ape-ass because it's part of your memories.
Yeah.
Craig Lagan says, Nick, it was Santa Barbara that was the soap opera that you were talking about with the ivy brick wall.
Okay.
I trust him wholeheartedly.
I trust him. I really want to see it.
You want to see for visual proof.
Yeah.
He
Trust
also-
but verify.
He also said it was the rap was Creep Show 2, and he said Daryl Hannah's sister, Paige, was the first person killed in that movie in Creep Show 2.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm going to go to Benson wants to comment on Marissa and the koalas thing,
All right.
which we solved. But hey, Benson.
I'm sitting in my car freaking out because as a kid, I watched this anime.
All right.
It's called The Noozles, and one caveat was she had to wear a koala mask when she traveled to the other dimension because only koalas could be there. I distinctly remember watching this because back then Nickelodeon had a ton of anime, and I loved watching that stuff.
Okay, we're watching a clip from it. She's pulling out a stuffed koala. Yeah, it's definitely anime. And did you love this show?
Oh, absolutely. Like, Nickelodeon had a ton of great animes back then, but it was prior to their switch because buying anime was expensive, they switched over to live puppetry, which was Eureka's Castle. So now there's this moment where it was all good anime early morning shows before you went to school, and then at a time they switched over to puppetry because it was cheaper.
Well, actually, so one of the producers was Saban, Haim Saban. I think he was responsible for the Power Rangers.
Yes.
Getting
so
the Power
a lot
Rangers.
of anime was brought over and translated to English.
Yes.
I am Saban.
That's it, Saban. That's it. Yes.
Nice, Benson. So have we given you a happy memory?
Oh, I'm sitting here in my parking garage before I go into work, screaming my head off. I know this show.
All right, we're going to
actually have a movie for you guys if I have.
Okay, please. Yeah, go ahead.
So this was an early movie from my childhood that I have never seen in a long time. It's casted by nothing but kids.
Yeah.
It's a 1920s movie.
Whoa.
And they're Tommy guns that they're shooting.
Oh, yeah.
We know what it is.
Yeah, we
It's
know
Bugsy
exactly-
Malone.
Yeah, Bugsy Malone.
With Scott Baio.
right.
Yeah. And
Yeah.
Jodie Foster's in it.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, it was Alan Parker directed it, who directed the Wall, the Pink Floyd,
and Paul Williams wrote the music for it.
It's a fun little movie, and the machine guns shoot like cream puffs.
Cream puffs, yeah.
Cream pies, and that's the whole movie. And I remember this distinctly because I never had glasses, and I was a kid who couldn't afford them. So my face was up against the screen. I'm like trying to watch this scene, and all I can see are their faces.
I watch that movie so many times, I will sing you one of the songs.
Please, by all means.
Anybody will soon walk through that door at Fat Sam's Grand Slam Speakeasy.
I don't remember the songs, but I remember the movie. Well done.
Yep.
There we go. That's cool, man.
Benson, we got one more song for you. Thank you for calling in. I will see you, man. I loved that movie as a kid.
It was a lot of fun. And
Bugsy
you want
Malone.
to talk about one that resided on cable that was like an HBO or Showtime special? It'd be on 9 times a day.
That's why I knew it so well. But what was weird about it, the only thing I didn't like about it is when the songs would play.
Yeah.
These were kids.
Yeah.
But the adult voices were singing.
Right,
They had adult singers, and the kids were lip syncing, and it
wasn't quite right.
It looked weird. They could have done a better job with just
Just let the kids sing.
Yeah. All right. So it's 10 after 9.
We're
we have to
changing
take a
lives
break?
here.
Listen, we can come back if you
Do you want to come back and try to identify some more movies and shows and things like that?
I think we owe it to humanity.
I think we do.
Yeah.
All right. So if there's a song, movie, or show,
can people hold on, or do they call back?
Yeah, they can hold on or call back. But that you just can't identify, maybe describe it to us, and the brain trust here might be able to figure it out.
That's
for
kind
you.
of an
I know. Well, all together,
the trust.
We're one brain.
Yeah.
All right, we're going to take a quick break. We will come back in just a moment, so make sure you stay with us.
Preston and Steve.
But his memory.
He's fully
his memory's
wired.
better.
Yeah, but it's part of the deal. The games are like you see them in the back of the comic book stores and they're playing. I'm like, man, it looks like it's so cool and you can get lost in it, but I can't. I would find myself playing with the figures too much, like the little, that's me. Like I remember the game Mousetrap as a kid. I never played the game. I just played with the Mousetrap.
Nice.
So it's all part of the deal.
Too dumb for Mousetrap.
I was too dumb for Mousetrap. So that shows you why I can't succeed at this. What are the games? What are the things are you into on that level? The D&D? Are you Magic the Gathering as well, or are they two separate camps?
It's not even that. It's like I'm so obsessive that certain things I've stayed away from. Like I never got into World of Warcraft because I just knew my wife would never see me again and would probably divorce me. And same thing with Magic the Gathering. I think if I got into it, I would have all the cards and I'd be on eBay buying them in the middle of the night. I got to get the wand of whatever, and
Yesterday, my wife is going through our closet. She's getting her coat to go outside, and she pulls out. I bought this jacket from the Rocketeer, Kathy, this leather jacket, because I got the helmet. She pulls it out and she goes, "What is this?" And it's those moments.
Well, it goes with the helmet.
It goes with the helmet. That's exactly what I said.
Wives don't understand that.
My son told me last night. He goes, "Dad," he's 17 years old. He goes, "Did you know that there's a rumor that if you stay a virgin until you're 30, you have wizardly powers.
You're like, no, honey.
It was pretty damn funny. So that maybe they're holding out for that. Some of the geeks.
Maybe it's possible.
Oh,
I never heard that one.
Yeah, I didn't either.
I made it to 21 and no one.
A little bit of close-up magic.
Yeah, I got
at least.
pretty close. 7th level mage.
Did you get started in it by just like doing your own little fan fiction just for fun, and then
In comic books?
Yeah. And then start showing it to people,
No, I mean, I got in because I was into it, and I was already a comic, and so I was hanging out with Marvel guys and DC guys at Comic-Con every year, and they just became my friends. And then I did this other thing for Image first with my writing partner he'd grown up working at a comic book store out in Jersey, and when he moved out to L.A., he and I became friends.
Oh, okay.
Jerry Duggan. And, we just wrote that book on our own. And then once we did that, Marvel kind of was like, well, you guys know what you're doing. Do you want to write Deadpool? And the way it came up.
You must have crapped yourself when
I did, yeah. But I still had to, even though they wanted to give me the job, I still had to prove that I was worthy. So I had to give them, the first year of stories. So we had to do work to actually get the gig.
I remember, because they listen, there's the long-standing tradition, and it was very hard to get into that group. I remember the story of a guy who was a writer who ended up writing for Mad Magazine over the year, and that was revered, Mad Magazine. To get in there, it took forever. It was like Parliament.
Right.
You almost had to, go through that process. But once you were in, do they ever bring up the topic of other potential characters?
Oh, yeah, for sure. And I've been told I can do a Star Wars book if I want to.
Wow.
Any of the Marvel stuff. But it's just coming up with the idea, because you don't want to just, half-ass it with that kind of thing.
Sure.
Because that was the thing with Deadpool always was I was worried about, making the nerdy fans mad. And Punisher fans, a lot of those guys own guns. So you don't want to make Punisher fans mad.
Yeah.
Ex-military dudes that are like, oh, you messed up Frank Castle, brother. And I'm like, oh, man.
You can't, Star Wars you can handle.
Yeah.
When a dude shows up with the...
Well, I don't know. Star Wars nerds are pretty hardcore. Yeah.
When you go out, because you are doing so much, and we described you as a modern-day Da Vinci, when you go out and you're performing at comedy clubs, what is the composition of the audience coming to see you? Is it more nerds? Is it more TV fans of your TV work?
It's both. And I notice my fans, because they look like me, a lot of black T-shirts and facial hair.
Right.
And
hunched a little bit?
Breasts, maybe.
Breasts.
Maybe they haven't taken care of themselves. A lot of doughy foods in their diet, I don't know. I'm not judging.
No, it's the more the merrier.
I've lost a lot, but yeah,
you look good.
Yeah, thanks.
Yeah.
You're a big-time rocker. You been to any concerts this season?
I went to Tom Petty's last show.
You did?
The Hollywood Bowl?
Yeah, Hollywood Bowl, and then the
kidding.
following week he was dead, and there's no way I would have, if he would have said, man, this is his last show, he didn't seem, like 1 foot.
Were you so glad you went, though?
Oh, absolutely. But that taught me. I'm like, I'll never say no again. Like anybody who comes through, I'll be like, that guy might die. So. Unless they're young. But, yeah.
Who's on the list? Who's on the got to get to list
I
for
don't
you?
even know. I mean, well, if Floyd ever gets back together, or Zeppelin, or any of those, obviously. But there's not too many. Tom Petty was one of the only. I had never seen him, and I'm so glad I did.
Have you seen the Stones? Yeah, it was the same question.
Yeah, I saw them in the old days.
Okay.
Yeah, I saw them with Guns N' Roses and Live in Color in 90.
That's a hell of a show.
Yeah, was it 1990, 1989
That was a triple bill?
Yes.
Yeah.
Ed mentioned Floyd. My youngest son is 15. He's into music, so I'm about ready to have the Dark Side of the Moon experience. I'm going to turn him on to that.
Right.
So we're going to go, and the way I remember listening to that album from beginning to end, we're going to a dark room, light a candle, sit back, and
Ludes.
No, we're not going to smoke weed, but we're gonna listen to that. I can't wait to turn him on to
And
that.
then he'll really like it when he smokes weed.
Right, exactly. This is step one. We'll get to that later.
I don't know.
Just dip your feet in, and when I'm not around, check it out on your
Sure.
own. Yeah.
Where's that experience coming from now? Where you could, that used to be till you talk about the religious experience of in the dark with the turntable and the whole thing, and I'm going to now in the darkness see the music and that you don't get it anymore.
There's no albums anymore.
Yeah.
That's why. It's not going to happen anymore.
They don't do laser light shows anymore either.
I used to love laser light shows.
Those things were badass.
No matter who they were playing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It could have been Little River Band. It would still work. But- maybe not.
Rush, yes.
Pink Floyd was made for laser.
I went to a
laser
Rush
Floyd.
one back in the day.
Oh, yeah?
In San Francisco. Yeah.
I thought I went to Seattle
wasted.
Sounds, and it was awesome. It was Pearl Jam, Nirvana.
Oh, that's a good one.
Alice in Chains, Soundgarden. It was awesome.
The problem with the laser light shows is so the seats were they're planetarium seats. So if you went late at night, you were going to fall asleep because they were
Right.
Yep, 'cause you
permanently
laid back.
reclined.
But
Yeah.
they're probably better now. I would think there's been some advancements in laser.
You would hope.
Because back then it was just like they would write Rush with a laser and then spin it around. So you'd see what Rush looked like backwards. And you'd be like, wow.
Well, then they
It's
did
amazing.
They did 3D laser lights
Yeah,
where you'd
yeah.
wear the glass. Do you remember that?
No,
Yeah,
no, I
that was
missed out
for a
on
brief
that.
period. Yeah.
Yes.
And so thanks for coming by.
Yeah,
again,
thanks
man.
for having me.
And
Always,
enjoy
guys.
your time in Philadelphia.
Thanks, man.
Brian Posehn. Anne Hathaway. Kathy, this is for you. You hate her.
Yeah.
She doesn't want the paparazzi making money off her baby bump, and so she took to Instagram on Monday to share a photo of herself rocking a bikini with her pregnant belly on full display. I've not seen this yet.
I did.
How's it look?
Looks pretty good.
Yeah, she look all right?
I think
She still looks annoying.
she's actually taken the time.
Annoying.
I'm with you.
She's taken the time to, I think, let people calm down about her.
Yeah.
You know? Like she's trying to stay out of the mainstream a little bit.
She wrote, happy 2016 to my beautiful Insta friends. So posting a bikini pic is a little out of character for me, but just now, while I was on the beach, I noticed that I was being photographed. I figured if this kind of photo is going to be out in the world, it should at least be an image that makes me happy and be one that was taken with my consent and with a filter.
She's right.
So she did it. Actually, it's pretty smart.
Who's she married to, or who's her boyfriend?
She is married to Adam Schulman. They got married in 2012.
And what is he?
They've been
Craft
together-
services?
They've been together for 4 years, so before they got married. This marks the first time that Anne has publicly acknowledged her pregnancy since it was first reported in November. So
You know what? She's really good in the Batman movie. She does a solid job.
I didn't hate her.
Yeah.
But, Kath, I'm with you. She bothers the hell out of me. She really does.
Yeah.
Yeah, but look at you hated Sandra Bullock,
I know
and now
what-
you love her. In fact, your whole lifestyle is now
Well, she's
Sandra Bullock based.
She's taken over my my Sandra Bullock.
Your ire?
My hate slot.
Your hate slot.
I have a couple.
That's a
of those.
that's what Dennis calls it.
Yes.
Jeez, I see the hate slot.
Yeah, I can see the hate slots out.
We'll see how our luck goes with getting our lottery tickets.
I have a good feeling about it.
I do too. Are they saying that it could possibly hit $1 billion?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, because that's
Here,
what
let's see
happens.
what
They,
it's up
they
to.
start throwing some targeted numbers out, and then that causes
That fuels a surge.
the furor and
I'll be there.
not that.
I want to play.
Furor is also.
The Fuhrer has heard.
I hope he doesn't win.
The
That
current.
would be bad.
That'd be bad if Hitler won the lottery.
You know what? I would quit. I would retire.
Jeez.
I would get.
Then that would be a good thing.
I'd get a little place, go fishing.
Forgive and forget?
Yeah, you know what? I'll even hang out with some Jews. I'm wealthy. Who cares?
Oh man. Oh my God. All right. Anyhow, the fervor.
Yeah.
Is that a better word?
Sure.
Yeah. All right.
The Fuhrer has some bad memories.
Oh God. Penelope Ann Miller, who we had on the show when The Artist, that movie was nominated.
Did you ever get to see that?
I did not.
You would enjoy it, really.
Really?
I know it's a weird conceit to have it,
It's a silent
fully
movie.
silent movie, but
I've seen scenes of it, and it looks entertaining, looks
Yeah,
engaging.
it's
So
well done.
I would like to watch it sometime.
she has a full-on bad shot in it, too, which is amazing.
Full-on bad shot.
Yeah,
Wow.
that's how they used to do it in the silent days.
Nice beaver.
When they needed extra dialogue, they would move that around, too.
Move that around.
Well, you see it move, and then a card comes up that says queef.
Dude.
Wow, we
Seriously?
took it in that direction.
Serious.
We had to because we're artists.
Did we?
Because we're artists.
Some people work in oils.
And it would have, when the word queef would come, have little quotations around it. Yeah.
And then the dog looked up.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
You know, the way they used to do it in the classics.
I don't know that.
Somebody in the theater would be playing piano during that.
Ding, 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 and then the music would stop.
Come on, Kathy, get in on this.
No, it's all right. I'm good.
I don't even. Well, listen.
My God.
Some of that might be untrue.
It might be.
Or all of it.
All right, some birthdays today as we wait for your answer. It is the 18th day of January, and from the band Korn, Jonathan Davis celebrates. Right before he blows out the candles, it's all right, everybody. Here we go. And
That's their riff on Cha Cha Cha.
yeah, right, exactly. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Jonathan. Happy birthday to you.
All right.
So sweet.
Now, just how old
No, we're not going to do that. Jonathan is 45 today. Yeah.
And
yeah.
it's also, I think, National Brothers Week.
What?
Yeah.
What's going on?
Yeah.
Okay.
So you're a brother.
Yeah. Yes, I am. Right on.
Is
There
it
you go.
brother, B-R-U-T-H-A, or
No,
brothers?
You're a brother.
If you have a sibling.
I am the middle brother. I have an older brother and a younger brother. That puts me in the middle.
I'm the only brother.
Did you get into physical fights with your sister?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, she beat the crap out of me. She's 4 years older than me.
Wow.
Yeah.
And when did that change? When were you able to?
I remember specifically punching her one time and it causing damage, and I was probably like 14 or something like
Okay.
that.
That did not
That's
sit well with your dad. Didn't your dad give you all sorts of hell for that?
Probably. I don't remember.
That's how. Sorry, that's how it was for me too. They didn't punch, but I remember the first time getting like seriously hurt, and I was like, okay, I'm not gonna
Like
instigate
shoved or
this
something
anymore.
like that, yeah.
Whatever it was, like I got hurt, and he was a little too strong for me. Then I'm like, okay, we're not gonna do that.
Yeah, like Kathy, I was the oldest, but then my youngest brother Josh started playing ice hockey, and that got him in really good shape and much stronger than me. And it was probably, I don't know, 12 or 13 when he was able to overtake me at that point.
To talk.
Yeah.
Wait, and how much older were you?
I'm 7 years older than he was, but I remember him
At
getting
12, 13, he could.
yeah, because he started playing hockey when he was 6 or 7 years old.
Wow.
Those two things I wish I'd wrestled when I was young.
You had a 7-year-old beating you up when you were 14?
No,
He was
pay
13.
attention.
He was 17,
I
getting
like your
beaten up by a
girlfriend.
12-year-old.
I like your girlfriend.
Oh, he was getting the girls.
I'm going to take her.
Yeah, Josh was much cooler.
I'm going to make you watch.
He's 7.
Honestly, you would not think that a 7-year-old would possess the kind of strength necessary to beat up a much older. I guess at that point he was a man. But apparently the 7-year-old just throttled him.
Pierre might need some assistance.
What's happening?
The lid on his coffee is about to fall off, and he's got his hand.
I know, Pierre, you were a little sick, a little congested. You sounded yesterday.
Yes.
Are you fighting something, or is it full blown?
No, it just over the weekend I got some kind of a
Bishop
cold
Robert,
thing.
by the way. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Your hat was pointed exactly in the shape of a Catholic bishop.
Wow.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I'm a bit disheveled.
Just a bit.
All right. Thank you, sir. Very rarely do we continue on a segment after a commercial break and then a song, but this seems kind of fun.
Well, because we instantly realized we had begun changing people's lives.
It's happening.
Because when you have something that is clawing at you, whether it be a song or a movie, something that you just can't remember, you're trying to get the title, you want to watch it again, or just to clear it off your mental plate, it drives you crazy.
So we got started on this conversation because there was a song that's been identified after 17 years of searching.
It took 17 years with the internet.
Yeah, this brother and sister found a cassette that they recorded as teenagers off the radio. They knew all the songs on there except for one, and they couldn't identify it. And 17 years ago, they reached out to see if people could help them, and they have finally identified. It was some little-known local band in Germany that had made its way onto the radio. Even the guy in the band himself said we weren't a success. We just got a little bit of airplay.
And they're like in their late 60s.
Yep, and it's called Subways of Your Mind. So the people who posted this, Michael Hedrick is the guy that was in the band. The people who originally posted this are ecstatic because it's been found out.
It's been eating them
now
alive, yes.
And so we were doing a little song chat, and then I had mentioned, beyond that, there are just things that might stick in your mind for whatever reason. You just can't shake it. And I mentioned a scene from a movie that I just remember as a kid. It was nothing special, but for whatever reason, it is burned into my memory. And I described it, and so far no one has been able to identify
Nothing.
I used ChatGPT. It didn't work. I'll say it one more time. There's a performer on stage at a bar. It's in a college town. The bar is about to go out of business because nobody's coming. They don't like the entertainment. He gets up, and instead of just playing music, he starts to speak his mind. He has a couple drinks, and all of a sudden he finds out that he's connecting with the audience. He's funny, and it turns into a routine. The bar ends up becoming successful, and his gag, his spiel is he wears a cap and gown, like a graduation cap and gown, and he would toast the audience and say, "Surf's up," and everybody would say, "Surf's up." And I don't know why this movie is stuck in my mind, but I would like to know what it is.
Yeah.
I just want, and it wasn't a good movie either. It was just a dumb throwaway late 1960s movie, and I just want to know what it is because it's stuck in my head for no reason. I would at least like to know what it is.
So here's a perfect example because my Google search game is good. I'm good at finding stuff, and I put in about 9 different variations on what you described, and I'm getting nothing.
Yeah, and
the closest I've got was a movie from 1997, and that's not it.
Nope. And ChatGPT gave me a bunch of different titles, and I went and looked at them, and it definitely was not it.
And Steve, I'm terrible at Google searching. In fact, I went and just asked Marissa about something because I did a couple of swings at finding an episode of Garfield. It was a Halloween episode, and in particular, there was just this song, this beat as he was running away from ghouls or monsters or whatever. And I was telling her about it. I'm like, I can't find it. She found it in 2 seconds. And here is the song. And I haven't heard this. This is from like 1984, but I couldn't find this.
What was this
anywhere.
from again?
This is a Garfield Halloween episode.
Go ahead.
Let's keep moving. It's starting to get dark.
And then he goes, run, 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 run.
Let's get back to Camp Odie and warn John. If we're not too late.
Hang on.
Run, run. Run, run.
I'm afraid.
I'm afraid. I'm afraid. I'm afraid. I'm afraid.
Oh my God.
Rag 'em. And that beat, like, I guess I was 9 years old. It scared the hell out of me.
Run away. Marissa?
Well, Casey, your memory did not serve you perfectly. It was not from the Halloween episode.
Oh.
It was from Garfield in the Rough.
Garfield in the Rough. It's a
were on a
golfing
camping
story,
trip.
Preston.
All right, so here's what we're going to do. We're going to try to help some people that have something like that stuck. We're going to see what we can do for you. We can't promise you anything. I'm going to start with the text, and I'll go to these phone calls that people have been on hold. But Steve, you might know this. It says, "My name is Rich. I'm breaking my brain searching for a sci-fi thing. I saw it on a Creature double feature when I was a kid, and so here the text is broken up. All right. So it says here." Some kind of alien. Wait, I saw when I was a kid. It was a blonde-haired guy who found a meteorite and wore it around his neck and started to turn him into some kind of alien, eventually giving him some alien ability to shoot blasts of energy out of his arm and turn into some gruesome alien.
Laser Blast.
Is that it?
I think that's the movie he's talking about.
All right.
Laser Blast. In fact, it features stop motion animation from Phil Tippett, who later went on to animate the Tyrannosaurus in Jurassic Park.
Wow.
Rich?
So, yeah, he was,
Go search Laser
Blast.
And then get back to us if Steve is indeed correct. We're looking at video of Laser Blast. Oh, my God.
I think that's it. And he becomes this kind of ghoulish character because the thing sort of takes over him.
All right, who's been on hold the longest? Justin. His song stuck in his head. Hi, Justin. Good morning.
Hey, good morning, Ed.
Hey, good morning to see you, Justin. Thanks for hanging on so long. What do you need help with?
All right, here's what I've got for you. I know it's from a video game, one of the Grand Theft Audio video games from years ago, either the second or third one. But I've only got the chorus stuck in my head. Part of the chorus. It goes, driving in my fast car, don't think I can go that far. And that's all I've got. It's been rattling around in my head for years, and I can't find the thing.
So you're sure the chorus is driving in my fast car, don't think I can go that far?
Yeah.
Have you tried researching it and digging around
I
online?
have Googled it. I have gotten on YouTube, and I've listened to the entire album from the game. I can't find it anywhere.
Driving in my fast car. Don't think I can
Why
get
does that
that
sound
far.
familiar?
Yeah.
I don't know, because a lot of these songs from the soundtracks, the radio stations that you would listen to at Grand Theft Auto were actual songs.
Yeah,
I remember
yeah.
Romeo Void had a song on there, but they also did some goofy stuff as well, and maybe they had some parody songs or something that were in there too. I don't know.
So a guy who used to work at DRE in New York and went on to do a lot of production for Rockstar. Guy named Laszlo.
Yeah.
And he actually asked me one time if I wanted to do one of the DJ voices on the this is years ago, and I couldn't do it. But yeah, they would use DJs and they would set up these. Part of the fun of Grand Theft Auto, Preston, was those in-car radio stations that you'd listen to. They were part of the game.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, Justin.
We're going to look for it.
Just keep listening, okay?
I appreciate it. Thanks,
We'll
guys.
see what we can do for you. I don't know. Maybe somebody listening might know as
Yeah.
well. So if you can help out, text or call. Caller line 7, Casey?
Yeah, he might have an answer for us.
Okay. Let me go to him. Hi, Mike. Good morning.
Yo, Gadzooks.
Gadzooks, buddy. All right. It says here on my screen you might be able to help me out.
Yeah, I think I got your movie. I did a Google search, and the movie I found was For Those Who Think Young, and it was 1964. Look it up, Steve. Or,
For those who think we have the clip running here in the studio.
Ah!
Is that it?
Ah!
Yes!
And it looks like Preston, it looks like Tina Louise is in it.
This is it.
Yeah!
This is it. Mike, you bitch, you did it.
Yes!
That has been troubling
You
me
know what my
for
search-
40
You know
years.
what my
probably.
search was?
What?
Do you know what my search was?
No.
Yeah, it's like I typed in, the capping down and surfs up, 1960s, and that was it.
Dude, I put that same crap in and I didn't get anything. What is up?
I will tell you what the deal is. Well done, sir, by the way. Sometimes the algorithm breaks different ways, and it is a fluid thing. So a search that may not yield something, and Marissa, you'll agree
Son
with this.
of a bitch.
Some days a search that may not yield something will yield. This is your movie.
This is it.
And can you go back to the beginning of the clip, because I think that was Tina Louise sitting, who was.
Preston, I demand a hug.
Dude, I will give you a reach around, Mike.
Keep going back. Yeah, you need a reach around and a little bit of mouth.
Wow. Mike, thank you, bud.
Pauline's in it.
Yeah, it looks like he might be the main character. No.
No, he's the
All right,
action.
well,
hero.
anyway, Mike, I owe you something. We're out of prizes for today, but I thank you so much.
You're awesome, guys.
There you go.
I appreciate it. Dude, he did it. He did it.
Did it.
See? Listen, and I'm serious about this. This is why I love radio.
Yeah.
Okay? This is why you can go do your other little forms of entertainment if you want. But stuff like that happens right here on the radio.
My God.
I'm so happy. I know I sound angry right now.
And there's a little bit of anger because you did a little pee-pee in your pants.
And because I searched the exact same thing he did, and I came up with nothing.
Don't beat yourself up, because again, the algorithm can shift a little bit. But here we go, and this. Oh, there. You
Mystery
just had a
solved.
picture. I think that was Tina Louise. If you move, I don't know. I'm locked on this, but this is like people of the '60s. Paul Lynn.
Wow. Okay. So now I want to go watch the movie. See how bad it was.
I'm very happy for you, Preston. Yeah. I'm also a little jealous because you've had the satisfaction and I haven't gotten my
We're
Ivy
looking
thing
for
yet.
your Ivy room. So Nick is looking for what he believes to be a soap opera. A woman trapped in a room that is all covered on the inside with ivy. And as she pulls the ivy away, she realizes it is a brick wall on every wall, no way in or out.
And there's
Correct?
a villain. Yes, that's excellently described, Steve. There's a villain who puts her in this room, and she cannot get out. And the reason she can't get out, even though she thinks she can, is behind all of the ivy, nothing but brick walls.
All right, I want to go to some other calls, see if we can help out. People have been on hold for a while, so Julie is up next. Hi, Julie, good morning.
Good morning.
Hey, what's up, Julie?
Jerk off. Forgive me, Kirk off.
I'm sorry,
Julie.
someone was speaking. Could you say that again, please?
I said the power of radio is awesome. I'm an ex-DJ, and I love what you do because it helps us figure stuff out.
We love it.
Thank you, Julie. All right, how can we help you?
All right, here's the deal. I'm probably around your age, Preston.
Okay.
There was this show. I was maybe 5, maybe, I don't know, younger, somewhere between 5 and 10. And my brother was too little, doesn't remember. It was on PBS. May have been Kukla, Fran, and Ollie.
Yeah.
On PBS.
Okay.
I don't know. Anyway, it was a show that would cut to movies. So, like, possibly. It was a British TV show and a little boy running down the street in his little, like, knickers from, like, school.
Right.
And he was with his friends, and he used to fly a kite. It might have been in this episode. And he got chased by this scary as hell. I was so scared of this black cloud that had like a little face in the center of it. And once in a while it would come in and it zoomed after him and it looked like maybe a dragon. And it was black and it chased him. And I don't even know if he ever got away or got home. I feel like maybe. I don't know. But
It wasn't Kukla, Fran, and Ollie. Definitely.
No, that was a much more benevolent show.
That's what I thought.
Yeah. I don't know that one.
Been torturing me for years. My husband's really good with this stuff. He can't remember.
Would it be the opening of the show? There's a show called Ghost Writer, as in writing a book. Let me do a little search. This is through Reddit, and I don't trust Reddit with a lot of these things.
I don't think so because it was a British show.
Right.
And it was some little, we're watching our cartoons on Saturday morning or whatever it was.
And you think it was PBS?
It was definitely
Okay.
PBS.
Okay.
PBS.
I'm pretty sure because it was British. And where else do you got? I mean, I grew up in Buffalo, New York.
Right.
There was Canadian stuff, though. I grew up in Buffalo, New York. There was Canada stuff, too. So,
all right, it could have been Canadian. All right.
Channel. Could have been, but I think I was young enough. I don't even know if we had cable.
And it was a black cloud with a face in it that was chasing him.
Yeah, but it would like zoom. It was so scary. It would zoom. It was like a cloud or like smoke. And yes,
And maybe a dragon, you said?
the face reminded me of dragon.
Okay.
I mean, I was a kid, I don't
All right.
know.
Steve's coming up empty right now,
Yeah,
but we'll keep the phone lines open. Maybe somebody knows, okay?
Okay, sounds
All right.
great.
Thanks, Julie. Appreciate it. We'll see you.
I want to go back to Preston's movie real quick, which is called For Those Who Think Young, in case anybody missed it. Steve, Tina Louise is in it.
Yeah.
Also, Bob Denver.
Yeah.
Paul Lynde, Nancy Sinatra,
Ellen Burstyn.
Yeah, so
Wow.
a lot of familiar actors.
It's not a fly-by-night film.
James Darren.
Let me see here. Next up, who's been on hold the longest? Mike has been on. Let me go to him. Hey, Mike, you're on the air. Good morning, buddy.
Hey, where'd you get that hat, Kenny?
Where'd you get that hat?
What's up, Mike?
Hey, this would have been about 1986, but I'm pretty sure the movie was much older.
Okay.
Now, mind you, we were all drinking and possibly smoking something prior to this. We all were at the calming down point, everybody laying around watching the TV. We're watching this stereotypical black and white Western cowboy movie. Bad guy comes to town, everybody's up in arms, the saloon, the whole bit.
Yep.
It took us a good half hour, 40 minutes of watching before I realized and shouted out, has nobody noticed that every single person in this movie is a dwarf?
So I think it's the Terror of Tiny Town. Yeah. So that is a classic. These are all dwarfs, little people, however you want to say it. And there was a series of films, the most famous being The Terror of Tiny Town. And a lot of these were former
Wizard of Oz?
Oompa Loompas.
Oh, Oompa Loompas.
Not Oompa Loompas.
Wizard of Oz?
Munchkins.
Munchkins, okay. Yeah.
Yeah, so we're watching a clip from it right now.
There
The
you
Terror
go.
of
There it
Tiny
is,
Town.
Mike.
You got it.
Terror of Tiny Town.
But the movie's not from the 80s.
No.
The movie is from many years. I'm going to put it like 40s,
Wow.
50s, early 50s.
All right, Mike.
Yeah, it seemed quite old.
All right. Terror of Tiny Town. I've seen it.
So go do a search on YouTube and relive that wonderful stoned and drunk afternoon that you guys had.
Yeah, I'm gonna recommend doing the
Thanks.
Do the narcotics while you're watching.
All right, we'll go next to Jeff. Been on hold for a half hour now. Hey, Jeff. Good morning, buddy.
Good morning, guys. Sorry to bother you at work.
It's all right, man. All right, what can we help you with?
Well, we actually turned this whole thing into a game at work. We call it So This One Time. We describe movies. Right?
All right.
So this one time, there were these 3 kids, and they were kind of geeks and dorks, and one was really smart, and he figured this thing out on his computer that could travel through space and stuff. So they find this
I know it.
amusement park ride.
Yep.
and they turn a spaceship out of it.
Jeff, it's called The Explorers. It's a great movie.
Yep.
Ethan Hawke not Ethan Hawke. Yeah.
River Phoenix, Ethan Hawke.
River Phoenix, Ethan Hawke, and one other guy. That's a great movie.
I think Joe Dante directed that.
Yeah.
The director of Gremlins.
Almost as good as Solar Babies.
Yeah.
Solar Babies.
It was a fun one.
Dude, that was my favorite as a kid.
Was that? Do you have that up, Nick? Was it directed by Joe Dante?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Eric Luke is the writer. Ethan Hawke, River Phoenix, Bobby Fight.
Yeah.
I don't know who Bobby
Fight didn't go on to do anything.
Football forever.
All right, thanks, bud.
By the way, that is a good movie. I enjoyed that movie.
Yeah, it was well done.
It was kind of overlooked.
Yep. All right.
James Cromwell's in it.
Line 2, we will go to Rob next. Hey, Rob, good morning.
Good morning to see you.
Good morning, Rob. All right, can we help you with something?
Yeah, so this movie's from the 80s, and it's like about a gymnast kid, and his dad is a secret, like, agent spy. And at the very beginning of the movie, the kid's in like a gymnastics competition. His dad gets murdered by the evil henchman woman, whose mode of killing people is with an elongated, sharpened fingernail. And it's like a terror. She's like, I'm going to give you the finger. And it was like, no, not the finger. And then the kid gets recruited by the spy agency to kind of avenge his dad's murder. And I, for the life of me, I can't remember it. All I remember, like, after that is the kid has a gun with supposedly like a rocket launcher, but it fails all the time. And when the rocket launcher fails, a fiery nail just falls out of the gun.
So this takes, because I remember a movie called Gymkata, which had a former Olympian gymnast doing. It's kind of a similar thing, but I don't remember a dystopian world where it rains all the time. So I'll check on that. Yeah, does Gymkata ring a bell?
I don't know.
Okay.
I wouldn't be able to remember the title.
Okay.
All I remember is the evil villain with the murder finger.
The murder finger. Okay.
Like me and my buddy would play games and like pretend to kill each other with our sharpened fingernails. as kids.
We're looking for. Oh wait, we're looking at the villain.
Was it in Gymkata? Was the villain female, Steve?
Female, yeah, absolutely.
No. I'm asking Steve here.
Yeah,
Morrison,
she was.
in Gymkata.
Yeah. One of the villains.
Go and take a look at that movie, Rob, and see. Hold on, Marissa's got something. Hold on, Marissa.
Dude, the newest thing too to and also for however long ago you looked this up, this was only posted 2 months ago on Reddit. Never Too Young to Die, 1986, after a top secret agent is murdered, his estranged son, a high school gymnast, teams up with his dad's attractive female partner to stop a psychopathic gang leader who killed him and now plans a major
And guess who the
terrorist attack.
star is?
Who?
John Stamos.
Oh my
Seriously?
God, it's a young John Stamos.
All right, so it's called Never Too Young to Die. All right, Rob.
Hey,
that's
it. Yeah, it's John Stamos.
Oh my God, it is it's Blackie. His name was Blackie when he was on
General Hospital.
General Hospital. Yeah.
All right, Rob.
Yeah.
Problem solved.
We did it.
Thank you
Did
so
it.
much.
All right,
And
you got it,
changed
buddy.
lives.
All right, there we go. Seriously, man, like I'm so happy.
Yeah.
that I found out what movie that was. Let me. All right.
Oh, Vanity's in it too.
Casey, what am I doing?
Go to line 5 because I've actually talked about this on our show before, but line 5 is
okay. It is Jimmy.
Jimmy.
Hey, Jimmy. Good morning.
I rip ass.
I rip ass.
All right, Jimmy. What can you share with us here?
All right, so I don't know, 80s HBO, I think. It's set in England, I think. It's a dystopian future where it rains all the time, year-round, except for like 1 hour a year or something like that.
Yeah, we did talk about this a while back. Casey, do you remember?
I think it's called The Day the Sun Came Out. Because in that movie, there was one guy who acted up at some point, and he was not allowed out, and so all the other kids were outside playing, and he was locked indoors. Does that ring a bell, Jimmy?
Yeah, I think the other kids locked him in a closet. He was really looking forward to it, I think.
Yeah.
I think that's based on a Ray Bradbury story, isn't it?
There you go. And what's it called again, Case?
I think it's called The Day the Sun Came Out.
All right.
Because a woman had emailed me about it and found it. Oh man, I wish I could had more.
The Day the Sun Came Out. All right, do a search on that, Jimmy. That should be it. All right,
Jimmy.
bud?
All right.
All right.
Jimmy. I hope John Stamos was in that one too.
Let's see. Next up is we're going to go just a couple more, and then we got to wrap it up. I have Steve. Hi, Steve. Good morning.
What's up, bitch?
Hey, bitch. What you got?
So back in like the 80s, well, probably late 80s, 90s, I was a lot more into rap than I am nowadays.
Okay.
But there was a song. It was by DJ Magic Mike, and the song was called "DJ Magic Mike Will Load the 12 and Hit You."
What is the title again? I'm sorry.
DJ Magic Mike will load the 12 and hit you.
We'll load the 12 and hit you.
Okay.
Yep.
And you've been searching for the song and have not been able to find it.
Preston, I've been searching it for almost 20 years.
No kidding. All right.
Well,
I cannot find it. And I've heard like other like versions, but it's not the version that I originally heard.
Load the 12, Nick, not load the game. Hang on a second. Nick's doing
And
a
I
search
got
on
a
this.
second one for you.
It's on YouTube.
Yeah, it is.
It's called Magic Mike Will Load the 12 and Hit Ya.
DJ Magic Mike actually has his own channel. And so if you subscribe to DJ Magic Mike on his YouTube channel, you will be the 16,000th subscriber. And you can listen to that song. We'll load the 12 and hit you.
Thank you very much, guys. And look for Orange Bubblicious. Can't find that.
Orange
We got one for you, man.
Yeah,
you got to do a little
come
work
on.
on your own.
All right, thanks, man.
I mean, even Neil Armstrong stopped doing stuff after a while.
Let's see. All right, this seems like an odd one. I'm going to go to Zane. Hi, Zane. Good morning.
Good morning, guys.
Hey, what's up, Zane?
Listen, if you guys can help me find this, it would blow my mind because I've been looking for this for like 13 to 15 years.
Okay.
But it's a Taco Bell commercial. It's this family getting home from a grocery run, and they're talking about prices rising, and they're like, someday the new generation will experience buying in bulk. And the dad taps this big jug, says this is mayonnaise. But then he goes for the young bulk shopper. There's Taco Bell's new, and then lists the product. I don't even remember it.
Okay.
But I have been looking for this for ages. I found a friendship off of this commercial somehow, but I cannot find this commercial.
All right.
Oh, man.
Taco Bell commercial, and the father yells at the family. All right, I'm looking for it.
Steve's doing search. And you've went on YouTube and so on, and some of this stuff, like Marissa found out, this one that she located just popped up 2 months ago.
So, for example,
you got to go back to it every now and then. I
years
guess.
ago, about 2 or 3 years ago, one of my favorite horror movies of all time is The Night Stalker. I've mentioned it many times on the original one that appeared on ABC with Darren McGavin. You couldn't find any YouTube or a lot of information about it on the video side. Now there are pages of YouTube videos, the entire movie, 9 different ways. So, but it takes some time for it to work its way in.
Yeah. All right, we'll search for you, Zane.
I'm not seeing anything
I
now.
finally found the email
Thanks, bud.
about that movie the guy was talking about. It's called All Summer in a Day. It's a story about kids that never seeing the sun, a girl being locked in a closet. It said that the story is now their new 4th grade ELA curriculum.
Oh.
The kids read the story, which somebody said it was a Ray Bradbury short from 1952. It was in 1982. I actually have a link to the movie on YouTube.
Okay.
That I'll put that out on my socials.
Ed was going to comment on that. Ed, thank you for the call. We got the info ahead of time. The last caller that wanted the commercial, there was one that I remember from childhood that I went and looked up.
Which was?
Steve, you might remember it was for Levi's, and it was a jingle. And
is it?
Levi's.
Yes.
Levi's.
And those commercials for the time
Levi's. Stop motion.
Right, stop motion and all these effects that later became adopted by the movie industry. Yeah.
Marissa found it. I guess I talked about it on the air one time, but it's called Levi's Haw Haw.
Yeah.
And that one brought back some serious memories for me. All right, 2 more calls.
Changing lives.
And then we're going to wrap this up. It is Jenna who's got a song that she's trying to remember. Hi, Jenna. Good morning.
Good morning, Ed.
Good morning to see you, Jenna. All right, what can we help you with?
Okay, I've had a song that's been in my mind since probably the mid-'80s. It's Genesis or Phil Collins.
Okay.
I have no idea what the words are. I have no idea what the name is. I can hum it.
All right, let's do it. You got the king over here with Preston.
Okay. It goes dun 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 dun. I have listened to as much of the Genesis catalog as much of Phil Collins YouTube.
Is it Illegal Alien?
No.
Okay.
All right, do it again. Hum
Sing
it again,
please.
Your song.
Hum it again.
Bum bum Ba-dum, ba-da, ba-da, da, 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 da.
You don't know any words.
I think some of the words are like, I know, you know. It's not Illegal Alien.
No, I know.
Almost had it for a second
yes,
there, too.
when she said the I know.
Yeah.
It's a more obscure song.
No, it's a Phil Collins song, I believe it is.
Okay.
And
so
Turn It On Again by any chance? No, that's
It's
a
not.
Genesis song.
Yeah, and
Oh,
that
she's
was a
saying
big
it's
hit.
Phil Collins?
Yeah.
Well, Steve is saying it's Phil Collins.
I'm saying, I believe, yeah.
I know.
Yeah, it's I know, you know, da 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 da.
Wait 1 second.
Da, da, da.
It's not called
Only You Know and I Know?
Maybe.
Can we rack that up?
I know. That's
So
how that song goes.
That's off of.
That's a great song.
No
That is
ticket
great.
required. So if we can grab that audio, maybe we can play it for you. Only
That would
you,
be cool.
Only You Know and I Know. No ticket required.
Yeah, here,
1985.
Casey will pull it up right now. We'll play a little bit. That is a great song.
It is a
by
great
the
song.
way.
Here we go.
You know and I know. And I can't remember the rest of it off the top of my head, but hold on. Casey's pulling it up, and we will, or I can pull it up. If you
Yeah, you
want.
can. Oh, here it is. Yeah, it's Phil Collins.
Yeah, plug that in.
There it is.
And we'll see. Come on. And then 1, 2, 3, 4. Nope. Here it is. Of course. Very synthy.
Oh, here it is. Right here.
Yeah.
Is that it, Jenna?
Yeah.
Wait, what is that, Jenna?
That's it. Thank you.
Another one. Lives changed.
Wow.
Honestly, a lot of, listen, there are a lot of, and look for them in your lives, what they call false heroes. You're listening right now to 5 heroes.
All right, Jenna, are we happy?
You are my heroes.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Jenna. We appreciate it. There was one more that we're going to go to, and then we got to wrap up. So it is Joe that we will check in with next. Hey there, Joe.
Kenny Knight?
It is.
Oh, my God, you guys are awesome.
Thank you.
Thank you, brother. All right, what are you looking for?
All right, it's a short movie. Young guy dies, goes to heaven. It's an elevator. He gets up there. They're like watching his life on a screen. He doesn't have enough points to get into heaven. He escapes, goes back to Earth, and is tying up all his loose ends. And as he's doing this, he's getting points. It goes by very fast. Like one of the things is he has smoothies with the old man, leaves his credit card and wallet for his girlfriend. But as he's doing this, like heaven's watching, and he's getting points doing it.
When
Me
do you
and my buddy quote this thing all the time.
Any idea when this film was out?
It's late 90s, early 2000s.
Oh.
Is it, in fact, a short film or just a film that's not very long?
No, it's just a short film. Like, there's very little dialogue.
Okay.
It's literally them I think maybe the whole thing was maybe 20 minutes long.
Okay.
All right.
And it's a young guy who tries to get into heaven by scoring points.
Do any of the actors seem familiar?
None. I wouldn't
Okay.
know the actors at all.
Okay.
Okay.
That's a puzzling one. Steve's looking up some information right now.
At the very end, he gets hit by a bus. They send the angel of death down to collect him.
Okay.
And he
Short
ends up
film,
getting hit by a
man goes to heaven, has to earn points, or man dies,
There's
has
a
to earn
movie
points to go
called
to heaven.
Bus to Heaven.
Bus to
A
Heaven.
short film concept titled Bus to Heaven features a young, optimistic man who believes he's living a righteous life, attempting to cross over to heaven. No, this is different. By prematurely stepping in front of a bus.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, that's a different story. It's just, how many bus stories are there about?
He's crossing the street. He has a quarter in his hand, and he's getting ready to put the quarter in like a beggar's cup when he gets hit by the bus, and the quarter ends up landing in the cup, which gave him just enough points.
Oh,
to get into
that's
heaven.
pretty cool.
That is pretty cool.
I like that concept.
Okay,
Oh,
so
the best scene-
I think
best was when he crushes a boombox because it's playing rap music. So he
I think
smashes it.
Marissa may have found it, Joe. There's a movie called In God We Trust, and it looks like the style. Yep, this has
looks
got to be
like it.
It's a short. It looks like short film quality, but the guy doesn't get hit by a bus. He got hit by maybe this is when he first died. When he goes up to heaven, is it like in an office setting?
Yes.
That's
Yeah,
it.
this has got to be it. This has got to be it.
It's got to be. It's called
Marissa got it.
In God We Trust. So take a look on YouTube, okay?
Will do. You guys rock.
Thanks, buddy. All right.
Written,
How about that?
Written and directed by Jason Reitman, who we've had in studio. Jim O'Heir is in it, the guy who played, he was in Parks and Rec. And the star is this guy named Richard Speight, and he's a really recognizable actor as well.
When is this from?
From the year 2000. And yeah, it's only 17 minutes long, but I think it was like Jason Reitman's first project.
Okay.
How about that crap?
So do me a favor, write down that we did this, and let's come back to this in a few months.
Yes.
And do it again, because this is very satisfying. And now I'm sitting here and I'm thinking of a couple more for me personally.
Do you want one last one?
No, it's going to take too much time, but I'll jot it down. But Marissa pulled a clip from the movie that I needed to know.
All right.
Where the guy says "Surf's Up." So I want to hear this. There we go. All right, wait, and this says "Surf's Up" and no crowd. Hang on a second here. I got backed up.
Surf's up!
Yep. Okay. All right. Oh man.
Now you're fulfilled. Doesn't that take a load off?
It does. It's just been a mystery, a dumb mystery, for decades in my life.
There was one last one. I'll tell you. There was a story about a short movie made for the holidays. It was about a young kid and his grandmother. I believe might have been Esther Roll or maybe the mother from What's Happening. And they lived in a complex, and he finds a little cat. They're living in the ghetto. It's bad. They're just barely getting by, and he takes care of this cat that's living in an oven. And it's just a beautiful story. Beautiful story. Could not find it for years. And then suddenly, to Marissa's point, someone somewhere was thinking the same thing.
Yeah,
it was called TJ, and I found it. And but I mean, when I found that. For like a week, I was walking on like clouds because I was like, that was it. The memories. I loved it. Now I had it again. It was a reconnection, and I got it off my goddamn mental plate.
That's great.
Yeah.
I love it. All right. Well, hopefully you got something out of this. We did help a few people. We have loads of texts that have come in, and we're not going to be able to get to those, but we do appreciate it. So maybe we'll drag this out again sometime.
We could also maybe create a page, Marissa, so people could could add their stuff on. I don't know if, at some point or even on our social media and start to get some that way.
Hang on, Marissa.
I'll put something on our social media. Guys, I'm tired.
Yeah.
That took a lot out doing all that Googling.
Marissa has been working hard behind the scenes.
Preston, I am so excited for you to watch this movie. I've just been I've pretty much watched the whole movie in the past 20 minutes, finding clips. Oh my God, it's so bad. It's good.
Paul Lynn. Oh my God. All right. Well, listen. Thank you very much for contributing and being a part of this. We're going to
changing the world.
We're going to take a break. We'll come back in a second. We do have some bizarre file stories when we get back. Stay there.
Preston and Steve.
His shirt is falling off.
What makes you say that, honey bunny? You dress me every day.
His hair is shooting out forward today, which is wild.
I'm a little scattered, which is not normal for me because I'm sharp as a tack.
Honestly.
50 bags in the Tommy Tuck.
50 bags in the Tommy Tuck.
And the Tommy Tuck.
Yes.
There's a fresh one for
I think
us.
most people, when they see you like this in the morning, they assume West Point cadet.
Exactly. Thank you, Steve. Thank you. Thank you very much. Appreciate that vote of confidence from a fellow military man.
So today is National DJ Day, Disc Jockey Day.
I heard you. I only heard the last part of it, and I think you were alluding to my various meltdowns. Were you not?
They're hilarious because
Marissa howls. The interns cower, and Marissa will just laugh in my face because I'll make a little boo boo, and then and we'll be right back after this off mic.
Dude, you just said it. I was stretching. I didn't have my hand anywhere near the button. Lord.
Sorry about that.
Oh, my God.
I meant to say
That's
the
exactly
other
what
word.
you do, yes. Mother effing.
Mother effing,
You
and
just
then
gave us a really dramatic presentation.
It just came right out.
Yeah.
That's what you get when you wake up in my body.
Yeah.
Look at that.
Really? And what's that?
My temporary tooth just popped out.
Oh, my God. Steve's tooth just fell out.
Oh, that is too perfect.
I didn't know you had a temporary tooth.
Oh, yeah. The postman did. Can you see that?
How did it come out?
I don't know.
You don't have food in your mouth. Nothing.
No.
Can
no.
you smile for me?
Shoot.
What are you gonna do?
Now we gotta look at that all morning.
Oh, knock it off, you.
Wait, can I see your tooth?
There it is.
I don't
I don't want
hold
to
it.
see that. That disgusts me.
I can't believe your tooth.
Casey's losing it.
It feels so effed up.
Oh no.
Yeah, they put the post in and everything, so I gotta.
So what are you supposed to have an implant? Is that?
Yeah.
So that's there until
the implant will go in. It'll go in. So I guess I'll be going to Dr. Petula. I wondered why my little. I was drinking hot chocolate, my coffee.
Did you feel it?
A little squirt came out. I'm like, why would that happen?
Oh my God. We should all just go home.
That's too funny.
Oh, hey, Steve. Thank you for my birthday present.
Well, you poor
about to see.
At least you're laughing at it.
Oh. Well, there are worse things that could happen, certainly. My nuts could have fallen off. Yeah, I'll have to take
man.
that. Yeah. All right.
Okay.
All right.
Moving on.
Seriously. It's a Mickey Rourke look I'm rocking today.
Yeah, are we going to be able to do the show?
I don't know.
No, I think I can. You just might hear a few S's that sound a little bit.
I can't look at you. I'm not going to be able to have a conversation with you all day. Oh my God, we're falling apart. We are literally falling apart.
We just started.
Oh, it's
so early.
I'm drinking the mocha, and I'm like, wow, why is that dribbling? And then,
Wait, where is it?
What?
The tooth.
Marissa brought him a cup.
Who doesn't have a tooth cup in the morning?
Oh my God.
It's too funny.
Oh no.
There may be random moments of laughter today, of just in the middle of whatever we have.
I'm just glad I can't see me.
But like you said, when he uses S.
Sassafras. That's all right.
Wait, but how does it normal? It just stays in normally?
It's secured in, so it's and that's until
not so secure.
I
now.
actually, what happened was that I was chewing something last night, and I thought I might have felt a crack, but I'm like, no, it's fine. So
okay, so that was
it's not a chewer. It's a,
no,
it's not a chewer.
No, it's a
cutter.
biter.
It's a biter. Yeah.
Do we need to maybe Cho's sells like denture glue or something? Maybe we could try that.
All I know is that if I'm going to have any dental work done, I want it to be done through Cho's.
Steve, I can't look at you.
I can't see it. The microphone's in the way, so I'm good over here. I can have a conversation with him. You guys can look at each other.
Steve finally saw it.
Did he finally?
It is pretty funny.
Hey, I got some apples. You like some apples?
You want an apple?
It's like your Billy Bob teeth.
Oh God!
Oh, you should put the Billy Bob
You should wear those.
I got some dentures for you.
In case you came prepared.
These have been in my mouth. I'm sure you don't want them.
No. I think I'll pass on
All right. Well, let's try to do the show.
Okay.
Where were we? What?
Gave away the.
You did the stupid question, right?
Crazy glue. No, I'm looking at some of these calls coming in. Yeah, we did the stupid question. So he gets Lego Marvel's Avengers, which is available for PlayStation 4, all platforms, PlayStation 4 and Xbox One. All right. So, dear God. All right. So at the box office this weekend, number one was The Revenant.
Yes.
16. Yes. I know, man. It's sad.
Your lungs are full of mucus. My tooth fell out.
Our pets' heads are falling off.
We're going to have to remind people of that all morning long.
It's too good.
Yeah. It's been a rough week for the ladies in Charlie Sheen's life following last week's revelation that his ex-wife Brooke Mueller is back in rehab. He's
For
now-
the, 15th time? 15th?
All right, you have to stop. He's
no
not
way.
going to be able to get through the show.
I just
You
have
laugh
to. I
every
have to.
time.
Now I have to take it. I have to explore different letters.
We're not going to make it through 7 a.m.
S's are fine, but F's are a problem.
Yeah. Farfignugan. Farfignugan.
Oh, my God.
This is going to be the worst show we've ever done.
No, it's not.
No, that's saying
it's
a
going to
lot.
be brilliant. I could never, ever, ever, ever do live stage acting. I can't even do it on camera when you get multiple takes. There's no way.
We're hoping to one day master radio.
I'm so self-conscious of don't mess it up. That I will mess it up.
But when I was in high school, we started if you had a lead, you started in June, July, rehearsing your lines and everything.
I guess maybe if you have enough rehearsal. I mean,
Yeah.
anything I've ever attempted to do, I've had very little rehearsal on, and I'm like,
yeah.
Even when we, excuse me.
Again, here we are, perfecting radio.
Dude. That was.
You sound like snots.
I'm nervous.
That was mid-word.
That was.
That would have been your Colonel Jessup scene.
Right. You can't handle the. Excuse me.
I've had to recently, go to the bathroom outside. When we were driving up to Maine and Boston this summer, I had to, my family went into McDonald's and I was outside with the dog. And I found it ironic that it was fine that the dog was peeing outside, but I actually had to hide the fact that I was peeing outside. But there are...
Dogs get away with everything.
They do. But there are secrets, so, or tricks to the trade of, peeing outside. All right.
With this model, this life-size model that we have here.
Mandingo's twin.
We have two of them?
Dan Dingo.
Yes, we have Caucasian and we have...
Yeah, there's Mandingo and Dan Dingo.
So what you can't do is lean up against something like you're clearly or hide behind a bush so you're clearly going to the bathroom. What you have to do is kind of be out in the open. You still want to shield your jump.
You want to have your back
Wait
to
a
the
second.
people.
All right, so describe the environment that you're in where you're pulling this off.
This is where people are, right?
All right, so people are there?
Where are you?
You are people.
All
All
right,
right. You are
yes.
people in a parking lot.
And never forget
parking
it.
lot.
All right. And then behind me is not people.
Okay.
All right. So I'm on my phone. Junk out. You can
Right.
see my junk is out. I am
Right.
now on a phone.
Now, no, there's no wires. We've never met before.
So clearly,
Look, watch.
I got one hand on the phone up to
All
my
right.
ear, not talking to anybody.
All right.
And then my other hand, which would normally be on my piece, aiming.
On your bird.
This hand is now up here, like.
You know what?
You know,
It works.
Hold on, but don't you have to hold it? Won't it go wild?
No, it's not like a hose that
It's
you
not?
turn on at high pressure, Kathy.
Have you ever encountered one?
No. Still waiting for that magical night.
It's flipping all over the place.
It's a little bit crazy.
walk a little bit.
So you're like Chris Angel.
Yeah.
You're like an illusionist.
A little bit.
Okay.
All right, that makes sense.
I don't know if I could do that technique or not.
I know what he's saying, though, because you're using the simple art of deception and distraction.
I had something I wanted to bring up. Do we all agree that that Kathy is a beautiful woman?
She is a beautiful woman.
Very, very attractive.
What are you bringing up?
What? Nothing that I think is
The odor?
bad.
The odor.
No, you have Kathy's got a pretty face.
Yes.
No question. But do any of us agree that Kathy does suffer from resting bitch face?
All right, Danae, you're smiling. See, that's the problem.
Yeah, that's the hard part. But if you catch her
not smile
when she's like doing work or on a laptop or something like that.
See, okay, and I'm interested to hear what you guys say because I would have never thought that I had resting bitch face.
And I might. Yeah.
She's
making a face.
No. What?
What?
That's not bitch. I don't know what that is.
I don't know if I think she has resting bitch face. I see she has sort of. I sit next to her in the office, and it seems just kind of neutral when you're doing your deal. I wouldn't say you look particularly bitchy.
We have a picture here of you, Kathy, just being
So do you think that looks
in a
bitchy?
neutral face. I think sometimes you look like you're a little angry.
Well, I think you're an a-hole. No, I'm
that.
just kidding. Now I'm gonna rest like this.
Yeah.
Hey, Preston.
That's worse. That's worse.
Kathy's mood is the toughest, I think, to crack. I thought you had your period last week.
Well, I was
That
going to
was
say
so
that because you guys don't know. You don't know when I'm PMSing, which I cannot figure out why.
We just.
I guess it's because I'm always a bitch.
She was saying
I'll
something.
turn to you and say, "Is this the week you don't have your period?"
she would say something, and I look. Casey just goes, "Are you on your period?"
He mouthed it in the meeting. I laughed.
Kathy, you're.
But if I was PMSing, I wouldn't have laughed.
We're going to do
WMMR.
Nick McElwain, everyone.
Yay!
President Steve Show. Thank you, sir. Appreciate
Still
you.
looking for that scene with the ivy-covered brick room.
I mean, honestly, like I really am very happy for Preston because I know I saw how satisfied you were. I saw your exultation. I want to feel that too, man. I want to feel it. I want to.
We'll get it.
We'll get there.
We'll get it. Somebody.
I may not get there with you.
Yeah.
I'm going to say it one more time. It's a soap opera, not a movie. It's a soap opera from the early to mid 80s. I was a kid when it came out. A woman is trapped in this area, and she thinks that she can escape by peeling away the ivy that's on the wall. Behind the ivy, it's brick walls preventing her escape.
Okay. Please help Nick McElwain. All right. Let us do, actually, before I do the bizarre file, there's a shout out I wanted to do, and I lost it. So I'll try to do it. It was somebody's birthday today, too, and I'll have to find it. It's their 40th birthday, but we're going to do the bizarre file instead. Here we go.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you by Red Robin. They've got holiday gifts all wrapped, and you can give the gift of Yum with a $30 Red Robin holiday gift card and get a $5 bonus buck reward for you now through December 31st. Red Robin, Yum. All right, so in Connecticut, a woman faces charges for assaulting a man with her car outside of a bar. Police charged 24-year-old Alexis Marie Rivera with first-degree assault and reckless driving. Police were informed that a male fell in the rear parking lot of a local bar and was bleeding from his head. The victim was immediately transported to a local hospital for evaluation due to his injuries. The victim was then driven to another hospital for more advanced care. Now, detectives say that when they were informed that the victim suffered multiple serious injuries and was in intensive care unit, they reviewed footage from the scene of the incident, and it showed Rivera behind the wheel of a black Chevrolet Camaro. Police said Rivera was driving with the victim on the hood of the Camaro at a high rate of speed. While the Camaro was in motion, the victim fell off the hood and hit the pavement where he laid motionless. Police said Rivera momentarily glanced down at the victim and then fled the scene.
Did she run over him?
I don't know if she ran over him or not, but apparently she got out of there, and they eventually were able to track her down. And I don't know why if she hit him first and then got him up on top of it or not, but who knows. So let's see. How about this one? Kelly White from Long Island, New York, considers herself an adoptive mom to 8 realistic dolls, treating them like her children. She used to breastfeed her younger dolls.
Oh, boy.
But she now bottle feeds them.
Yeah. You don't want to be freaky.
She makes milk from flour and water, and she says, I've wanted to be a mom since I was 8.
So I do it with the dolls.
She explained how she became attached to her first doll, Jennifer, after initially buying it as a prop. And since then, she's expanded her collection, spending over $2,000, and keeps the dolls in cribs and around her home.
Look at this dress I made out of human skin.
Kelly enjoys taking her dolls out in a stroller, even to restaurants and parks, and follows a daily routine that includes dressing them, watching movies, and putting them to bed by 7 p.m. So, listen, if that's your thing, that's fine. I don't think you need to take it to the restaurant.
No,
and,
probably need to breastfeed it.
Breastfeed.
Yeah, you can just simply collect dolls. But listen, if you're a pleasant person and this makes you happy, then enjoy your bizarre little situation here.
But if you take it out to a restaurant, people are going to naturally come over and go, oh, and then they're going to go,
oh, you're insane.
Yeah, so.
Oh, are you insane?
Yeah, so she doesn't care despite facing the criticism. She said, I'm living my truth of the life I want as if I was a mom.
It's a beautiful family. She has the photo here with her dolls.
Although she does hope to adopt real children one day.
Well, there you go.
The dolls
just don't forget which is which.
Yeah, fulfill her desire to nurture. A spa owner in Massachusetts was arrested after allegedly performing thousands of illegal injections of counterfeit Botox and fillers.
Oh, man.
Yep.
You hear about this a lot.
Yep. Rebecca Fatinelli, the owner of Skin Butte Med Spa, is accused of importing counterfeit Botox, Sculptra, and Juvederm from China and Brazil since March of 2021.
Turned out to be Nutella.
Fatinelli, who is an esthetician and not a licensed nurse, as she advertises,
Oh, boy.
allegedly received over $900,000 in client payments for the counterfeit drug injections at the spa. One of her clients reported her to the FDA, sparking an investigation. A search of Fatinelli's devices found communications with customers. The document said that one client complained about droopy eyes.
I don't think that was real Botox.
While another complained about little balls developing in her lips.
Little balls in her lips?
Yes. Another client sent
your lip nuts.
Fatinelli a message complaining that she had a hard lump under her eye.
Oh, my God.
And that her eyes appeared to be sunken in as a result of the procedure.
So regular Botox can migrate like that. You got to be careful.
Yeah, she carried out over 1,631 Botox appointments. The U.S. Attorney's Office said for years she allegedly put unsuspecting patients at risk by representing herself to be a nurse and then administering thousands of illegal counterfeit injections. She charged with illegally importing merchandise contrary to law, selling or dispensing counterfeit drugs, selling, dispensing a counterfeit device as well. So
Liar, whore, and you know it.
And that's her lawyer.
Yeah. All right. And one last story, and we will wrap it up. Let's go with this one. State health officials in Wisconsin are encouraging community members to throw away any pizza made by a Wisconsin-based pizza company. Public Health Madison said Yeti's Pizza had an unintentional THC contamination.
Wow.
The contaminated pizza was served on Monday, October 21st to the 24th. Famous Yeti's Pizza addressed the situation online. They said, after receiving reports from staff, we confirmed that the pizza had been sold with dough mistakenly prepared with oil contaminated with Delta 9.
Double rainbow. Oh, my God.
The oil accidentally used in the product originated from a shared storage space in the on-site cooperative commercial kitchen. We want to assure you that all affected products have been destroyed. Famous Yetis is working closely with local authorities to improve our storage and security protocols. They said we sincerely apologize for any
I think I'm high.
any inconvenience or harm caused. Officials said THC-related symptoms include dizziness, increased blood pressure, increased heart rate, anxiety, and more. And that is what I have in the bizarre file for you. All right, we'll take a break. We'll get back. We'll do some music news. We'll throw some trash at you. We'll do a lesson question and more. Stay put.
Preston and Steve.
That is called Young versus Younger. Okay? And what we're going to do is we're going to take the young, which would be members of the Preston and Steve show.
Yeah, right.
And the younger, our Preston and Steve intern staff. So it's very simple. We have Chris, and we have Aish, and we have Brianna, and we have Sammy who are here. And what we're going to do is Marissa made a list of various things from different generations. So there's abbreviations, there's terms, there are people, all from a different generation. I have things from the Preston and Steve show's generation, and I have things from the intern age's generation. All right, guys, the younger crew. What is a flash cube? A flash cube. Do we have all our answers written down?
Yep.
All right. Brianna?
Yes.
Okay. Chris?
I guess it was one of those scrolly cameras that you got at like CVS that you got developed when you used to go on vacation.
Like a box camera you're talking about? Yeah. Okay.
Disposable camera?
Yeah, disposable camera. All right.
Yeah. Is
That is incorrect. All right. So I'm sorry, listener Matt, you lose. All right. Aish is playing for Bob on line 2. Aish, what is a flash cube?
A cube that flashes. I really don't know.
Be more specific. A cube that flashes for what?
Oh, for a camera. Like a
I'll give her that.
Is it really?
She's right.
Yep.
Yeah, that's absolutely
And
correct.
the actual definition is a cube with a bulb that attaches to each side of a camera and takes 4 pictures in succession. A flash cube. You used to stick it on top of the camera, and you would take the picture, and it would flash, and you could only use 4 of them. You had to throw it away.
All right.
So we move on now to the young.
The young,
which is
ish.
You guys.
Sort of, minus Steve.
All right, what is this? What is a, what's a boif?
A boif.
Yeah, B-O-Y-F.
B-O-Y-F?
A boif.
Finished.
Okay. Nick, you are playing for listener Arnold. What is a boif?
It's your boyfriend.
Yeah, that's correct. Short for boyfriend. Yeah. Kathy, what do you have?
Boyfriend.
All right, Mary, you win too. Steve, what do you have?
Boyfriend.
That's right. And Casey, what do you have?
Boyfriend.
Yes, everybody wins. Zach, Joe, Mary, and Arnold. And that means 4 points for the young team. And let me see what we have here. What is a Rolodex?
Oh.
We are going to go to Aish, who's playing for listener Frank. What's a Rolodex?
A Segway?
No.
Segway.
It rolls.
Exactly.
All right,
Rolls across deck.
I'm sorry, Frank, you lose. All right, listener Ryan is playing with Brianna. Brianna, what's a Rolodex?
This is embarrassing. I said a game.
A game. No.
All right.
And then Sammy, you're playing for listener Dan. What's a Rolodex?
I put phone numbers in a rolly thing because I didn't know how to describe
I'll take it. Phone numbers in a rolling thing. I thought somebody was going to say a watch. You guys ready?
Yes, ready.
What is BYOD?
Okay.
BYOD. Jot it down and let's see if you know. All right, let's go to, first we'll try Casey out, and he's playing for listener Alan. Casey, what is BYOD?
It's bring your own. I wrote date.
No, that's incorrect. I'm sorry. Alan, you lose. Steve is playing for listener Mike. Steve, what is BYOD?
I wrote bring your own drugs.
No, that is incorrect.
Good
Mike is
thing.
out. Kathy's playing for Gina. Kathy?
I got it.
What?
Bring your own doll.
No.
Kathy's a
Cow got in there somehow.
The cow.
Nick,
Or I have 5 fingers.
you're playing for listener Paul. BYOD.
Bring your own dad.
No.
It's a drink.
Hang on. No. Let's ask the interns. Brianna, you look like you know.
I believe it's bring your own dog.
No.
No.
Aish,
I
you
have
know?
no idea.
Is it bring your own dip?
No.
Bring your own dip.
It's like a Super Bowl party.
How
like, bring
come
your
though
own-
these nobody knows these younger
dip parties.
phrases?
I think because maybe Marissa's not as young as she thinks she is.
It stands for Bring Your Own Device. An IT policy where employees are allowed to use their personal mobile devices and notebooks to access enterprise data and systems. Harper Lee, who wrote one of America's most enduring literary classics, To Kill a Mockingbird, of course, about a child's view of right and wrong, and waited 55 years to publish the second book with the same characters from a very different point of view, died at the age of 89 on Friday.
Yeah, I was surprised to see this.
Yeah. For many years, Lee, a shy woman with an engaging southern drawl who never married, lived
We were pretty much allowed to go.
lived quietly and privately, always turning down interview requests. She alternated between living.
She ran a laser tag place.
Oh,
yeah. That was her thing.
They got to do something.
We were very fond of the game laser tag, which simulated actual combat without the actual casualties. Through the use of science and technology, you could stalk your prey and virtually assassinate them without causing any physical harm.
But the guns, they kind of go pew,
Go
pew, pew.
pew,
Yeah,
pew, pew, I got you. Commander Harper Lee reporting for Intergalactic Battalion.
Wouldn't that be the wildest thing? She ran a laser tag place?
Harper Lee's laser tags on Route 14.
No, she like did TV commercials for them and everything.
Yeah,
So
it's intergalactic fun. That's the sound of excitement.
Oh my! Oh God!
I guess they don't want to report on that part of her life.
Oh, God. No.
Into the space shuttle. Next stop, fun.
This is terrible. So anyhow, she lived quietly and privately. She alternated between living in a New York apartment and Monroeville, where where she shared a home with her older sister, lawyer Alice Lee, who is the one
That's this one.
We were pretty much allowed to go.
Any of you guys read Ghost Headed Watchmen, the second one?
No.
It's
I heard, it didn't get stupendous reviews.
It's too bad. Yeah. This is a terrible thing to say.
What?
She just should have done the one.
Well, I think this was wasn't this cobbled together without her consent?
That's sort of where
she
it
actually
was frustrating because
she wrote this before.
Right, and then it takes place after To Kill a Mockingbird. But I think it was one of those things.
In a future society where laser guns rule.
Takes a turn.
Just spotted a Death Destroyer. Nice try, Glaxon. We figured out how to remotely turn your shields off.
I want to live with this for a while. I believe we had this gentleman in our studio at our old radio station worked at probably a dozen years ago or so.
I think to promote a movie, we're Up the Creek, right?
Without a paddle.
Come on!
man.
Son of a bitch!
Without a Paddle with Seth Green and with Dax Shepard.
Yeah, that's right.
That's a fan.
Yeah.
All three were in the studio.
No, I don't believe you. You didn't get the name right.
I got the idea right.
No,
You're Up the Creek without a paddle.
Everybody, this is Matthew Lillard.
Hi, everyone. You have a lot of people in here.
Yeah. We got some barbecue, too, if you're hungry, man. Grab a bite to eat.
You're awfully fancy.
We try to be.
Hey, how do you like doing the convention? I know you've done your share of conventions, and you have a couple of things that really put you in that realm between Scream and the Scooby-Doo stuff and 13 Ghosts and all that stuff.
I'm in a lot of bad movies that people like. That's what you're saying.
I wouldn't say that.
No, I'm in a lot of bad movies. There's no doubt about that. I'm in more bad movies than your average actor.
See, I don't think you can call them bad. You know,
you don't know the name of any of them. You make eye contact with me and you name off 10 without looking at that computer screen.
No,
don't do that.
I can't do
everyone
10.
on the air just turned off.
Tell us about your involvement with Anonymous and what that was all about.
How crazy is that?
Yes.
Dude, as the most famous I've ever been was like this week.
So Anonymous, this hacker group.
I'm so excited. Yeah.
What happened?
Hacktivists. These Anonymous are world famous hackers, and they hacked in last week to Donald Trump's outgoing message, and they changed the outgoing message to saying something like in a Shaggy voice. I'm actor Matthew Lillard, who plays Shaggy on television. Go check me out at, and gave these two web pages that
That's really
but I was
funny.
like, somebody, I was directing something, and somebody came up and was like, you just hacked Donald Trump. I was like, amazing.
These are the guys.
I gotta tell you, I am so happy to be that guy. I'm so happy. I was like, anytime, bro, you want to roll and bring down the Trumpster, I'm in.
These guys are taking on ISIS.
Hang out for a bit, by all means. It's The Clash on 93.3 WMMR. Should have stayed, should have go. It is 10:29. Yesterday we were running a little early. Today we're running a little bit late. It happens.
It's the way it. Listen, we a little while ago, if you weren't privy, we literally changed the world for the better.
We did. Changed the world for the better. Made people happy. It's what we're doing. So today we're going to ask a lesson question. Hang on, I dropped something.
I'd pick that up for you, but I can't.
I know you can't. Casey hurt himself.
I didn't even tie my shoes today.
Who didn't?
No.
Oh, you're
Nobody.
walking- you don't have any loafers or anything you can put on?
No, I just slide these bad boys on, you know what I'm saying?
Right, he hurt his rib area, so he's having a hard time bending over and whatnot. All right, but besides all that, we have a lesson question we're going to ask, and we're going to give away a pair of tickets to see Daryl Hall with special guest Howard Jones. This show is going to be Saturday, November 23rd at the Borgata Events Center in Atlantic City, of course. And the question that we will ask you is this. What kind of worm does Paul Atreides ride on Arrakis? Not really. It's not the sandworm. It's not Shai Hulud. It's something else we said. What kind of worm does Paul Atreides ride on Arrakis? 215-263-WMMR. If you know, you should call right now.
The trash business is a gold mine. 93.3 WMMR with Preston and Steve's Hollywood Trash.
Brought to you by Liberty Safes of New Jersey. You can get ready for the holidays with a new safe from Liberty Safes of New Jersey on Horizon Drive in Hamilton on Route 73 in Mount Laurel, or you can shop online at libertysafesnj.com. What's happening this morning, Steve?
Well, Johnny Depp's attorney, Camille Vasquez, shutting down persistent rumors that she and the actor are involved. Vasquez says she agrees with Depp's philosophy of not letting someone crap where you sleep.
Hey!
Believe it or not, Stranger Things actor Finn Wolfhard claiming in an interview that he often gets mistaken for Timothée Chalamet. I made the exact same mistake, said Stevie Wonder.
Oh, my God.
An L.A. judge denying a restraining order to one Dr. Charles Sophie against Dr. Dre, saying there's no evidence Dre was actually threatening his former therapist. The judge admonished both parties, saying how disappointing it was to see this kind of friction between two, quote, esteemed members of the medical community. That's your Hollywood Trash.
I have to comment on the Finn Wolfhard thing because we were at an event where we saw this band playing, and the lead singer, to me, I thought looked like Timothée Chalamet. But my friend Emily, she said, she's like, yeah, he reminds me of Finn Wolfhard.
Oh, maybe.
So I think he does get it from time to time. So, all right, let's see if we can get the answer to this question. What kind of worm does Paul Atreides ride on in Arrakis? And we will go to Sarah, see if she can get it right. Hey, Sarah, good morning.
Good morning, Gadzooks.
Gadzooks, Sarah. All right, what kind of worm does Paul Atreides ride on Arrakis?
It is an earthworm.
An earthworm. And we also would have taken rackworm, too, as an answer. Sarah, hang on. You got tickets to go see Daryl Hall with special guest Howard Jones. Saturday, November 23rd, Borgata Event Center, Atlantic City. These tickets are on sale now at theborgata.com. You can get the information as well.
Now, Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
Brought to you this morning by Bud Light. And you can join Casey tonight, 7 to 9, for the Bud Light Thursday night kickoff at Jersey Sports Bar and Pizzeria in Glenside. And you can enter for your chance to win a pair of Eagles tickets courtesy of Bud Light. Before I pass along the legitimate music news, I looked over at what we call our Vox Pro. It's a digital editing piece of equipment that we use here.
Yeah.
Oh, Case, did you move it?
Wait, which
What'd you
one?
do?
Is this one?
No. I was looking down and it said Nell Rap.
Oh.
And I don't remember that.
Yeah, I had it done. I screwed around with some. It's decent. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you mind if I hear it?
Yeah, go ahead.
I figure if it's a song, like music news. I'm light on music news today.
No rap. There it is. Okay. Hang on. Let me grab that. All right.
Yeah, I want to hear this. I do not know this. Here we go.
Oh my God.
It's good, right?
Wow. Okay.
Nell's good, right? Do we have the Nell reggae?
Is there Nell reggae?
Nell reggae?
Yeah, I did two of them.
Okay.
All right, hang on. I gotta. You said Nell. Was it around the same time that you did it?
Yeah.
All right, hang on.
Little gems. It came out okay.
I don't have.
All right, no problem.
All right.
Nell rap is really all you
We
need.
got our Nell Rap in. Yeah.
Saddle on Conca.
All right. And I only have one other thing, and that's it. When I found the shard out.
You did?
I had it in music news.
Do it now.
Yeah.
It's from Michael Sachs, and he says, "Good morning to see you, Preston and Steve Show. I'd like to ask for a shout out for my 40th birthday, November 7th. You might know me as the guy who would write down and tweet the lesson question clues you guys would provide throughout the show, and I always hope that I won't get the busy signal when calling, and I realize that I'm a little bit of everyone. The Bucks County of Kathy, the DMB knowledge of Nick, the exploration of Marissa, the passion and caring of Casey, the voices of Steve, and most importantly, the wearing of different hats like Preston. You guys are truly the best show to listen to in the morning. And I've listened to my fair share of morning shows, and you truly make me laugh out loud even when I'm by myself. My family even laughs when I say, oh, I heard this and that on the Preston and Steve show this morning. I can't thank you guys enough for all that you do for Philly and the radio world. You guys truly rock. Michael Sachs. So, a shirt for you, Michael, and happy birthday.
And after you finish music news, can I promote something?
Yeah,
for sure. So we got a little time.
One last thing. I only have one item in music news. According to Zach Wilde, work continues on a new album from the Black Label Society. Wilde is incredibly busy with Pantera and Zach Sabbath, but says we've been recording a batch of stuff while we're home because of the Pantera Celebration tour next year. Plus, Zach Sabbath shows sprinkled in. Zach says it'll be late 2025, early 26 or whatever, putting out another Black Label album. The 12th studio album from Black Label Society, when they can work it in the schedule, will be the follow-up to 2021's Doom Crew Incorporated.
So nothing new from Black Eyed Zacks?
Not Black Eyed Zacks either, no. And really, that's all that I have for you, because I was going to do the story about that we already talked about the mystery song.
We did it. It was good, though. Again, we changed the world.
All right, what do you want to mention?
Well, it's very generous. Dave runs Monster Mania Con, which is Monster Mania 61, this weekend in Oaks. Get your tickets. At 4 o'clock on Saturday, I'm going to host, they do this auction where they get all the vendors to donate all this horror paraphernalia, like the coolest stuff in like these great collections and baskets and bundles. And it was one of the highlights of the convention day. And so I'm going to host the auction, and part of the proceeds will go to my wife's charity, Max Fund. But I want to tell you, Alec Baldwin, Gina Davis, Eli Roth, Paul Reiser, Michael Biehn, 2 guys from Aliens, Randy Blythe, and our friend Daniel Roebuck will be there.
Nice.
Catherine Newton, and just a whole bunch of first-timers to the convention scene. If you've never been or wanted to flirt with the notion of going to a horror convention, Oaks is sprawling with tons of parking. I'll be there this Saturday, 4 o'clock, doing the auction. But go anyway, you'll love it.
You're hosting the auction?
I'm hosting the auction.
Here to you.
I think I have to up my game then.
You got to do that.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, we're going to take a break. We're going to come back. We are going to wrap up the show, and we'll come back with all that we wrap the show up with in just a moment. Lesson question. We already did all that. We're going to do the letter of the day. That's what we're going to do. Yeah, and more. We'll be right back.
Preston and Steve.
I think they're the new era superhero. I mean, look, they do some messed up stuff. I'm sure that people don't agree with everything they do, but.
Can I ask you, though, a connection? You were in a movie years ago, Hackers.
Sure, yeah. Hack the planet,
do you think
Hack the planet.
Do you think that's what the connection
I don't know,
is?
but I wish they would have said, this is Matthew Lillard, serial killer from Hackers. That would have been, made sense. I think it was just like, hey, dude, what impression do you do? I don't know, I do Shaggy. And then some dude's like, all right, bro.
You mean there
Let's
wasn't...
do it. I mean, it was so, there was no...
There was no committee meeting or anything like that?
No, I don't think Anonymous got together and said, well, who should we represent? What about the great actor? I mean, I think that they were just a bunch of loaded up kids going, let's get it.
A couple of quick questions, because you worked with some of my favorite directors, Wes Craven and John Waters. Who just passed away recently. But you worked on Serial Mom with John Waters.
Sure. He was my first. The first day of work I ever had by myself, the first note he gave me, he said, do it again, but don't do it so... effeminate but he didn't use that word.
John Waters.
Really? Yeah.
Who's John Waters?
From John Waters. Like, do it again, but don't do it so effy.
Yeah.
And I was like, I wasn't doing effy. Bro, I was not doing it. That was the first, to come from acting school to a John Waters set and not so effy. I was like, it was the most humiliating kind of moment of my life.
Well, it's a great movie. It ended up being just
my mom at the premiere, I was like, my first film, and we're in the black tie because it was this thing for a fundraiser for kids. And we're in black tie. My mom's in the back of the limo. My dad's in the back. And I get in the car, and I said to my mom, I was like, so, what'd you think? And my dad's like, I loved it. My sister's like, I loved it. And my mom's like, nah. So to this day, the only thing I ever remember is my mom going, it was okay.
Great to see you,
You
Matthew.
guys, thanks. I thought I was going to be here for like 2 minutes. So thank you so much for revealing my life to the entire people
Actually,
of
wait,
Philly.
real quick, we have your first grade teacher right out here in the green room. Bring him in. No. Thank you,
Thanks,
Matthew.
guy. I
Great to see you. Matthew Lillard, everybody. Ben Affleck and Jennifer Garner seem friendlier than ever on their family ski vacation with Tom Brady and Giselle Bundchen.
Okay, here's again. I think they're going to get back together.
Is that your Tom Brady laugh or your Ben Affleck laugh? What is that?
No. This is his new laugh that he wants to do on the show when he thinks something is funny, and I'm not kidding you. He told me this yesterday, and he displayed it for me, or he gave me a little treat, a little taste of it.
I can verify Kathy's story because I was standing alongside of them both when this was presented.
And I'm pretty sure I just walked away. I'm not sure how I responded.
No, you kissed me.
First there was
Kiss me on the mouth.
a painful grunt from Kathy, and then she walked away.
This is material you've been working on?
He's jealous because he thinks Marissa came up with a new laugh, so now he wants one.
Really?
That's what I think.
I'm not jealous.
Is that why you're doing it?
Is that Marissa's new laugh?
Marissa. Well, actually, it's gone away for a little while. I think maybe Marissa was hanging out with some people who laugh like, and she developed that.
Marissa has a supersonic.
Oh my God. When she actually, when you crack it up, it is so loud it hurts.
And that's all it is.
Yeah.
That's her genuine laugh. It's like just a squeal and then it's
loud
over.
and convulsive and
But it segued to
why don't you laugh like Burgess Meredith is the penguin?
So now we have Casey's new laugh.
No, but
go ahead, let's hear it.
No, so the genesis of it was I was watching the red carpet for the Grammys on Monday night.
Yeah.
And you had these two talking heads on the TV.
Who were horrible.
They were terrible. And somebody said something that wasn't funny, and then they both laughed. And then so I was like...
So that was your mocking laugh.
That was my mocking laugh. I was there with my kids.
Well, I tell you what, laugh authentically if you think something's funny in your regular, normal laugh, and then you can float that in occasionally in a mocking fashion.
All right.
The other option would be too dumb to go with.
I'm a wheeze laugher.
Yeah.
Definitely. That's, you got me when you hear I saw this story, Steve. You'd offhandedly mentioned Dachau.
Yes.
I did. I picked up on that, but I wanted to flesh that story out before I moved on to the Hitler stuff. But two historians have claimed that they have proof that Adolf Hitler suffered from an embarrassing secret medical condition. In their new book, which is called Hitler's Last Day, Minute by Minute, historians Jonathan Mayo and Emma Craigie claim that they have discovered medical records proving that the fascist dictator had a condition known as hypospadias, which results in abnormally small and deformed genitalia, sometimes referred to as micropenis.
Micropenis. Hitler had micropenis. So this on top of what you reported, I think, about a year and a half ago, that he had incredibly horrific gas problems.
He had real intestinal issues. He was a vegetarian. Which
Tiny
actually
penis and gas.
They didn't know at the time actually exacerbated his problem.
Sure, yeah, he was
tiny penis. He had one testicle. This dude, no wonder.
This was a despot in the it's a perfect mix of what goes into making a completely deranged lunatic.
I honestly wonder how much of his demented view on the world had to do with the medical problems he had. He obviously had mental problems as well. But
he was just, but it was all listen, if this is all as true as they're saying it is, that's certainly a stew that creates this kind of lunatic.
Hitler himself is believed to have had two forms of genital abnormality, an undescended testicle and a rare condition called penile hypospadias, in which the urethra opens on the underside of the unit.
What?
Yeah. Recently,
I pee out of a small hole near my taint. Time to invade Poland.
Wow,
I'll show you what it's like.
He declared it. Recently, a German historian also claimed they had evidence that Hitler only had one testicle. By the way, there was a song in 1939 called "Hitler Has Only Got One Ball."
What? Wow. Who sung that?
Let me read you the lyrics?
Yeah, yeah.
Right. Hitler has only got one ball. The other is in the Albert Hall. His mother, the dirty bitch, cut it off when he was small. Hitler has only got one ball. Goering has two, but very small. Himmler has something similar, but poor old Goebbels has no balls at all.
Wow.
That was a song in 1939.
Who sang that? Bing Crosby?
No, it was Weird Al Yankovic.
Really? Yankovic.
Yeah.
The earlier. God almighty. That's heavy duty for that time.
Yeah, big time.
The dirty bitch?
Yeah, I guess so. I don't think it was recorded. I think it was one of those sing-along in a pub type of songs.
Not like an MGM musical?
No, nothing like that.
Ta-ta-da-da, that filthy bitch. Honestly, though, you couldn't exact the kind of revenge you wanted to get on a Hitler. I mean, what could you do that would equal the horror that he exacted upon the earth? But it's also a little comforting to know he had microphallus.
Yeah, it is. It's kind of comforting to know. My son the other day, who I guess is learning about some of this stuff in social studies, had came to me and he said, you know what, there was a guy that apparently saved Hitler when he was a child from drowning, and he lived with the guilt later on with the fact that he saved a mass murderer. But how would you ever know?
And
how would you ever know? And you would be living with the guilt that you let a child die.
And you saved at that point, which is probably, we don't know if all the things that were in place to make him what he would be were there at that point. You could have saved a completely innocent, which is probably the case, child at that point.
Yeah.
And then the influences of life, realizing he has a super tiny dong and farts a lot.
Right.
Yeah. I've got issues.
Yeah, apparently. Well,
I wonder if he had put a cork in his butt, if it would have finally popped out.
It would have made his genitals larger.
In fact, I'm putting my division on this. I want a longer unit.
Charlie Sheen claims that a testosterone cream was the reason for his bizarre behavior back in 2011. Oh, my God. Breaking Benjamin on 93.3 WMMR. The song is called Awaken. The toe tapper, as Pierre would say.
It is very pretty. It is about pixie fairies.
Oh.
And how they spread magic on unicorns and make their horns grow.
About time somebody wrote a song about that.
Huh. Did you know that the unicorn is the national animal of Scotland?
I did. I remember seeing that. And it's not a real animal, which is a really interesting thing. All right, 10:48 on a Thursday morning. Program is at its end. I would like to thank only one person, and that's you today, for listening and participating and be a part of the whole thing. We didn't have any guests on the show, but we had a good time anyway. I would like to thank Nick McElwain, filling in for Kathy Romano this morning, who is under the weather. She sounds like Roz from Monsters, Inc.
Do we have any audio, Roz?
I think
This is what she
so.
sounds like.
Yeah, this is, hang on.
Wait, I got to go. Oh, man.
To the top, and I think it's one of the last clips that was put up there. This is what
there it is.
Kathy sounds like this morning.
You didn't file your paperwork last night. Don't let it happen again.
And she called me last night. She's like, I can't come in tomorrow. Okay.
She texted me. She still feels terrible. She's going to see Dr. Mike today.
Okay.
So we'll see if she's back tomorrow. Let me, if you don't mind, share another interesting fun fact about a fictional animal in Scotland. I'm reading Bob Ballard's book, and Bob Ballard's the guy that discovered the Titanic.
Yes.
And in the late 70s, early 80s, he was commissioned by Scotland to look for Nessie, to look for the Loch Ness Monster. And so they invented all of these types of sonar, and they used a bathoscope, and he explored the entire lake, north to south, the length of it. And of course, they didn't find anything.
Right.
They found a few possible explanations. So he's leaving Loch Ness, and he stops at this restaurant, the Scottish restaurant, and the runner, the man who ran the restaurant says, Mr. Ballard, please, don't publish your findings. Our entire economy is based on the fact that people come here to look for the Loch Ness Monster. And Ballard was like, I see your point.
Yeah.
And so they just kind of S-canned the entire study. And he was like, this town, it doesn't really matter if the Loch Ness Monster is real or not.
I stood there on the edge of the loch and I looked at it, and I know what I know, but you also go,
It's fun.
It's fun.
Right.
You play into it like when you go to Seattle.
Yeah. And if you go there
Sasquatch.
and you buy a hamburger at this restaurant, that keeps that
part of the
guy
fun.
employed. Exactly.
Yeah. But listen, even if he put out the findings, plenty of people still think
Right.
it's there somewhere. So, all right, we need to do the letter of the day. K-Stay.
Got you.
All right.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter.
And the Preston and Steve show is brought to you today by the letter
C as in Kona.
All right.
Icona.
Thank you, Casey. We are going to give away a 3-night getaway at one of the Icona Resort's 7 oceanfront hotels along the beautiful beaches of New Jersey. And you can give the gift of relaxation this holiday season. And you can book your luxury accommodations now at Icona.com. Use the promo code WMMR. You can book by November 10th and save yourself 20% off of your stay. Visit Icona.com. That's spelled ICONA.com. Thank you to the sponsors. Preston and Steve Show brought to you today by Dunkin'. The Preston and Steve Show runs on Dunkin'. Also brought to you by Acme Markets, the official supermarket of the Philadelphia Eagles. And by Monster Mania Con 61 this weekend at the Greater Philadelphia Expo Center at Oaks. Tomorrow is a Friday, so there will be no sad bro. And we also have our good friend who we spoke to recently via Zoom, but he's going to be in studio, Greg Fitzsimmons. We'll be stopping by. We have the Connoisseur as well, and
Tonight, please join me. I'll be at Jersey's Sports Bar in Glenside. That's on Mount Carmel Avenue. I'm going to be there from 7 to 9 p.m. At 9 o'clock, we will be giving away tickets to the Eagles-Carolina game on December 8th. And if you win those tickets, you will be qualified for the grand prize, which is playoff tickets, granted, if they make the playoffs.
All right, and that's it. We're done. Rage on. Have yourself a great day, and we'll see you tomorrow, friend. Bye-bye.
Preston and Steve on 90.